Chapter 51, You're relatively safe. Xiang Beifei didn't know what Liu Hong was thinking, he was still tirelessly swinging his fists. Until now, he had thrown at least over 6,000 punches. He was very grateful that Liu Hong used the system rewards to help eliminate the wear on his muscles, otherwise, he'd probably have collapsed from exhaustion long ago. Though learn by analogy endowed him with a strong learning ability, for it to take effect, the prerequisite was to master an ability, then he could learn other abilities in the same category. Therefore, he had to master Rapid Flame on his own. Xiang Beifei practiced until midnight. Had Grandpa not called, he might have forgotten about the time altogether. Xiaowei, it's so late, you send him home, Liu Hong said. Dad, I'm a girl, you know. Since when does a girl send a boy home? Liu's Highway stared at her own father with wide eyes. You're always in such a hurry, where's the resemblance to a girl? Liu Hong waved his hand dismissively. In his eyes, his daughter, who liked to fight, was no different from any boy. Now that she'd reached the late stages of qi controlling, as long as she didn't encounter a meridian opening practitioner like Chen Gang, basically no one could harm her. It wasn't easy to encounter a meridian opening practitioner in this area anyway. Aren't you afraid that I, a young girl, might run into bad people while walking at night? Liu's Highway batted her large eyes, looking pitiful. Liu Hong looked her over and said, ordinary bad people should be more afraid of running into you. Liu's Highway. Liu Hong patted his head and said, I almost forgot, Beifei, your azure light armor was damaged yesterday. I'll give you another piece, protect yourself well. He redeemed another piece of azure light armor with 500 investigation value and pressed it onto Xiang Beifei's body. Uncle Liu, this. Xiang Beifei hadn't expected Liu Hong to give him another piece of azure light armor. Xiang Beifei was still at the beginning stages of qi controlling. The azure light armor was a system item for the intermediate stages of qi controlling, and it could still be used to light up the next star position. This is a qi replenishing pill, it can speed up the recovery of spiritual power. You train too hard, which is a big burden on the body. Although it's good to practice diligently, you can't be too hasty. Take it slow. Liu Hong spent another 500 system points to exchange for a pill. Uncle Liu, this is too extravagant, Xiang Beifei said. Don't mention it. Yesterday you helped me catch Lai Wuying, and last night you helped me solve a case. Some things can't be compared to these little items, Liu Hong said generously with a wave of his hand. Xiang Beifei looked at Liu Hong's system interface. Catching Lai Wuying yesterday wasn't mainly credited to Liu Hong, so even though it was a big case, it only added 800 investigation value to Liu Hong. Catching the bank robbery accomplice at night only added 100 investigation value. He exchanged 2 system items for Xiang Beifei, plus the azure light armor that Xiang Beifei melted, and the muscle regenerating paste redeemed just now for 100 points, which meant Liu Hong was down 700 system points. But Liu Hong wasn't a person to fuss over every little thing. The matter with Lai Wuying meant far more to him than a mere 700 system points. Thank you. Xiang Beifei didn't make a fuss. He was still only in the qi controlling stage, strictly speaking not even a proper Daoist practitioner yet, lacking in strength. He knew he needed these. Accept them and then remember the favor. Dad, you're really generous. Liu's Highway shrugged her shoulders. There's nothing to be generous about. Xiaowei, since you don't have any work here and it's so late, you should go home to sleep. It just so happens you're going the same way as Beifei. Don't worry, you will be very safe walking at night. Liu Hong was still in a hurry to go back and write the case report. After saying that, he left. Wait, what do you mean I'll be very safe walking at night? Liu's Highway huffed and puffed behind him, inquiring Dao. Xiang Beifei wiped off his sweat, strapped on his backpack, and said, You don't need to walk me home, I know the way. Too late. Liu's Highway made a scary face, grabbed Xiang Beifei's backpack, and began dragging him outside. My dad asked me to be a guardian of the grass, I have to protect this little blade of grass from being trampled. The two walked on the road. It was already late at night, with few pedestrians around, and the occasional late worker hurried past without giving them a second glance. Damn it, they actually say I'm safer walking at night. Do I really look that safe? Liu's Highway grumbled all the way, growing more discontented by the minute, throwing a few punches at the air with a baiu. I don't think Uncle Liu meant it that way. Xiang Beifei turned his head to look at the crow flying above them, which had been following them all along. Liu Hong certainly wouldn't let his daughter walk alone at night, so he deployed his investigative crow. If anything happened, the crow would notify him immediately and Liu Hong could be there in less than a minute. When he spoke of safety, he meant the crow. But Liu's highway wasn't paying attention to the crow. Then what does it mean? I'm his own daughter after all, and he says I'm safer walking at night. Liu's highway kept touching her own face and then turned to glare at Xiang Beifei. Hey, Beifei, how do I look? Not bad. Out of 10, how much would you give? Xiang Beifei was encountering a girl asking him to rate her for the first time. Isn't this a topic that should be discussed among guys? Then let's go with 10. He gave a honest perfect score to avoid listening to complaints all the way. Then why do they say I'm safer walking at night? Forget it, you definitely won't tell the truth. Liu's highway stood there, hands on hips, clearly upset. Just then, a young man with a briefcase came walking towards them. Liu's highway grabbed the man, shoved him against a wall, and punched the brick beside his ear with a forceful wall bang, asking brashly, "Hey, I want to ask you something. Do you think I look safe?" The young man was walking along just fine when suddenly he was pressed against the wall with the brick beside his ear cracking from the impact, causing him to start screaming, "Help! Help! I'm being robbed! What are you shouting for? I'm a city guardian." Liu's highway gave the man a stern look. "You're a city guardian? But I haven't done anything, I'm just a programmer, law-abiding, working a 9 to 9-6 schedule, the company squeezes me dry, I've been working overtime till now, haven't had time to misbehave." The young man, thinking he was in big trouble, quickly explained with a mournful face. He was only mid-stage in chi controlling, with the awakening of the N-level coder system, specializing in typing rather than fighting. Cut the crap, a guardian is on a case. Answer my question, cooperate with the investigation. What question? If you were a bad guy, would you try anything with me? The young man was so confused by the question that he couldn't even respond. Such an idiot. Xiang Beifei held his forehead, feeling a bit overwhelmed. With your personality, anyone would feel safe. Xiang Beifei quickly dragged Liu's highway away, to prevent her from making more foolish mistakes. Chapter 52, Introduction. Liu's highway hummed and hawed as she escorted Xiang Beifei to his family's doorstep. "You're back? So late." Xiang King had been waiting for him to come home and only relaxed when he saw Xiang Beifei at the door. "Hello, Grandpa Xiang." Liu's highway greeted him cheerfully. Xiaowei, what brings you here?" Xiang King asked in surprise. "My dad sent me to make sure Beifei got home safely. You don't need to worry." "Then come in and sit down for a bit," Xiang King hurriedly said. "No, I have to get home myself. I have to catch the early bus tomorrow to go back to school," Liu's highway said. "It's so late, and it's not safe for a girl to go home alone." "I'll take you back," he insisted. Xiang King hurried to grab a flashlight and a coat, ready to escort Liu's highway home. "Look at that, now that's what I call an elder." Liu's highway complained about her father again, then waved her hand with a carefree smile, "No need, Grandpa Xiang. I can manage on my own." "How can that be all right? It's so late, and a pretty girl like you walking alone at night is not safe. It would be terrible if anything happened," Xiang King said. Being complimented on her looks moved Liu's highway deeply. "Ah, Grandpa Xiang, your insight is as sharp as ever." She happily rubbed her face, feeling very pleased. "Don't worry, Grandpa Xiang. I'm not that easy to mess with. If I can't beat them, I'll just use the teleportation talisman my mom gave me to escape. It's a simple matter," she assured him. The teleportation talisman was a wonderful thing, an item exchanged through the system, a life-saving divine artifact given by her mother to her daughter. Within a certain distance, if she faced danger, the teleportation talisman could instantly pull Liu's highway to her mother's side. That was why Liu Hong was at ease letting Liu's highway head home alone. "Then you still don't understand what it means to be safe when walking at night?" Xiang Beifei pursed his lips. Liu's highway stuck out her tongue in a mocking face. "Be careful on the way," Xiang Beifei said. "Got it, good night." Liu's highway soon disappeared into the night. Xiang King closed the door and then asked Xiang Beifei, "Are you following Liu Hong to learn fighting skills, aiming for the martial path in the future?" "Yes." He didn't hide it. For Xiang Beifei, the essence of this world was still about the supremacy of the martial path. The outside world was full of desolate beasts that would launch attacks on human settlements from time to time. Martial artists held a higher status compared to literary deists. Xiang King sighed. "What's the matter, Grandpa?" Xiang Beifei wondered. Xiang King patted Xiang Beifei's shoulder and shook his head. "Nothing. If this is the path you've chosen, I naturally have to support you, but..." He trailed off, hesitating. "Is it because of my dad?" Xiang Beifei asked. Xiang King sighed. His own son had chosen the martial path, became a pioneer, and never returned. As a father, how could he not be worried? "Grandpa, rest assured, I know my limits," Xiang Beifei said with a smile. "I'll look after myself, and I will also take good care of you in the future. I won't be reckless." "Not being reckless is good. Go to bed," Xiang King said. Xiang Beifei washed his face and then went back to his bedroom. Xiang King picked up the photo frame on the table and looked at the family portrait. He wiped the dust from the frame and murmured, "Now Beifei is choosing the martial path. If he encounters that same incident in the future, what will I do?" He glanced at his own system. On the system interface, there was nothing but snowflakes, no data at all. Xiang Beifei returned to his room and fell asleep immediately, having just stepped into the realm of qi controlling. His body didn't have much spiritual power, and after a whole night of training, he was greatly drained of energy. But after sleeping through the night, he quickly became as lively as a dragon again. After eating, Xiang Beifei called for Xiahei, ready to go to school. But he was surprised to discover that Xiahei was holding a bunch of odd and curious items, including a map, a hammer, a book, a tree sapling, and even a toilet brush. "Where did all this stuff come from?" Xiang Beifei asked in astonishment. "Woof woof woof." Xiahei jumped around excitedly. Xiang Beifei suddenly understood, given his constitution, he could have been unwittingly drawn into other people's quests just by walking on the road. For example, the bus driver's old driver system, after giving Xiang Beifei a ride, his system prompted. "You gave Xiang Beifei a ride, driving proficiency +1. Then, after completing his quest, the rewards would go to himself." And usually, Xiang Beifei wasn't even aware of this. He picked up the toilet brush and made some gestures with it, wondering whose system reward this could be from and why they would redeem a toilet brush of all things. Was it to enhance the cleanliness of the toilet while scrubbing? He then looked at a slipper. Why was this brand new slipper only one? Could they not afford the other? "Send these things back, life is tough for everyone. Rewards involving people who bear us no grudges, we shouldn't take," he said. Xiang Beifei waved his hand dismissively. Most of these rewards came from lower-level people's N-grade systems. The rewards of an N-grade system were often frustrating, with all sorts of bizarre quests, some of which were simply not feasible for a normal person. Those N-grade awakeners had low strength, and it might take them several years to step into the qi-controlling realm. They relied on completing quests to make ends meet. If they lost their rewards, it was adding insult to injury. Since those rewards were of no use to himself and could not help him light up his stars, there was no need to disrupt others' lives. Xiahei had been gnawing on a ball, but upon hearing Xiang Beifei's words, his tail wagged twice, and he mailed all the items back. The end of high school life was approaching fast, and students who had just awakened their systems were putting aside their quests to focus on preparing for college entrance exams. No matter how urgent the system quests were, they couldn't compare to the importance of the exams. Getting into a good university was crucial. Different levels of universities offered different conditions for completing quests. The better the university, the more comprehensive the facilities, and the more advantageous for completing system quests. All the students were busy except for Xiang Beifei. With his learn-by-analogy skill, he only needed to understand one type of problem, and then he could easily solve the same type next time he encountered it. He had essentially mastered all the types of exam questions, giving him more time to train himself. During breaks, he would go to a deserted place and continue practicing rapid flame. Following Liu Hong's instructions, Xiang Beifei covered his fists with spiritual power and swung them punch after punch. With each punch, he paid attention to the range of his spiritual power, and gradually, he got the hang of it. When he had thrown over 10,000 punches, his fists finally produced a burst of explosive sound, with tiny sparks shooting out. "I did it!" Xiang Beifei revealed a smile. Although it was just a few sparks, and not a burst of flames like Liu Hong could produce, the mere fact he created sparks with spiritual power proved he had entered the threshold. Xiang Beifei approached a tree and fiercely swung a punch towards it. Bang! A dull sound rang out. The bark was indented with his fist print, and around the edges of the imprint, there were signs of slight charring. It's not enough, Uncle Liu can pierce through a sandbag with just one finger. Xiang Beifei was not satisfied with this result. To create an imprint, he had to make contact with the bark with his fist. If it was Liu Hong, he could just blast the tree to smithereens from a distance. Chapter 53, Lock-free isn't possible. After school that afternoon, he ran off to the law enforcement team as usual. The training room of the law enforcement team was quite special, equipped with various simulated training devices that could help one concentrate and greatly increase training efficiency. He also needed to consult Liu Hong about some details. Creating sparks and producing flames were not the same concept. Liu Hong was not in the office, and without his pass, Xiang Beifei was unable to access the training room, which was exclusively for the guardians. Xiang Beifei, being an outsider, could not enter or exit at will. He was waiting for Liu Hong to return. But he didn't have to wait long before Liu's highway leisurely came over. "How's your arm?" Liu's highway asked. "Not bad, with Uncle Lu's help, it's recovering well," Xiang Beifei said. Liu's highway sat in her father's office chair, propped her chin up with her hand and looked at Xiang Beifei, asking, "My dad praised your deductive abilities again today, told me to learn more from you. Are your deduction skills really that good?" "Just lucky," Xiang Beifei said. "Nobody's that lucky," Liu's highway said. "Don't be so modest. Let me test you. What did that bald man do to get caught?" Liu's highway pointed to a bald man sitting outside on a bench waiting for interrogation. She knew about this bald man since she had just gotten the information when she arrived and saw a law enforcement officer bringing him in. The law enforcement officer had not yet documented it, so Xiang Beifei definitely didn't know these details. It was a good opportunity to test him. "I don't know," Xiang Beifei said. "You didn't even look." Liu's highway snorted and quickly smirked. "I know what you're waiting for my dad to do. You want to go to the training room but don't have a pass, right? My dad just went out on a call, no telling when he'll be back. He called me, told me to take you in. Here's the deal, if you get the deduction right, I'll take you to the training room. How about that?" "That's boring." "Right, I am just bored, looking for something to do." Liu's highway held a door card, tapping on the desk, looking smugly at Xiang Beifei. With leverage in her hand, she felt more confident. Xiang Beifei turned his head and looked at the bald man. The bald man seemed very honest in appearance. He was just slightly over 40 years old. Xiang Beifei noted that his little fingernail was sharp and long. Xiang Beifei glanced at the bald man's system interface. "Host, LVE. R grade, lock-free system. Realm, mid-chi controlling." In the system's latest task list, a line of completed tasks was displayed. "You have unlocked Zhu Las phone facial recognition lock, lock value plus 10. You have unlocked Xiaoming's phone password lock, lock value plus 10. You have unlocked Lu Jia's bank password lock, lock value plus 10. You have unlocked Mr. Liu's front door lock, lock value plus 1. You have unlocked Miss Wang's bathroom lock, lock value plus 1. Xiang Beifei grew more amazed as he read. This guy's abilities were remarkable. His system could even crack facial payment security. Being caught here with a lock-free system, he certainly used his system's capabilities for illegal activities. This man's tasks mostly involved unlocking people's doors, he likely lived as a locksmith normally. Besides the door lock, he had also unlocked at least 100 cell phones, and Xiang Beifei even saw that he had managed to open the company's Class B safe as well. "Do you want to go over and interrogate him a bit? Can you tell anything just by looking like this?" Seeing Xiang Beifei just staring at the man from a distance, Liu's highway suggested. True deduction can be made from analyzing a person's dressing habits to infer their capabilities. Xiang Beifei replied casually, "As for this person, I was wondering if he was recently involved in some illegal profit-making related to cell phones? Like cracking people's passwords and then transferring money, committing fraud, and stuff." Liu's highway's eyes widened. "My gosh! How did you figure that out?" She looked at LVE, then back at Xiang Beifei. She hadn't dropped any hints just now, and Xiang Beifei hadn't even approached to ask anything, just sized the man up for a minute, and he figured it out. Lu's Highway couldn't be more astonished. Luck, Xiang Beifei turned his head back and said. Don't think I can be fooled that easily. Lu's Highway suddenly stood up and rolled her chair towards Xiang Beifei with a rumble, stopping deftly in front of him. If it wasn't for that bald guy being too dumb to know that transfers are done under real names, we wouldn't have caught him. Tell me, how did you confirm it just by one look? Give me the door card, Xiang Beifei said. Wait, considering I was the messenger last night, teach me how to discern these things. Lu's Highway's face was full of eagerness. The 11% deduction accuracy rate had troubled her for a year. This requires intuition, Xiang Beifei casually remarked. I have great intuition. Lu's Highway pointed at her forehead. Xiang Beifei looked at Lu's Highway expressionlessly. She chuckled awkwardly, then said, My dad says, deductive skills need to be learned from details, but I tend to overlook them easily. Just tell me how to observe the details. In exchange, I'll stand up for you if anyone bullies you in the future. Lu's Highway rubbed her fists together, which made crunching noises. All right then. Xiang Beifei considered for a moment, then made something up. See his pinky nail? That's a sign of the legendary Lu Ban Axe Gate, adept with various mechanisms. That nail connects to the system, ordinary locks open with just a touch. Lu's Highway immediately pulled out a notebook, and began jotting down notes. What are you doing? Xiang Beifei asked in confusion. Taking notes. Lu's Highway said earnestly, I need to record all knowledge related to deduction in my life to improve my reasoning skills. Oh. Pretty diligent. But why so diligent when the deductive abilities are still so poor? What else? What else? Tell me, tell me. Lu's Highway urged. You see his fingers are incredibly slender, each one excessively long. Only someone who regularly performs precise operations would have such hands. I think his fingerprints must also not be fixed, but capable of freely adjusting to mimic others' fingerprints. Also, his ears are unusually large, larger than ordinary people, like a hearing aid, and sometimes they even move. This type of ear shape helps to block out external sounds, focusing on listening to the sounds of mechanisms within safes. If you look closer, you would notice that his facial features and skin are not fixed but move slightly within a small range. He adjusts his facial contours and irises based on the principles of facial recognition and iris recognition. Xiang Beifei rambled on. Lu's Highway earnestly wrote down every word he said. One dared to bluff. The other dared to believe. Chapter 54, Qin Yi. Lu's Highway was taking notes and then asked, So, you're basing your judgment that he committed this crime just on these facts? With these unlocking abilities and the fact that he was brought to the law enforcement squad, what other reason could there be for his actions besides doing something similar to what's been described? Xiang Beifei countered. Oh, deducing the cause from the result, I've studied that. Lu's Highway suddenly realized and quickly bent down to take more notes. You do have a strong desire to learn. Xiang Beifei observed the diligent Lu's Highway. Although this guy was careless and sometimes silly, he still had a strong desire to improve himself. I want to be a city guardian, so I need to learn all these skills. Lu's Highway said earnestly, then stood up, grabbed her notebook, and ran towards the bald man. Wait, I didn't ask clearly just now, I need to check if what you said is correct. 5 minutes later, Lu's Highway ran back, looking at Xiang Beifei with a face full of amazement. I believe you. Her eyes were sparkling as she looked at Xiang Beifei as if viewing a rare treasure. Xiang Beifei just shrugged noncommittally. He had indeed exaggerated a bit, but in fact, he had scraped this information from the lock-free system interface. Just by seeing which aspects of abilities the bald man used his system value to enhance, one could roughly speculate his specialties. For example, spent 300 lock points to enhance his hearing, initially acquiring echolocation abilities. This was his enhanced hearing capability. Another example, spent 500 lock points to enhance his fingerprint bioelectricity, able to connect directly with electronic devices. Searching the fingerprint database speed +1, it shows his fingerprints could vary based on the fingerprints in the database search. Lu's Highway didn't know these, but because Xiang Beifei described them nearly accurately, it left her completely stunned. Xiao Wei, so you were here. At this moment, a suave young man walked in through the door. This man appeared to be about the same age as Lu's Highway, dressed in a neat casual outfit, his hair parted in the middle and gelled, gleaming. Qin Yi, what are you doing here? Lu's Highway turned her head and seemed a bit surprised to see this young man here. I was just doing some work nearby and knew you were interning here, so I came to find you. The young man walked in and glanced at Xiang Beifei sitting in his school uniform, then said, You've caught another high school delinquent? What did he do, steal or fight? Do you need my help to interrogate him? He's not a delinquent, he's my dad's apprentice, his name is Xiang Beifei. Lu's Highway explained and then introduced to Xiang Beifei, this is my college classmate, Qin Yi. Uncle Lu started taking students. Qin Yi's gaze flashed with surprise, then he continued, didn't Uncle Lu say he was too busy with work to take on apprentices? How come he changed his mind all of a sudden? It's not the same, my dad saw his strong deductive abilities, suitable for being a city guardian, so he took him as an apprentice, planning to groom him properly. By now, Lu's Highway had completely believed in her father's appraisal of Xiang Beifei, he really is amazing. He only needed one look to describe the criminal's situation in detail. I am currently learning deductive skills from him. Qin Yi felt a bit uneasy upon hearing these words. He had specifically intended to ask Lu Hong to teach him last time, to get closer to Lu's Highway, but Lu Hong had tactfully refused him. Yet, to his surprise, he found out today that the law enforcement captain of the Western District had taken an apprentice. What was so special about this young man? Why had Lu Hong taken him as an apprentice? Now I'm curious, he's still just a high school student, right? Qin Yi carefully sized up Xiang Beifei, his expression slightly grave. I remember the awaken ceremony from high school just passed not long ago, is he an S-class? Or an SR class genius? If he were an S-class or the even stronger SR class, it was no wonder Lu Hong favored him, and he needed to pay attention, such people were good to establish relationships with for easier interactions in the future. Lu's Highway said, he's an N-class awakener, but only N-class. Qin Yi was stunned for a moment, then frowned. Himself, a distinguished S-class awakener from Liangzhou University, had been rejected by Lu Hong as a disciple, yet Lu Hong had accepted an N-class as a disciple? Qin Yi felt aggrieved. To them, the S-class awakeners, N-classers were basically trash on the streets, barely noteworthy, so why would Lu Hong choose an N-class? It wasn't that Qin Yi truly desired to become Lu Hong's disciple, he just wanted to strengthen his ties with Lu's Highway. Even if Lu Hong had taken an S-class disciple, he would have accepted it. But why an N-class? Qin Yi's gaze towards Xiang Beifei was quite displeased. This kid, besides being more handsome and taller than him, how could he compare with him? He had prestigious family background and was an S-class freshman at Liangzhou University. Why did Lu Hong choose this kid and not him? However, Qin Yi suddenly thought of something and chuckled lightly, I get it, Uncle Lu couldn't be moved by pity for his pathetic N-class awakener talent and made an exception to give him a chance, could he? That was the only explanation. Otherwise, why would any sane person take an N-class awakener over an S-class genius? Thinking this, he felt more at ease. Don't talk nonsense, he's my dad's friend's son, Lu's Highway said. Oh, he got in through the back door. Qin Yi became even more disdainful, his voice dripping with sarcasm towards Xiang Beifei. He, as an S-class prodigy from Liangzhou University, would never regard an N-class awakener seriously. Hey, watch how you speak. He didn't get in through the back door, he's genuinely skilled. Stop looking down on others, okay? Lu's Highway, hands on hips, was clearly unhappy with Qin Yi's snide remarks. Alright, alright. You say he's skilled, then he must be. Qin Yi chuckled again, glancing at Xiang Beifei. He wouldn't bother arguing with an N-class awakener. With only N-class talent, even if he excelled in some areas, how far could he really go? His lifetime's achievement would merely reach the later stages of qi controlling at best. Whereas he, as an S-class genius, advancing to the meridian opening phase was only a matter of time. A common chicken and a phoenix were simply incomparable. In this ruthlessly realistic world, the higher the system talent of the awakener, the easier it was to carve out accomplishments in any field. Especially graduates from the 9 major universities, each was a member of the elite in society, possessing far more resources than ordinary people, whether in connections or status. Qin Yi, as an S-class from Liangde, just by stepping out, could make a great success in business or leadership, a true paragon among people. In his eyes, the likes of Xiang Beifei, an N-class awakener, would end up working under someone like him, an S-class prodigy, in the future. Chapter 55, A Gathering of Talents. I don't feel like explaining anymore. Don't bother me, I want to learn reasoning skills from him. Lu's Highway ignored Qin Yi and looked eagerly at Xiang Beifei. Though she was also an S-level student at Liangzhou University, she wasn't as arrogant as Qin Yi. On the contrary, she had been well educated, thanks to her upright father. Lu Hong had done a good job educating her from a young age, frequently reminding her that there's always someone better out there. Therefore, Lu's Highway never missed an opportunity to improve herself. Even if Xiang Beifei was just an N-level awakener. Give me the access card, I'm going to train. Xiang Beifei paid no attention to Qin Yi. Rather than wasting words with others, he preferred to focus on improving himself first. No way, teach me a bit more, analyze one more criminal for me and walk me through your reasoning process. Lu's Highway waved her notebook, consider it the fee for escorting you home tonight. I'll escort you home for the night, and in return, you teach me one reasoning technique, how about that? Qin Yi's gaze darkened when he saw Lu's Highway ignoring his presence, an S-level, and actually seeking to learn from an N-level. After all, he was an S-level. Being disregarded so casually, wasn't that an affront to him? He said, Xiao Wei, if you want to learn reasoning skills, wouldn't it be better to learn from me? Why must you learn from an N-level person? You can reason. Lu's Highway looked dubiously at Qin Yi, I don't recall you having that ability. I usually just keep a low profile, you know, not showing off. I remember Uncle Lu once said, a capable person doesn't need to say how capable they are. Those without abilities are the ones who feel the need to show off what they can do. Don't get tricked by these N-level newcomers, alright. Qin Yi straightened his collar, puffing out his chest. His words were very straightforward. Xiang Beifei belonged to those who lack abilities but pretend to have them in front of Lu's Highway, attempting to gain a sense of presence in front of her. Oh, you remember what I said, hey. At that moment, Lu Hong also walked in. Uncle Lu, long time no see, I've always looked up to you every time we meet, Qin Yi hastily flattered him. Lu Hong glanced at Qin Yi and then at Xiang Beifei, who was quietly sitting in the chair waiting, and smiled, indeed, those who are capable don't usually boast about their abilities. Beifei had never claimed to have any reasoning abilities, he always attributed everything to luck. Meanwhile, Qin Yi couldn't wait to show off his reasoning abilities to Lu's Highway, eager to let her know he was a genius with reasoning skills. Who Lu Hong was referring to was clear as day. Qin Yi didn't catch the subtext of Lu Hong's words. Seeing Lu Hong return, he naturally needed to perform well, showing Lu Hong that refusing to accept an S-level as a disciple in favor of an N-level was a grave mistake. He looked at his system interface. Host, Qin Yi. S-level, Talent Aggregation System. Realm, Advanced Qi Controlling. The talent aggregation system was incredible, because it could provide not just one, but a variety of talents. This system worked by extracting the talents of others, temporarily bestowing someone else's particular talent onto oneself, which greatly enhances that ability for a limited time. Right now, Qin Yi planned to show off in front of Lu Hong and Lu's Highway. His mind raced. You have spent 500 talent value, please select the talent you wish to extract. Various talent options appeared on Qin Yi's system interface, including writing talent, public speaking talent, music talent, martial arts talent, reasoning talent. A long list of options covered all aspects of a person's abilities. You have chosen reasoning talent. For safety, automatically ignoring targets stronger than you. Talent effective time, 3 hours, beyond this time, the extracted talent will automatically return. Starting extraction. You have extracted Lu's Highway's reasoning talent, your reasoning ability +1. You have extracted Xiang Beifei's reasoning talent, your reasoning ability +10. You have extracted Cheng Li's reasoning talent, your reasoning ability +5. Qin Yi's system began scanning everyone in the law enforcement office. It was only 6 o'clock, and with many criminal events in the system world, the law enforcement office was often working overtime. There were still many people around, including offenders and law enforcement personnel. Qin Yi extracted the reasoning talents of those whose cultivation level was similar to or lower than his. But for someone with higher cultivation like Lu Hong, Qin Yi didn't dare to touch. Low-level individuals targeting high-level individuals could easily be detected, and even suffer backlash. Everyone actually possesses reasoning ability. As long as one is not an idiot, one has it to some degree. For example, if a pen stops writing, one could deduce that the refill is broken or there's no ink left. That is the simplest reasoning ability. But everyone's reasoning ability varies, so the value of the extracted talent differs from person to person. Even the criminals in the interrogation rooms have reasoning skills. He extracted reasoning abilities from a total of 17 people. A few law enforcement officers had a more potent presence than him, so he didn't dare touch theirs. In just a short span of 10 seconds or so, Qin Yi's reasoning ability value soared to 121. The average person would be pretty good to have a score of 60. In his system's estimation, even Liu Hong, the captain of the law enforcement team for the Western District, would only have a reasoning ability between 80 and 90. Although this reasoning skill was quite outstanding, it still couldn't compare to Qin Yi's. This meant that for the next 3 hours, Qin Yi's reasoning ability would be the very best in the entire office. You have chosen to spend 500 talent value to extract another's reasoning talent. Task requirement: solve 10 cases. Task completion reward: an amulet. Every time Qin Yi extracted someone's talent, he had to think 3 times before acting because extracting someone else's talent meant he had to undertake a related talent task from the system. If he couldn't complete the task, it meant wasting talent value for nothing. But if he completed the task, he would not only get the talent value back but also receive an extra reward. The talent value could be exchanged for various goods, which he needed to accumulate by doing tasks, making it very important to him. This was the law enforcement squad, and if he concentrated the best of others' reasoning talents onto himself, he would become the top reasoning expert here. Solving 10 cases wasn't difficult under normal circumstances. Watch closely, you N-level dimwit. Today, I'll show you what an S-level reasoning genius looks like. Qin Yi gave Xiang Beifei a glance. Chapter 56, Under the Stairs. Qin Yi thought he had stealthily extracted everyone's talents without anyone noticing, unaware that Xiang Beifei was watching his actions with great interest. With a congregation of S-level talents, when Qin Yi extracted a certain talent from others, in 3 hours, that talent was forcefully taken away by Qin Yi. Thus, Qin Yi was a crane among chickens. Having extracted others' talents, he then launched a dimension-reducing strike on others, making them incomparable to him in that area. With this system, wherever Qin Yi went, he would almost certainly be an undeniable genius. For example, in a singing competition, he would simply take away the musical talents of the other contestants, making himself the one with the most formidable talent. As long as he didn't touch those with higher cultivation than his, victory was almost a sure thing. By leveraging this system, within his first year at Liangzhou University, Qin Yi had won New Student Singing Competition Champion, Best Eloquence Award of Liangzhou University Debate Contest, First Place in Long Jump for Freshman category. A total of 21 various awards. He simply needed to extract others' talents to himself, lowering the other contestants' talents, and winning was all too easy. Of course, his task list included failures as well, such as when he only got second place in the high jump competition probably because he ran into a tough nut to crack, someone with an even stronger system. After all, Liangzhou University was a hiding place for crouching tigers and hidden dragons, filled mainly with S-level geniuses, and not lacking even SR-level geniuses. The last time he was defeated by an SR-level individual, it wasn't all that unjust. But still, being second was dazzling since adding up all areas, he had won the most awards among the freshmen. With a multitude of awards to his name, he was certainly the center of attention. After extracting everyone's talents, Qin Yi's confidence in deduction greatly increased. He provocatively glanced at Xiang Beifei and said to him, "Xiao Wei said you have strong reasoning abilities, which aroused the hidden deduction passion within me. Friend, how about we compare our deduction skills? We can discuss deduction approaches and even help the enforcement brigade solve some cases, meanwhile contributing to the security of the Western District. What do you say?" Qin Yi's words were watertight, as he deliberately wanted to show off his skills in front of Liu Hong and Liu's highway. By solving 10 cases, not only would he receive system rewards, but he would also make Liu's highway understand who the real deduction genius is. She would surely come to learn reasoning skills from him once she realized this. 2 birds with 1 stone. As for the possibility of losing to Xiang Beifei, Qin Yi wasn't worried in the slightest. "I am the star freshman of Liangzhou University's Liberal Arts College this year, you think you can flaunt your reasoning talent in front of me?" In his eyes, his S-level talent was enough to grind N-level Xiang Beifei into the dust. You two want to compare reasoning abilities? Lu's Highway's eyes lit up. She was eager for others to demonstrate how to deduce cases in front of her so she could take notes and improve her reasoning skills. She had already witnessed Xiang Beifei's reasoning abilities, but Qin Yi had not yet showcased his, though judging by Qin Yi's performance at school, as long as it involved a competition, he never lost. Speaking with such confidence, he surely believed in himself. If the two men were to spar in deductive skill, she would certainly benefit immensely. Excited, Lu's Highway asked, Beifei, are you interested? Lu Hong's gaze flickered slightly. With his skill at reading people, he naturally understood what Qin Yi was plotting, a mere show to satisfy his own vanity. He didn't like people like Qin Yi. In his opinion, Xiang Beifei's deductive abilities were exceedingly rare, and he would certainly not lose to Qin Yi. But he didn't speak out, accepting the challenge was Xiang Beifei's decision to make. All three of them looked at Xiang Beifei, waiting for his response. But Xiang Beifei spread his hands, uninterested in such matters. Uncle Lu, I'm here for training. I don't like analyzing case details. Can you take me to the training room? I have some questions I'd like to ask you. He didn't want to waste time. Now that Lu Hong had returned, he needed to quickly discuss his doubts about Rapid Flame with him. Lu's Highway asked with a hint of regret, Beifei, aren't you really going to give it a try? Xiang Beifei still shook his head, I just want to train. Seeing Xiang Beifei's resolute attitude, Lu Hong couldn't help but sigh. The kid clearly had the ability but was unwilling to show it off. His indifference to fame and fortune was truly rare. All right, I'll take you to train. Lu Hong always appreciated those who could keep their composure. The kid was diligent, polite, and full of potential. He was bound to have a limitless future. Compared to Qin Yi, he had more faith in Xiang Beifei and wanted to cultivate his talents. Xiang Beifei followed Lu Hong towards the door. As he passed by Qin Yi, he thought for a moment, then turned to say, work hard on the case. Make good use of your reasoning capabilities, and try to contribute to the security of the Western District. His tone was sincere, filled with righteousness. Qin Yi narrowed his eyes and sneered lazily, you sure know your place. But as an N-level awakener, don't you want to learn how to analyze cases from me? It's a rare opportunity. Xiang Beifei shrugged his shoulders and said nothing more, choosing to leave with Lu Hong instead. He just left like that. Lu's Highway was somewhat disappointed. She really wanted to see Beifei show more of his reasoning ability, but Xiang Beifei had no interest in accepting the challenge. Qin Yi said, haha, Xiao Wei, isn't it normal for him to leave? An N-level awakener like him must have wet his pants the moment he heard that I and you come from Liangzhou University. We're S-level, he's N-level, he's nothing in front of us. He knew that if he accepted the challenge, he would expose his true level, so slinking away is the best choice. He's giving himself an out. Qin Yi was quite pleased with himself. Actually, he has some skill in reasoning. Lu's Highway still spoke up for Xiang Beifei. She had been quite impressed by his deduction of the bald man earlier. Qin Yi said, Xiao Wei, you are too naive. Don't let him deceive you with just a few words. Come on, let me show you what a real reasoning talent is. He walked outside. Lu's Highway followed, half believing and half doubting. Outside, a law enforcement officer was dealing with a case involving a house robbery. Various pieces of evidence were packaged in plastic bags and spread across a table along with several crime scene photos, creating a messy display on the surface. Weird, we just found some clues, but now suddenly I can't make heads or tails of it. The law enforcement officer frowned. Just 5 minutes ago, he had almost solved the case, but for some reason, his mind seemed to have slowed down, and he couldn't understand things he had just figured out. He had even called the person who reported the crime, ready to close the case, and the robbed woman was sitting across from him, waiting for him to say something. Now, he didn't know how to explain. This law enforcement officer was equipped with an R-level electronic tracking system and had recently graduated from a regular university. Everyone called him Xiao Cao. His cultivation was just at the mid-stage of qi controlling, not even on par with Qin Yi, an S-level freshman from Liangzhou University. He was unaware that the sudden confusion in resolving the case was because Qin Yi had extracted his reasoning capabilities, messing up his logic. At that moment, Qin Yi approached Xiao Cao with big strides, boldly proclaiming, "What's so difficult about this case? Let me help you. Chapter 57, Offering Buddha Borrowed Flowers. Qin Yi casually flipped through the photos and evidence, and after glancing at the unpredictably moody plaintiff, he slowly said. This case is not difficult at all. You think this is a burglary case, but actually, there are too many suspicious points in this case. The timing of these so-called pieces of evidence is too coincidental to be valid. I can tell you with certainty that this is not a case of burglary but a staged case. Normally, it would be a case you concocted to commit insurance fraud, wouldn't it? The woman sitting opposite Xiao Cao changed her facial expression slightly, clenched her handbag tightly, and said nervously, You, don't joke, someone did break in. I called the police, just look at the surveillance. The surveillance shows the burglar was your accomplice. You think you did a perfect job, but you still missed one thing. We captured another photo. Qin Yi effortlessly pulled a photo from the evidence. The silhouette captured here shows you talking to a man after the incident. Although this man has disguised himself, you greatly underestimated our technology. The slight disguise could never fool us. You two collaborated to commit insurance fraud. Qin Yi laid out one piece of evidence after another on the table until the woman was red-faced and speechless. Exactly. How did I not think of that? Xiao Cao appeared to have an epiphany, smacking his own head, somewhat annoyed but at the same time admiringly looking at Qin Yi. Impressive. You solved what I was unclear about so quickly. I really underestimated you. Lu's Highway exclaimed as well. Haha, it's nothing. Just a piece of cake. Qin Yi was very pleased with himself. In fact, this case was not something Xiao Cao hadn't thought of. Xiao Cao had thought of it and was ready to close the case, but Qin Yi had snatched away his reasoning talent, which confused him. Qin Yi was merely presenting others' flowers as his tribute. He could not only take away others' talents but also acquire their original reasoning thoughts. As long as he integrated the reasoning process of this case from Xiao Cao into his own mind, relying on the amassed reasoning abilities, solving the case was a matter of a moment. If it had been a completely unfamiliar case, he wouldn't have been able to solve it so quickly. But neither Xiao Cao nor Lu's Highway were aware of Qin Yi's system, and they attributed the solving of the case to Qin Yi himself. Thus, they were extremely impressed with him for a while. So, Xiao Wei, if you want to learn reasoning abilities, you should seek me out. If it had been that high school student, he'd probably still be pondering the meaning of the photo now. Qin Yi boasted proudly. Xiang Beifei and Lu Hong walked toward the training room. He didn't know what Qin Yi was talking about, but solving a case wasn't too difficult for him either because many crime processes were written into the suspect's system tasks. It was plain to see. On the way, Lu Hong couldn't help but ask, You clearly have such impressive reasoning abilities, are you content to be mocked by Qin Yi? Using reasoning abilities to solve cases is good enough, there's no need to prove who is stronger, Xiang Beifei said. He had just had 10 points of reasoning talent extracted by Qin Yi, but it had no effect on him. Xia He would use a spiritual power crystal to disguise any system points he lost. Xiang Beifei liked to quietly prosper, he even hoped Qin Yi would complete his system tasks quickly. Then, he could get free shipping again. You. With such a temperament, you're easily bullied and likely to suffer in the future, Lu Hong shook his head. Sometimes, suffering losses isn't a bad thing, misfortune leans on fortune. Xiang Beifei was best at suffering losses. Qin Yi was insistent on performing tasks on him, and he couldn't do anything about it. Qin Yi might think he had made a huge gain. But Xiang Beifei never suffered a loss. You, child. Lu Hong smiled, not knowing what else to say. He increasingly found favor with Xiang Beifei. He himself was an S-level awakener, also within the investigation system, with an especially keen eye, except for when dealing with S-level disguise awakeners like Chen Gang, he rarely misjudged people. Qin Yi was interested in his daughter and had persistently asked him to mentor him, but he found Qin Yi too impulsive and too skilled at flattery. Mentorship was not the goal, which displeased him, so he had refused. But Xiang Beifei was different, possessing outstanding talent, a good personality, doing things quietly without flaunting, and avoiding needless competition. He truly appreciated such a person. Although he refrained from inquiring into Xiang Beifei's secrets, he wouldn't really believe that Xiang Beifei was an N-level awakener. I just wonder if this kid has any feelings for Xiao Wei. They are only a year apart. If they could see eye to eye. Lu Hong had some weird thoughts flashing through his mind. Entering the training room, Xiang Beifei changed his clothes and commenced warm-up exercises before training. Uncle Lu, if I manage to create sparks, how should I gather them together? Xiang Beifei asked. Seeing how dedicated Xiang Beifei was to his training, Lu Hong, fearing that he was rushing, said. Beifei, practicing rapid flame needs to be done step by step. When I first trained in this technique, it took me a full 2 weeks just to produce sparks, and Xiao Wei, being naturally restless and highly talented in this area, took 2 months to learn it because it wasn't her system ability. If you can't produce sparks, it's not a big deal, because my rapid flame technique comes from my own system, and it might not match your system attributes. So, you need to keep a level head, not set too high expectations, and not be too demanding. It's completely normal to spend a month or 2. Does it take that long? Xiang Beifei was a bit puzzled, shook his hands, and then swung a punch forward in a rather ordinary manner. Zzzt. The punch, carrying a few sparks, blasted a sandbag away. What? Lu Hong stared at Xiang Beifei's punch, then gasped in shock. He was utterly stunned. He actually managed it. How could it be so quick? Lu Hong found it incredibly hard to believe his own eyes. To think that rapid flame was a technique derived from his own system, which surely would be most suited for him to train in, and others should have some setbacks. But why did it take him 2 weeks to master it, while this kid managed it in just 1 day? He hadn't been training in rapid flame for even 24 hours yet, had he? Whose system's cultivation technique was rapid flame, after all? Lu Hong almost thought he was the outsider when it came to practicing rapid flame. You've grasped the basics already? Lu Hong asked in astonishment. Xiang Beifei threw another punch, sparks flickering, carrying a roaring sound, and slightly nodded, saying, I thought it wouldn't be difficult, I've been practicing it during breaks today. Lu Hong's chest heaved repeatedly, finding it hard to calm his breath. He was choked up by Xiang Beifei's words. Xiang Beifei hadn't even been training for a whole day, just during class breaks. The fastest to train in a technique from his own system wasn't himself but someone else. For a moment, he thought the awakened system belonged to Beifei. Chapter 58, Mandatory Mission. Lu Hong was at a loss for a long while, watching Xiang Beifei, unsure what to say. He thought he had been keeping a close eye on Xiang Beifei, but he never expected that it was still not enough. Sometimes when you compare yourself to others, it can truly choke you. Uncle Lu, how does one gather Mars to form a flame? Xiang Beifei had no idea what Lu Hong was thinking because this wasn't his system's cultivation technique, so he had no concept of how long it should take to practice these techniques or how to practice them. He could now produce a gust of wind with his punch, but the power of this gust was not yet sufficient. He aimed to reach the powerful levels that Lu Hong had when he dealt with Chen Gang. Finally, having regulated his emotions, Lu Hong collected his thoughts and said, reaching this step means you've begun to glimpse the path. To advance further, you need to change the direction of the spiritual power in your hands. Next, you need to convert the spiritual power to your palm, letting your palm control the spiritual power of the fist. Although this was a technique from his own system, Lu Hong was not stingy and meticulously taught Xiang Beifei each and every point. Xiang Beifei studied seriously according to the method taught by Lu Hong. Having such a good teacher meant he could avoid many detours. Lu Hong stood to the side, watching Xiang Beifei who was fully focused on his punches, and nodded slightly. At that moment, a line of text appeared on his system interface. Investigation system has detected a special N-level awakener who has mastered the rapid flame more aptly than the host. The system has forcefully initiated investigation mode. Investigation target, Xiang Beifei. Investigation direction, martial arts talent. Lu Hong was quite surprised to see the task that suddenly appeared in his system. Normally his investigation system would issue various investigation tasks which he could choose freely, like when working on cases, he might come across a murder weapon at the crime scene, and the system would issue tasks like please investigate the origin of this weapon, rewarding him upon completion. But with previous tasks from the system, Lu Hong could choose whether or not to take them on. However, this time the system had forcibly initiated investigation mode. Lu Hong mentally responded, I don't want to investigate him, I've already said as much last time. Following the incident with Lai Wuying, the system had issued the task would you like to investigate Xiang Beifei? After much deliberation, Lu Hong had decided to choose no. Beifei had saved his life, he was very grateful and felt it was unkind to pry into someone else's secrets. However, another line of text appeared in his system. This task is mandatory and cannot be refused. Rapid flame is a cultivation technique generated by the system tailored for the host, yet someone fits it even better than the host. The system needs to reassess the power of rapid flame and, if necessary, will collect Xiang Beifei's cultivation progress and details to refine the rapid flame technique. Impossible to refuse? Liu Hong stared blankly. He pondered deeply, but another line of text appeared on the interface. The system requires the host to teach Xiang Beifei all of the rapid flame techniques, to master his every step of the cultivation plan, to aid him in fully mastering rapid flame, facilitating system assessment, and to improve the host's way of cultivating rapid flame, enhancing the power of the rapid flame technique. Teaching rapid flame to Xiang Beifei was already Liu Hong's intention. But something felt off, such tasks from the system seemed illogical. He continued to inquire, what if Beifei fully masters rapid flame? The host may choose, erase him, seize all comprehension about rapid flame from him, and integrate it into oneself. Nonsense! Liu Hong spoke sternly, I am a city guardian, not a murderer. I won't undertake such a task. The host may also choose to cultivate him, and after Xiang Beifei has fully mastered it, ask Xiang Beifei to help the host improve the cultivation method. Note, this cultivation technique is the host's basic reliance, and the host's understanding of rapid flame is not on par with Xiang Beifei. To become more powerful, feedback from Xiang Beifei is essential. Liu Hong stared at the words on the system interface, falling into deep thought. As long as it doesn't involve killing, this option is acceptable to him. But, once Beifei has fully grasped rapid flame, would he be willing to share his insights with him? Liu Hong didn't have the confidence. The system's message was very clear: once Xiang Beifei mastered the power of rapid flame, he would certainly be stronger than himself in the future. People are selfish, and once they become powerful, they guard their newfound strength as a core secret, barely keeping up with their own protection, let alone sharing it with others. Forget it, if Beifei can grasp a deeper level of rapid flame, it's still a good thing. If he can give me feedback, great, but if not, I'll just let it be. Though Liu Hong was very curious about what a more powerful rapid flame might be like, he was fundamentally an honest man, living with openness. If Beifei wanted to help him, he'd accept the help, if not, he wouldn't insist. As a reward, each time Xiang Beifei progresses a level in rapid flame, the host will receive a corresponding reward. Current progress: Xiang Beifei has thrown 13,000 punches, creating sparks with his punches, equivalent to the host throwing 164,000 punches. Beifei's punching details have been recorded in preparation for rewriting the rapid flame database. Mission reward: investigation ability value plus 2,000. 2,000 points. Liu Hong was taken aback. He knew that when he normally investigated a criminal, he might only get rewarded with 100 points. The system simply recorded Xiang Beifei's punching details and gave him 2,000 points just like that. Liu Hong watched the way Xiang Beifei earnestly threw his punches and was truly amazed. He also faintly sensed something special about each of Beifei's punches. The method of execution was evidently no different from his own, yet somehow it felt distinct. Was this Beifei's understanding of rapid flame? Originally, he had taught Xiang Beifei rapid flame only to thank Beifei for helping him investigate Lai Wuying, but he had not expected that Beifei would inadvertently bring him these benefits after mastering it. If Xiang Beifei is willing to provide feedback, you may receive an advanced pill. An advanced pill? Liu Hong's heartbeat accelerated instantly. He was currently at the initial perfected stage of meridian opening. To step into the middle stage of meridian opening, there were two methods: one was relying on his own understanding, the other was buying an advanced pill. Relying on his own understanding was truly a challenge for him. It wasn't that his perception was poor, but at the meridian opening stage, every step forward required an epiphany, and such epiphanies do not just happen on demand. Some people may have an epiphany upon seeing a withering grass, while others may struggle for several years without any enlightenment. Liu Hong belonged to the latter. He was naturally very talented, but because of an injury he sustained while on duty, his progress became slow, trapping him in the initial stage of meridian opening for nearly 15 years. It was difficult to advance on his own understanding, so he needed to exchange for an advanced pill, striving to step into the middle stage of meridian opening. Yet, even now, he still needed to accumulate tens of thousands of investigation points to purchase an advanced pill. He hadn't expected that this time, the system would raise the reward to a significantly higher level in order to improve his rapid flame. Liu Hong's heart was ablaze with excitement. The allure of the advanced pill was simply too great for him. Chapter 59, Flame Gale. Xiang Beifei was still forcefully throwing punches. The speed of his punches grew faster, and the spark on his fists flickered. Following the method of spiritual power circulation taught by Liu Hong, he tried to fully unleash rapid flame but still did not succeed. The method of circulating spiritual power taught by Uncle Liu is indeed difficult, he said. Xiang Beifei stopped and looked at his palm. Concentrating spiritual power in the palm, with each punch, spiritual power flowed from between the fingers to the fist, relying on speed to unleash the power of rapid flame. For some reason, Xiang Beifei always felt this method was somewhat cumbersome. Given Uncle Lu's character, he wouldn't teach me the wrong way to use rapid flame, but why does the training method itself seem like this? Xiang Beifei found it strange. He applied the regenerative ointment given by Liu Hong on his arms to alleviate the soreness, ran the Chaos Yin Yang formula again, and his condition slightly recovered. Sitting in the chair, he contemplated how spiritual power should be circulated more effectively. The learn by analogy ability could enhance Xiang Beifei's comprehension, which was also why he could quickly learn the techniques taught by Liu Hong. However, in his perception, the way to execute rapid flame seemed to have limitations. Xiang Beifei could not be sure of this, as he didn't have a system to consult when he had doubts during cultivation. Although Xiahei rolled around on his shoulder all day, it treated the methods regarding system rewards very roughly, simply assimilating them without studying them in depth. Since rapid flame was taught by Liu Hong, it knew even less about it. Xiang Beifei could only rely on himself to figure it out. Since the ultimate outcome is to ignite the burning spiritual power and create a huge impact, could there be another way for the spiritual powers to converge? Xiang Beifei began to ponder this matter. Liu Hong had been accompanying Xiang Beifei at the training ground, wanting to see if Xiang Beifei could advance further in mastering rapid flame. The fact that Xiang Beifei had entered the door of rapid flame within a single day was truly shocking to him, and his system had issued a mandatory task with an advancement pill as the reward, which made him take it seriously. Seeing Xiang Beifei sit down to think, he wanted to go over and inquire, but he ultimately restrained himself. He has his own ideas, and I shouldn't disturb him, he thought. Liu Hong felt very anxious in his heart. He hoped Xiang Beifei could improve rapid flame, yet he was conflicted about whether Xiang Beifei would share back the method with him. If it were something else, he might not take it too seriously. But the system's reward was an advancement pill. That was a pill that could help him progress to the middle stage of meridian opening. If he could get an advancement pill, he was willing to give Xiang Beifei any system reward he could currently exchange. I mustn't overthink it, let nature take its course, he thought. Liu Hong forced himself to calm down. If Xiang Beifei was willing to share feedback, that would be best. If not, he must keep himself clear-headed. No matter how tempting, he wouldn't allow himself to choose another incorrect method offered by the system. Xiang Beifei channeled the spiritual power generated by the Chaos Yin Yang formula into his fingertips. Suddenly, he thought if he punched out and divided his spiritual power into two parts, letting them clash and explode, wouldn't it create a greater force than relying on air friction alone? He couldn't be sure, so he decided to give it a try. This method wasn't easy to master. He failed the first time, but he didn't get discouraged and continued to swing his fists, adjusting the two streams of spiritual power. After trying no less than 1,000 times, he finally discovered the optimal balance of the two spiritual power streams. When he punched out, sparks exploded, turning into a fiery red violent gust. Boom! The violent gust was only 2 inches away from his body, but it had a peculiar resilience and could even be used as a defensive tactic. This is indeed rare. Even Xiang Beifei himself was surprised after discovering this ability of rapid flame. Because during Liu Hong's teaching, rapid flame was an exceptionally powerful and aggressive attack technique with no defensive capabilities, relying solely on brute force to pummel the opponent. If the opponent also countered with brute force, one would have to physically withstand the opponent's attack. However, according to Xiang Beifei's experiments, he could actually transform an offensive move into a defensive tactic. He tried again and found out that if he controlled the flame gale well, it could morph and disperse at an angle he desired or even explode at a critical moment, providing more options during combat. However, since Xiang Beifei's current realm was only at the early stages of qi controlling, his spiritual power was not abundant enough to fully harness the power of rapid flame's violent gust. Given his current state, not to mention Liu Hong, even Qin Yi who had the literary Dao system could easily break his violent gust. It seems I need to advance my realm first. The strength of the early stage of qi controlling was indeed insufficient. Xiang Beifei sat down cross-legged and continued practicing. Qin Yi, utilizing his reasoning talent, thrived in the enforcement unit during the evenings. He had extracted the reasoning talent from everyone in the enforcement team, diminishing their reasoning abilities and enhancing his own. Basically, everyone in the department seemed like a novice in reasoning in front of him. Those with lower cultivation and system levels than Qin Yi seemed dim-witted when solving cases, and at that moment, with just a couple of casual hints from Qin Yi, their problems were effortlessly resolved, making him the subject of everyone's praise. No wonder he's an S-class student from Liangzhou University. He's amazing. Yet, Brother Qin, you're practically divine. No one can match your case-solving abilities. Qin Yi, when you graduate, are you interested in working here? We could rely on you to crack cases. Many officers were endlessly praising Qin Yi, completely impressed by his strong case-solving skills. Oh, not at all. I just love reasoning and even participate in various reasoning societies at school. I came here looking for Xiaowei and got intrigued by the cases, sorry to show off my little trick. Qin Yi laughed out loud. Being praised by so many, he felt somewhat elated. With his talent aggregation system in play, he could become the center of attention wherever he went, as long as he used it well. It's rare to see such modesty in young people these days. Most of these officers' talents were not comparable to Qin Yi's, and they had no idea that the reasoning prowess Qin Yi displayed was actually siphoned from them. They thought it was all Qin Yi's own doing, and they kept praising the young man vigorously. It's a pity that N-grade high school student is not here. If he saw my unparalleled reasoning talent, he would definitely be ashamed. Hee. Qin Yi relished being lauded, yet thinking of Xiang Beifei, he felt somewhat displeased. Chapter 60, Judging People. Today, the system was initiated to extract the talents of others, and the plan was to give that N-level awakener a good thrashing, so he would understand what the words genius really mean, and more importantly, to show him the gap between N-level and S-level. It's just a pity that the kid actually refused to fight and ran away. Qin Yi looked at Lu's highway, who had been following him and taking notes seriously, feeling quite proud. He knew that Lu's highway wanted to learn reasoning abilities, and with his own performance today at the enforcement squad, he should have impressed her, right? Xiaowei, what do you think? Has my reasoning ability inspired you? Qin Yi walked over to Lu's highway, asked with a proud smile. But he quickly realized that Lu's highway did not seem to admire him as he had imagined, instead, she was pondering something. What's the matter? Xiaowei, you seem preoccupied. Qin Yi asked. No, I'm just thinking about something. Lu's highway was biting her pen, and although Qin Yi had shown off his skills tonight and convinced many people, she felt that many of Qin Yi's deductions weren't that difficult, as they all came from existing evidence. They didn't leave as deep an impression as Xiang Beifei had. What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about Beifei, Lu's highway said. Thinking about him. Qin Yi's expression darkened for a moment before he squeezed out a smile. Xiaowei, you don't still think that high school student named Xiang Beifei has any reasoning ability, do you? He ran away the moment he heard he was going to compete with me in reasoning. I've said it before, an N-level nobody, pretending to be something he's not. The moment I take action, he's exposed. How can he compare to us at S-level? Lu's highway furrowed her brows, thought for a moment, and pointing at the bald man in the interrogation room, said, then can you tell me, what did that bald man do wrong? The bald man. Qin Yi looked towards the man named Lvhe, thought for a while, and began walking towards him. Where are you going? Lu's highway called from behind. To inquire, of course. Without asking, how can the case be solved? Qin Yi replied. However, Lu's highway said, aren't you able to find clues from various traces? Then just look at him from a distance and tell me what characteristics this bald man has, and what crime he is most likely to have committed. That's a bit difficult, Qin Yi said. Just now, when Beifei looked at him, he identified this bald man's occupation and crime almost perfectly with a single glance, Lu's highway said. Hearing this, Qin Yi knew he had to prove himself. If an N-level nobody could identify the traits of this bald man, could he, an S-level genius who had gathered so many people's reasoning talents, possibly fail? Qin Yi stood outside the interrogation room, staring at the bald man, observing him for quite some time. his fingernails were very long, looking as if they hadn't been trimmed for a while. What are long nails good for? Fighting? Considering his slender fingers, suitable for mutating into various types of claws, and also being bald, perhaps it was due to mutation-caused hair loss. The skin on his face was slack, but his eyes were still lively, combining the abnormal fingers and nails. These characteristics seemed to be the lingering effects left behind to fit the physical mutation of anthropomorphism. That is to say, this guy might have awakened some sort of mutation system that could mutate his body into a beast. Without the ability to inquire and not allowed to approach, Qin Yi couldn't learn more details, and could only make a rough analysis based solely on the appearance, clothing, and physical features of the other party. This speculation should be pretty accurate. He coughed and said, "Xiao Wei, if I'm not wrong, this person has the ability to transform into a beast, and he must have been brought in for fighting and disturbing public order, right?" Qin Yi waited somewhat smugly for Lu's Highway's affirmative response. He expected Lu's Highway to ask in amazement how he figured it out, after which he could grandly analyze everything, certainly more thoroughly than that N-level high school student. Wouldn't it then be clear who was superior and who was inferior? However, Lu's Highway looked at Qin Yi with a strange expression and shook her head, "No. How could it not be?" Qin Yi was slightly taken aback. "His ability has nothing to do with transformation into a beast," said Lu's Highway. Qin Yi's face struggled to maintain composure. His system worked by drawing on the collective wisdom, meaning he had absorbed the reasoning talents of the 17 people present. It was as if those 17 people had come to a conclusion together, and he had then claimed their conclusion as his own work. But if none of those 17 people could figure it out, then he definitely couldn't either. And this bald man before him obviously fell into the category where if one didn't know the opponent's system, it was easy to be misled. "Then what's the deal?" Qin Yi asked. "Beifei has already figured it out." Lu's Highway didn't immediately answer, but instead looked doubtfully at Qin Yi. "How could you get it wrong?" Qin Yi's face twitched. Real deduction is not about watching from a distance, but through conversation, picking out the flaws in the other person's words, so this doesn't prove anything, Qin Yi quickly said. "But in many cases, you don't have the opportunity to talk to the criminal, at most you have surveillance footage, and if you can't identify the criminal's features from the footage, then how can you solve the cases?" Lu's Highway, having awakened the super police system, understood various types of case analyses and generalizations, even if her deductive abilities were quite poor. Qin Yi was left speechless for a moment, internally cursing before defending himself. "I admit that my people reading skills aren't very accurate, because my specialty is reasoning through various types of cases, not observing people from afar." After a while, he added defensively, "Moreover, you said he figured out what kind of person this bald man is. Maybe that guy was just bluffing you?" Perhaps he already knew this bald man, knew what he did in the past, so of course, he came up with an answer when you asked him. Though Lu's Highway hadn't considered this point and thought it was unlikely, she couldn't be certain, so she didn't argue. Qin Yi glanced at his own system. After he chose the reasoning talent, the system set a task for him to solve 10 cases. He had already solved 8, and now needed to solve 2 more to complete the task. He had to crack 2 simple cases himself. "Let's go, I'll show you a thing or 2 more, and then you'll see how good I am," Qin Yi said. What the two didn't notice was that, after they left, the bald man who had been keeping his head down in the interrogation room suddenly let out a cold laugh. "Think these handcuffs can hold me? How naive!" The bald man looked at his handcuffs. These were specially made by the law enforcement team and possessed very strong binding power. Generally, even cultivators at the early stages of Meridian opening would find it difficult to break free. But these people didn't know one thing. He was an awakener with the R-level lock-free system. Chapter 61, Jailbreak. Qin Yi, once again relying on his reasoning ability, perfectly solved a case in front of Lu's Highway, which allowed him to take pride once more. "Pretty impressive," said Lu's Highway. "Of course. I've got the real deal," said Qin Yi. Next, he just needed to solve 1 more case to perfectly complete the mission and receive the system's reward. An amulet. He was very pleased with this reward. Given his current situation, this amulet could at least protect him once from a late-stage chi-controlling attack. It was already past 8 in the evening, and his talent aggregation system could only maintain effectiveness for 3 hours, and additionally, the same talent could only be used once per day. Once the time was up, the reasoning talent extracted from others would disappear, and if the mission were not completed by then, today's talent value would be wasted. There were probably less than half an hour left. The last task, he would pick an easy one and make it quick and decisive. Liu Hong returned from the training room, ready to finish today's work after putting aside the matter of rapid flame. But when he passed by the interrogation room and found it empty, he asked Xiao Cao, "Where's the person from the interrogation room? Have you closed the case?" "Not yet, we haven't handed over the case of electronic fraud," said Xiao Cao, looking up. "Then where's the suspect?" "Not there." Xiao Cao ran over, looked into the interrogation room, and his face changed dramatically. "How is this possible? He was here just 10 minutes ago," Xiao Cao muttered in disbelief. Not only that, they discovered that the door to the interrogation room had been left open. Liu Hong had a bad feeling and rushed into the interrogation room, searching every inch of it, only to find a pair of unlocked handcuffs, which made his face grow extremely grave. He shouted to Ma Figuang, who was closest to the door, "Xiao Ma, did you see anyone pass by the door just now?" "I wasn't paying attention," Ma Figuang shook his head. "Check the surveillance." "Right away." Ma Figuang quickly tapped away at the keyboard, pulling up the entire office's surveillance, including footage from the entrance and all other directions. In the last half hour, no suspicious individual left through the entrance. There was only a law enforcement officer who had finished his shift leaving, but they were visible in the surveillance the whole time, confirming it wasn't a disguise. Ma Figuang then turned the surveillance to the interrogation room and quickly noticed how the bald man, somehow, managed to unlock his handcuffs and, while others weren't paying attention, effortlessly opened the door of the interrogation room and then slipped towards the nearby staircase. 2 minutes ago, he ran towards the holding cell area. There's no exit there. Liu Hong furrowed his brows. In their facility, prisoners had to be gathered in the interrogation room first, and once their crimes were confirmed, according to the process, they were taken to the temporary cells at the back, where they would wait to be transported to the prison to be locked up together at a designated time. Next to the interrogation room was the staircase leading to the holding cells. However, at that moment, alarms from the holding cells started blaring. Someone's forcibly opening the doors of the holding cells. Liu Hong's expression changed dramatically. The doors to the holding cells were alarmed, so if they were opened without a law enforcement officer's pass, it would immediately trigger an alert. They hurried towards the holding cells and did a check. The prisoner from cell 5 was gone. "Quick, initiate emergency procedures, lock down the entire law enforcement station," commanded Liu Hong sternly. Bald-headed LV had escaped from the interrogation room 2 minutes earlier, heading towards the detention area and kidnapping the prisoner from cell 5. It had not been long, and it was very likely that these two individuals had not yet managed to escape. "Yes." Ma Figuang hurriedly activated the emergency measures of the enforcement office. The grounds of the enforcement office lit up with a transparent light shield, like a protective bubble, completely sealing off the entire office and simultaneously cutting off all external contacts, blocking every possible means of departure. The enforcement office's security measures were extremely effective. The awakeners of this world possessed a variety of systems, including the Transcend Movie World system, the Transcend All Worlds system, or those capable of creating spatial corridors or teleporting on the spot. However, as long as they were within the grounds of the enforcement office, any system that could force an escape would be blocked. This ensured that the imprisoned criminals could not flee. Liu Hong's mechanical raven lit up, scanning every inch of cell 5, searching every corner of the cell. However, there was nothing out of the ordinary in the entire cell. The alarm had just gone off, and the only thing he could be certain of was that the two prisoners were still within the grounds of the enforcement office. The question was, how did they disappear? What happened? Liu's Highway and Qin Yi both rushed over. "You two don't come in, there's a prison break and we need to conduct an investigation." Liu Hong stopped the two of them. "Prison break?" Liu's Highway blinked in slight astonishment. At this moment, Xiao Cao spoke up, "Captain Liu, you might want to ask Qin Yi. Last night he showed us what a reasoning genius is all about. Yet, he's truly an S-grade elite student from Liangzhou University. He just helped us crack several cases with ease." Right, we should have young Qin take a look. He will definitely be able to figure out this case." The officers who had closed cases with Qin Yi's help were praising him non-stop, all recommending him to handle the situation. Praised by everyone, Qin Yi felt quite proud. Puffing out his chest, he said, "Uncle Liu, Please let me take a look. I cannot shirk my responsibility when it comes to such matters. Talents should be used in the right place, shouldn't they? Liu Hong frowned slightly, as he really didn't like Qin Yi. He had already searched the area with his own investigation system and came up empty. The adversary had not left any strange traces, it was as though they had vanished into thin air. Liu Hong was not a stubborn man. If he couldn't find any leads himself, he was willing to let someone capable help. Fine, if you can really handle it, Liu Hong gave a nod, allowing Qin Yi to enter. However, for some unknown reason, the person who came to mind was Xiang Beifei, who was still in the training room. Because the one in cell 5 was none other than Wan Chu, the mute bank robber that Xiang Beifei had mentioned yesterday. At that time, Xiang Beifei had only glanced at Wan Chu before reminding him to check out the situation at Qunhe Bridge. Doubting yet curious, Liu Hong sent out the mechanical raven to search, and indeed they found Wan Chu's accomplice in the piers of Qunhe Bridge. The case was not yet completed, thus Wan Chu was temporarily held here. Liu Hong still vividly remembered what Xiang Beifei said to him before heading to the training room yesterday. Be careful, this person is not so simple. At that time, Liu Hong didn't take it to heart, knowing the power of the enforcement office, it was nearly impossible for criminals to escape through their systems. So, he didn't dwell on it. Yet today, an incident occurred. Should we ask Beifei to come here? Liu Hong did not trust the boastful Qin Yi to find the criminals. He had more faith in Xiang Beifei. Xiang Beifei had a very special ability and also possessed a remarkable recognition talent, evident from the Lai Wuying incident. Chapter 62, The Prison Built by Sr. Liu Hong didn't immediately go to find Xiang Beifei because Qin Yi was also there. He needed to know what Qin Yi's reasoning was before deciding whether to seek out Xiang Beifei. All law enforcement officers were in the hallway of the detention room, watching Qin Yi. Qin Yi walked into room 5 with his head held high, looking around the detention room. The room wasn't very big, about 10 square meters, with only a bed and not even a table. He scanned the ceiling light and the bed sheets. There was nowhere to hide. After a thorough check, Qin Yi found nothing amiss. At this moment, a prompt appeared on Qin Yi's system. Host, please note, the extracted talent has only 30 minutes left. Please clarify how the 2 prisoners escaped within the last 30 minutes. A sense of dread washed over Qin Yi. Extracting someone else's talent was time limited, and he had to complete the task provided by the system within the set time. Otherwise, it would be considered a task failure, and the extracted talent would return to the original person. This is bad! He exclaimed. Qin Yi had already solved 9 cases, with only 1 case left. He had planned to choose an easy one for the last case but did not expect to stumble upon this incident. Just now, carried away by the law enforcement officer's high spirits and their praises, he walked in, and the system automatically assumed he took this case as his 10th one. However, he was now completely clueless. Qin Yi, have you found anything? Ma Figuang asked from behind. Don't rush him. Qin Yi is an S-level reasoning talent. He'll definitely find a way, said Xiao Cao, who was very optimistic about this Liangzhou University genius, especially since Qin Yi had just helped him solve a case. Right, we're lucky he's here tonight, other officers echoed, looking expectantly at Qin Yi. Lucky my ass. Qin Yi felt like cursing. The 9 cases he'd solved were basically ready to be cracked, and he had merely stolen other people's efforts to showcase them as his own. The problem was, this case was sudden and lacked any leads. He was in a difficult position now. It was already too late to refuse. The system had started the countdown. Isn't there surveillance in the detention room? Qin Yi inquired. There is, but this guy came prepared. We haven't finished searching him yet, Ma Figuang replied, holding a mobile device, projecting the images from the detention room into midair. The surveillance had 2 feeds, one from the hallway outside the detention room and one from inside room 5. The footage showed LVH with a bald head sneaking from the interrogation room to the hallway, searching until he found room 5. He then spat out something strange from his mouth, and a thick smoke obscured the surveillance from both the detention room and the hallway, making it impossible to see anything. By the time the smoke cleared, the person was gone. The surveillance provided no insight into how the 2 vanished. Qin Yi silently wiped off sweat, walked to the wall, and tapped it. From the current situation, these 2 criminals have probably already left this detention room. They likely have the ability to pass through walls. However, Liu Hong interjected coldly, they couldn't possibly pass through walls. Do you think the detention room walls in the enforcers building can be breached just like that? They can't pass through walls. Qin Yi was taken aback. Liu's highway explained, the walls of the detention room were designed by an SR-level architect from the Liangzhou Alliance, someone with extremely strong building abilities, a god-refining stage expert. Unless one's cultivation is higher than his, it's impossible to leave the range of the walls no matter what method is used. There is only one exit, which is precisely the way we came in. The prison constructed by an SR-level practitioner was incredibly formidable, instantly nullifying abilities like teleportation and other system powers. The system had level suppression, and powers wielded by awakeners of lower-level systems would hardly be effective against those from higher-level systems. The prisoner locked up here was named Wan Chu, and he had only awakened an R-level system. So it's like that. Qin Yi began to feel uneasy. He had planned to bluff his way through by phasing through walls or teleporting, but that path had been completely blocked by the SR-level constructor. He glanced at his system again, 7 minutes left. At this moment, his reasoning talent score had already started to drop. It fell from 121 to 93. Damn, his reasoning talent was about to become ineffective. Qin Yi felt flustered, but with so many eyes on him, he couldn't possibly do anything else. He feigned composure and then said with certainty, then the most likely explanation is that they left through invisibility. That was the only explanation possible. However, at this time, the other law enforcement officers looked at him with strange expressions. What's wrong? Did I say something incorrect? Qin Yi asked, feeling guilty. Liu Hong pointed toward the corridor of the containment cell and said, see the door at the end of the corridor? That door is the masterpiece of that SR constructor, and any disguise, no matter who uses it or how, will be stripped away when passing through that door. What kind of SR constructor is this? More like an SB constructor. What was the point in building such a sophisticated prison, just to make a fool of me? Qin Yi internally cursed the constructor's ancestors over and over. He was the one everyone had placed their high hopes on. If not for this SB constructor, he could have made up something on the spot and muddled through since the law enforcement officers didn't know how the criminal had escaped. That way, whatever nonsense he spouted would have seemed credible. But this SB constructor had to block him in every way. Liu Hong looked at Qin Yi coldly and said, don't you have strong reasoning abilities? Can't you deduce the details from all these aspects? Qin Yi's face turned red. He had only extracted someone else's reasoning skills, not their memories. Besides, he was not a professional law enforcement officer, how could he understand so much? By now, his talent value had dropped to 59. Qin Yi, don't get nervous. Just show the same confidence you did when you helped us solve the case earlier. It will be all right, Xiao Cao said from the side. I've already returned the reasoning talent to you guys, how could it still be all right? Qin Yi cursed internally. You haven't got a clue, have you? Liu Hong pressed, staring at Qin Yi. Qin Yi bit his lip, still not giving up, give me a moment to think. Then think, Xiao Wei, go get Beifei over here. He might have an idea about this, Liu Hong said. Beifei? The law enforcement officers here remembered Xiang Beifei and knew he was just an N-level awakener. Xiao Cao spoke from the side, Captain, Beifei is just an N-level awakener. Will it be useful to bring him here? Yet, if even our detective genius Qin Yi tonight can't figure this out, what good would a high school student do? Ma Figuang also chimed in. Right, if even an S-level like Qin Yi can't deduce it, then he probably has no chance either, the other law enforcement officers nodded in agreement. Chapter 63, Unexpected Place. Qin Yi, though he couldn't reason it out himself, seeing someone else's support, felt more confident and said, Uncle Liu, even an S-class like me and you are at a loss with this case, what can he possibly do? Can an N-class really be better than the two of us? Liu Hong was also an S-class awakener, Qin Yi intended to align himself with Liu Hong. However, Liu Hong paid no attention to this fellow but repeated to Liu's highway, Xiao Wei, go call him over. Okay, Dad. Liu's highway put away her notebook and ran outside. About 2 minutes later, Xiang Beifei was dragged here by Liu's highway, who had pulled and tugged him along. What's the meaning of this? I need to cultivate. Xiang Beifei was training well in the training room when Liu's highway came over, and without saying anything else, she dragged him here. The problem was, he was no match for Lu's highway now and had no chance to resist. There's a case here, since your reasoning ability is top-notch, come and take a look for us. Lu's highway had wanted to see who between Xiang Beifei and Qin Yi had better reasoning ability, but Xiang Beifei didn't want to get involved. Now she had a good excuse, and she suddenly got excited. Seeing Xiang Beifei, Qin Yi's eyes darkened, and he said with a cold sneer, "What can an N-class like him figure out? Xiao Wei, you still hold hope for him, but he's probably just talking nonsense. You were mostly wrong in your reasoning just now, too." Lu's highway kindly reminded him. Qin Yi's face turned various shades of red and pale, but he then said, "You should think of it this way, both Uncle Lu and I are S-class, and if we can't figure it out, then he has even less of a chance. Who knows?" Lu's highway thought of Lai Wuying's matter. Qin Yi snorted lightly. "Then let's go. Let me see what you're capable of. I bet the moment you open your mouth, it'll be about passing through walls, invisibility, right?" Qin Yi inwardly hoped Xiang Beifei would make similar claims, so his previous reasoning wouldn't seem too foolish. Xiang Beifei, unaware of what had happened, asked in confusion, "Could someone explain to me what exactly happened here?" "Haha, do you think we are all gathered here for a party?" Qin Yi said in a sarcastic tone. Lu Hong ignored Qin Yi, but watched Xiang Beifei with great expectation and explained, "The convict Wan Chu we captured yesterday has escaped from prison." "Escaped from prison?" Xiang Beifei walked to the entrance of detention cell number 5, poked his head inside for a look but retracted it just 2 seconds later. Seeing that he didn't even enter the cell, Qin Yi sneered to himself. This guy doesn't understand anything. Does he really think he can infer anything by doing this? Daydreaming. Xiang Beifei scanned the corridor with a glance and then said, "Uncle Lu, you didn't check beneath your feet." Upon hearing this, Qin Yi immediately seized the opportunity to mock, "Is this your reasoning ability? Checking beneath your feet? Are you suggesting looking at the floor tiles? Don't you know that no convict can pass through walls to leave? Checking the floor tiles, that's hilarious." He completely forgot that he had just speculated Wan Chu had escaped through the walls. Lu Hong said, "I have checked already, whether inside the cells or the corridor, I have checked all the floor tiles, even scanned them. I'm not talking about floor tiles." Xiang Beifei walked a few steps along the corridor. "The floor tiles of the corridor, Uncle Lu has checked, that I'm certain of. But..." He glanced among the crowd and then laid eyes on Qin Yi, casually pointing at Qin Yi and saying, "You didn't check his shoe soles." With Xiang Beifei pointing like that, Qin Yi instantly grew angry. "What do you mean? Are you saying I'm their accomplice? I came here to solve the case, do you dare to doubt me? The convict is under your shoe sole." Xiang Beifei looked at Qin Yi. Lu Hong realized something and was slightly taken aback. "Fei, scan his shoes." Lu Hong commanded sternly. Swish! Fei Ye's eyes shone with a red light. Immediately after, Lu Hong was shocked. "He's actually hiding here." Lu Hong glared at Qin Yi coldly. Qin Yi, suddenly targeted by Lu Hong, was also startled and asked without understanding, "Uncle Lu, what do you mean? Take the chewing gum off your shoe sole." Lu Hong said unequivocally. "Chewing gum on my shoe sole? There's no chewing gum under my shoes." Qin Yi, puzzled by the question, instinctively lifted his foot and looked at the sole, only to be shocked a moment later. Somehow, a piece of chewing gum had really stuck to the bottom of his shoe. Lu Hong waved his hand, and a swipe of spiritual power passed over, lifting the chewing gum into midair. Then, with a horizontal chop, the sharp edge of the flame sliced the chewing gum in half. Crack! The chewing gum burst open, and 2 figures tumbled out from it, looking very embarrassed. "What?" Qin Yi's eyes almost popped out. How could they be hiding in there? Xiao Cao and the other law enforcement officers also exclaimed in shock, utterly astonished. How could people be hidden inside chewing gum? What kind of systems ability was this? Moreover, how did Xiang Beifei know? To be clear, just a moment ago, Qin Yi, S-class genius of Liangzhou University, had gone through a series of reasoning, yet he had not found any trace of the 2 prisoners attempting to escape. And among them, each law enforcement officer possessed unique skills tailored to dealing with criminals, especially the most experienced S-class awakener, Lu Hong, who was present. Yet, Even with the combination of 3 S-class awakeners and a bunch of R-class law enforcement officers, they had no clue about the jailbreak and were at their wits' end. But then this N-grade Beifei just arrived, took less than 2 minutes, and casually found the prisoners. It was simply too incredible. How on earth had Beifei reasoned it out? How had he deduced that the 2 suspects were hiding under Qin Yi's shoe? And how had he noticed that there was a piece of chewing gum on the bottom of the shoe? All faces were filled with disbelief. Even the S-class prodigy, Qin Yi, was stunned. A series of question marks flew around in their minds. But no matter how much they thought about it, they couldn't understand the logic. They quickly realized that only Xiang Beifei could answer this question. However, by the time they thought to ask Xiang Beifei, they discovered he had already disappeared. Where's the person? Where's Beifei? There. Everyone looked closely, and Xiang Beifei was walking back the way he came. Hey, wait, where are you going? Lu's highway called out anxiously from behind. Cultivating, do not disturb. With his hands in his pockets, Xiang Beifei walked along the corridor, his departing footsteps calm and serene. Like a leaf fluttering with the wind, leisurely and carefree, his slender and skinny silhouette was elongated by the corridor lights, exuding an indescribable stylishness and elegance. He disappeared at the end of the corridor without turning his head, leaving behind a group of people, shocked and staring at one another. This young man's silhouette. Could it really be that handsome? To casually crack a case and leave without a trace? But then again, after solving the case, at least explain a bit. At the very least, tell us how you knew they were hiding there. Hey! Is solving such an important case really such a waste of your time? The law enforcement officers looked at each other without a word, silent. The doubts in their minds were still not resolved, making them especially uncomfortable. How exactly did Beifei know that the criminals were hiding under Qin Yi's feet? They needed Xiang Beifei's answer. But it seemed that Xiang Beifei had no intention of staying longer at all, from being reluctantly dragged there by Lu's highway to leaving after cracking the case, not even staying for 2 minutes. It was as if he were just a passerby happening upon this place, solving a case that no one else could resolve, yet offering no further explanation. Having done the deed, he shook off his sleeves and left, his merits and fame deeply concealed. Is this what they call a true master? Chapter 64, Tie Me Up. This kid. Lu Hong couldn't help but laugh and cry. Is cultivation really that urgent? Qin Yi was mocking you to your face, at least throw back a couple of sarcastic remarks. What a perfect opportunity, and you don't retort. Forget it, this kid's personality doesn't seem to be one that strives to win at all costs. Lu Hong looked over at Qin Yi. Qin Yi's face was extremely ugly, probably because Xiang Beifei's sudden arrival had stolen his thunder. His complexion was now like the liver of a pig. Looking at Qin Yi, Lu Hong suddenly realized. Beifei not mocking Qin Yi was actually the biggest mockery of him. After all, Qin Yi is an S-rank elite student at Liangzhou University, a future star of hope, just a moment ago hailed by the law enforcement officials as a super detective with godlike case-solving skills. They had lauded him to the skies. But this favored son of heaven, when faced with this case, spouted a lot of nonsense, and ended up making a fool of himself without getting anything right. Then Beifei was reluctantly dragged over by Lu's highway. With a casual glance, he identified 2 prisoners trying to escape and directly solved the case. After that, he left without bothering to explain a word. He didn't even bother to compete with someone like Qin Yi. That was already the greatest mockery for an S-rank genius like Qin Yi. Although Lu Hong himself hadn't solved the case either, he hadn't shown off his reasoning skills. With Beifei shining so brightly, he was more than happy. There was no room for envy, let alone feeling mocked. But it was different for Qin Yi. I knew it, Beifei really is hiding his light under a bushel. Lu's highway's eyes were gleaming, and she gripped her notebook even tighter. Reasoning talent top-notch, I must learn from him. At this moment, Qin Yi was almost grinding his teeth to dust. This bastard! Isn't he an N-rank awakener? How the hell did he deduce that? It's unacceptable. It's too much to bear. The genius image he had so hardly constructed at the law enforcement brigade in the evening was collapsing like a landslide. Compared with Beifei, what was he, Qin Yi, but an egg? He came to solve the case with much fanfare, only to end up with a whimper instead of a bang, while someone reluctantly got dragged over, glanced twice, and closed the case. How could he compare? What's most despicable is, why, when that guy was leaving, his damn silhouette looked so cool. He often shone as the favored son of heaven among the freshmen at Liangzhou University, constantly radiating brilliance across the campus, going on stage to receive awards on various occasions until his hands were full of trophies, but why the heck can't he look as cool as that bastard? Qin Yi was filled with jealousy. Jealous to a splintering degree. No. That cool silhouette must be learned and remembered for the next time. However, at this moment, Xiao Cao came to his senses and pointed at Qin Yi, loudly exclaiming, "Qin Yi, I thought so highly of you, and you turn out to be a co-conspirator with these two men." As soon as Ma Figuang heard this, he immediately snapped back to his senses and shouted, "I get it now. You went to so much trouble to help us with the case tonight just to gain our trust, so we'd regard you as a super detective. Then, after they escaped, you knew we'd definitely look to you to solve the case. Following that, you'd have the opportunity to get those two out. So that's it, you're so crafty. And to think I believed you had a reasoning talent, I was really blind. Exactly, I was wondering why you were so eager to help us with the investigation, turns out you're nothing but a jackal." The law enforcement officers, who had lost their reasoning talent, had been unable to connect logic, but now as their reasoning talent gradually returned, they cobbled together a tale of a cunning criminal conspiracy, openly repairing roads while covertly channeling through the way, a grand drama of a joint prison break. And Qin Yi was the key mastermind. "Tie him up." Xiao Cao and Ma Figuang didn't say another word and pinned Qin Yi down. Qin Yi was still gritting his teeth at Xiang Beifei when he was suddenly pressed to the ground, completely dumbfounded. "Hold on, this isn't what you think, listen to me explain, I really had no idea." Heaven and earth as his witnesses, he only wanted to put on a show in front of Lu's highway and Xiang Beifei, he truly had no clue what was going on. However, Xiao Cao and Ma Figuang didn't care about the details and captured him first to sort things out later. "Uncle Lu! Uncle Lu! Your wise eyes see the truth. You must know I'm not involved. Uncle Lu! You must discern the truth." Although Qin Yi was an S rank, he was a student of the liberal arts college and not skilled in combat, incapable of resisting, now desperately calling out to Lu Hong in panic. Lu Hong knew that this was very likely unrelated to Qin Yi, this fellow simply liked to show off and, inadvertently, had been used by others. But he kept a stern face, adopting an all-business demeanor, "Whether you're an accomplice or not isn't for you to decide. Lock him up. Interrogate him thoroughly first." Qin Yi had to prove his innocence, but Lu Hong knew Qin Yi wasn't involved and didn't want to waste time interrogating him. He intended to interrogate Lvhe and Wan Chu first, so he ignored Qin Yi. As a result, Qin Yi was thrown directly into the detention room by Xiao Cao. No matter how much he tried to explain, there was nothing he could do, he was going to spend the night here. At this time, he was still seething with anger. Today, at the enforcement office, an N-level high school student had slapped his face thoroughly. He, a prestigious Liangzhou University student, an S-rank talent, had lost all his dignity. Not to mention, this was his first time ever being thrown in jail. Humiliation, indeed. Even though he knew he was innocent, he still felt the disgrace. Being a gifted reasoning talent and yet being treated as a suspect. Tomorrow, his family and the university must be notified. Imagine, a prominent new figure among Liangzhou University's freshmen, not having identified the criminal, yet being treated as the suspect. This was a stain on his life. But when he checked his system interface, he was surprised to discover a hint. "You've clarified how the two suspects escaped from prison, successfully solved the 10th case, and thus completed the task flawlessly." The system task is completed. Qin Yi was overjoyed. He clearly wasn't the one solving the 10th case tonight, so how did the system still consider it completed by him? After some thought, Qin Yi came to a conclusion. In the system's instructions, it hadn't specified that he had to solve the case by himself. Solving a case inherently involved gathering clues from various sources. There is no detective who solves cases entirely on their own, they must get help from others. Be it witnesses, or evidence provided by law enforcement officers, all these are within the scope of assistance from others. Even interrogating suspects counts as solving a case with the help of suspects. For this task, the system only required solving the case, not who did the solving. This means as long as a case is resolved, the task is considered complete. And just now, Xiang Beifei had swiftly unraveled the case right before the task's deadline. That's the same as helping him complete the task. Who would have thought, who would have thought? A blessing in disguise, wahahaha. Qin Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. He was completely agitated, his excitement merging with his agitation. Host has completed the task, 1 amulet awarded. Would you like to claim your reward? Xiang Beifei, oh Xiang Beifei. You've earned fame, but I didn't lose out either. Qin Yi smugly selected yes. Then, Qin Yi's face turned grim. Qin Yi's forehead darkened. Damn it! System, you're playing me. If the task failed, just say it failed, why claim I completed it? Damn it, do you find this amusing? Qin Yi completely lost it and started cursing out loud. He had no idea where his reward had gone, nor did he take the time to think it through, assuming it was just a system error and that he had misunderstood the task rules, instantly becoming utterly enraged. Chapter 65, Him? Xiang Beifei was seriously swinging his fists in the training room, pondering the violent gust he had just grasped. Woof woof woof. Xiaohe barked cheerfully. He turned around and saw that Xiaohe was holding an amulet. Oh, this thing. Xiang Beifei nodded slightly. It was a late-stage qi-controlling item, which could be used to light up the stars. He still needed to find a few more system rewards to gain his third ability. But he wasn't in a hurry for now, he first needed to reach the mid-stage of qi-controlling, and then he could light up the third star. Xiang Beifei resumed practicing for a while until Xiaohe reminded him that it was already 11 o'clock. Having returned home so late yesterday, grandfather was worried and had stayed up waiting for him, probably waiting again today. He decided to go home early. He got up, took a shower in the changing room, and then left the training room. Aha! He had only taken a few steps when Lu's highway appeared in front of him, lively as ever. I didn't interrupt your practice, she quickly said. Xiang Beifei responded. Then, could you quietly tell me about your reasoning process earlier? Lu's highway lowered her voice and waved the notebook in her hand. Her face full of a thirst for knowledge, she wanted to know how Xiang Beifei had deduced that those two people were hiding in the tiles, but when Xiang Beifei had left earlier, he had asked her not to disturb him. Desperate to learn deductive skills from Xiang Beifei, she had no choice but to respectfully wait outside, almost dying of anticipation. Xiang Beifei was somewhat exasperated. How could he teach this? Yesterday, when he saw Wan Chu's reclamation system, he had already warned Lu Hong to be cautious of this man. But at that time it was just a caution, he couldn't tell Lu Hong what the man's system was, and he still couldn't say now. However, Lu's highway kept staring at him intently, making him somewhat uncomfortable. I'm your guardian envoy, just teach me a little, just a little bit. Lu's highway was earnest in her plea. Xiang Beifei sighed. All right, it depends on your insight. I'll roughly analyze it for you, how much you can learn depends on your fate, he said. Tell me, I'm taking notes. Lu's highway nodded vigorously. Wait, let me listen to your analytical process too. Lu Hong approached from somewhere, smiling as he looked at Xiang Beifei. Xiang Beifei's performance was all observed by him. Uncle Lu, did they confess? Xiang Beifei asked. They confessed, but I still want to know how you deduced it. Lu Hong himself possessed an S-grade investigation system, but this type of system relied on clues to track, and the coordination between Wan Chu and LV was so seamless that they left no traces. Although he had interrogated them about the incident, he still had not grasped Xiang Beifei's thought process in solving the case. He needed to know what Xiang Beifei's reasoning process was. All right, it's actually not that difficult. Xiang Beifei prepared his phrasing in his mind, then said. First, this case had to be reasoned from Wan Chu's system. Initially, I also did not know Wan Chu's system, so I could only conjecture if he was digging under the bank for the vault, then he might possess a system related to digging. Combining that with him hiding his accomplice under the bridge pier, I thought he might concoct the same method again. Lu's highway quickly wrote down everything Xiang Beifei said. Then why were you so sure they weren't hiding in the detention room? Why didn't you search the detention room? Lu's highway never quite figured this out because just after Xiang Beifei had found out what had happened here, he stuck his head into the detention room, pulled it back out after just 2 seconds, and didn't even bother to go inside. Xiang Beifei explained, that's because I trust Uncle Lu's investigative abilities. Uncle Lu's raven is really incredible. In such a small detention room, if they were hiding there, How could they possibly deceive Uncle Lu? After all, he's an S-rank powerhouse. Killing those petty thieves in an instant, with various scanning methods activated, where could those two possibly have escaped to? Lu's Highway suddenly realized and then turned to her father excitedly, "Dad, is what Beifei said right?" It probably is." Lu Hong suddenly felt embarrassed by the praise. Although Uncle Lu didn't immediately think about how Wan Chu and Lvhe mysteriously disappeared, actually, if Uncle Lu just had some time, he would definitely have searched them, and then he would have figured it out. Xiang Beifei gave Lu Hong another way out. "Dad, is that so?" Lu's Highway looked at Lu Hong expectantly. Roughly, it probably is." Lu Hong laughed awkwardly and could only take the hint, else he would appear too undignified in front of his daughter. Actually, Qin Yi hadn't gone to the detention room at all that evening, he was with Lu's Highway the whole time and had an alibi. After the incident, Lu Hong was the first one on the scene, by which time, the two were already gone. Normally, Lu Hong wouldn't have suspected Qin Yi. If it weren't for Beifei mentioning it, he might have really overlooked it. "Keep going," Lu Hong said. "First, I guess their system. Since they could dig under the ground to rob a bank, couldn't they also dig through tiles? The walls of the enforcement office are very sturdy, but the tiles are just ordinary tiles. There's only one way out, so they must rely on someone else's power, meaning they can only rely on outsiders to escape from prison." Xiang Beifei explained it all logically. Lu's Highway grew even more impressed and asked again, "Then why did you think of Qin Yi's shoe soles first?" "If it were me, I would also choose Qin Yi because he isn't a law enforcement officer. If they chose someone like Uncle Lu, who is an S-rank person, that would be like walking into a trap. Choosing other law enforcement officers wouldn't be safe either, as law enforcement officers' systems definitely relate to abilities like handling cases and investigating. Without being sure of their abilities, risks could easily arise, and thus outsiders are the only option. I knew Qin Yi should have been helping you solve the case last night, but those two, detained from the start, definitely didn't know about Qin Yi's deductive abilities and thus regarded him as just an ordinary awakener, making him the best choice." Xiang Beifei's explanation was rational and well-founded. However, Lu Hong grasped the essential point and asked, "It seems you had already ruled out Qin Yi as their accomplice early on." Xiang Beifei said incredulously, "Him?" Lu Hong paused. "Him." These two words, plain and simple. Yet, they carried a profound meaning. So, to this S-rank genius from Liangzhou University, a freshman no less, Qin Yi didn't even qualify to be an accomplice for Wan Chu and Lvhe in Beifei's eyes. This boy wasn't uncompetitive, he simply disdained to lower his status to argue with someone like Qin Yi. They simply weren't on the same level. Lu Hong was deeply moved. It turned out that Qin Yi had never really been looked at properly by Xiang Beifei from the beginning to the end. For Xiang Beifei, no matter how these people tried to hide, their system interface would always shine brightly. He looked around and then noticed two system interfaces on the soles of Qin Yi's shoes. There was no need for reasoning. And the act of creating a space in chewing gum, that was all written on Wan Chu's reclamation system. The system was costly when creating a space in small objects, but the chewing gum was something Wan Chu had created long ago, serving as his last resort escape tool. The legendary Xiangxia black technology storage ring could create a vast space. So, a storage chewing gum. What's so surprising about that? Chapter 66, 4 Kinds of Rewards. "Dad, is what Beifei said the same as what you interrogated?" Lu's Highway asked urgently. Just now, to be safe, Lu Hong did not let any irrelevant people come into contact with Wan Chu and Lvhe, including his daughter, so Lu's Highway still did not know the true facts of the matter. Lu Hong nodded slightly. "Wan Chu is a mute, but Lvhe was stubborn at first, but after I asked Uncle Chang to talk to him, Lvhe confessed everything. Chang Shan, that's the veteran officer with the S rank, turned back in your ashore system, and he had the cultivation of the late Meridian opening phase. For ordinary petty thieves, if others couldn't get anything out of them during interrogation, they would hand them over to him. Usually, after exchanging a few words with him, they'd be touched and confess everything easily." Lu Hong continued, "Lvhe and Wan Chu, who was arrested yesterday, are friends. After Wan Chu was arrested, he was planning to rescue him before Wan Chu was transferred from the law enforcement office to prison, because once in the prison, there would be no chance at all, so he planned tonight's jailbreak. Any criminal who entered the Alliance prison had virtually zero chance of escape. But getting into the law enforcement squad was not that easy, especially the custody room. Then did Lvhe reveal what his system is? Xiang Beifei asked. Liu Hong shook his head. No, the test results for Lvhe's system came out as R grade, and it would require a system 2 grades higher to interrogate him. An R grade system was already considered powerful, with the system itself having self-protection capabilities. Even if some interrogation techniques were used, it would be very difficult to make Lvhe confess everything. Of course, with an SR grade interrogation system, there would be ways to forcibly break through the confidentiality defense of an R grade system. However, SR grade awakeners were too rare, and this small law enforcement office didn't have one. Liu Hong said, Lvhe didn't reveal his system, but he said he had the confidence to unlock any lock, so I guess his awakening is related to a lock-breaking system. He was deliberately arrested today for cell phone fraud, and then he confessed very directly to his fraud, so we didn't take it seriously, preparing to follow the procedures. But then, when others weren't paying attention, he unlocked his handcuffs and slipped towards the custody room. Liu Hong's guess was actually very close to the truth. Lvhe's awakening was indeed the lock-free system, which was indeed powerful. Unfortunately, Lvhe overestimated his abilities. Although he managed to unlock the door keeping Wan Qiu, it triggered an alarm. Luckily, he knew Wan Qiu's capabilities. Wan Qiu could carve out a space anywhere, and at the instant the alarm was triggered, they used Wan Qiu's reclamation system to burrow into the corridor's floor tiles. Wan Qiu's reclamation system could not break through the walls built by an SR grade builder, so they had to start with the floor tiles. The floor tiles were just decorative, utterly ordinary with no protective capabilities. The protective layer was the cement underneath that they couldn't dig through. The law enforcement personnel quickly arrived. They rushed towards the custody room first, overlooking the tiles in the corridor. At this time, they saw Qin Yi. Qin Yi was the only person in the corridor who wasn't from the enforcement office, so while Liu Hong was scanning the custody room, they used the dugout tiles to get under Qin Yi's feet. Then, they threw a piece of chewing gum from under the tiles, sticking it to the bottom of Qin Yi's shoe. Wan Qiu's reclamation system had already carved out a space inside the gum. So, they leaped from under the tiles into the space in the gum, simultaneously filling in the space left in the tiles. When Liu Hong began scanning the corridor tiles again, the two of them had already avoided detection. Liu Hong did not immediately think to scan the people there. After all, Qin Yi and the others had arrived later. It didn't make sense, both emotionally and rationally, that they would hide there. The plan concocted by Wan Qiu and Lvhe was nearly flawless. As long as Qin Yi left the law enforcement office that night, they could be smuggled out, equating to a successful jailbreak. But what they didn't expect was for Beifei to unexpectedly intervene. Xiang Beifei was dragged here by Liu's highway, and he reluctantly checked the scene, spotting them right away. Their jailbreak plan was crushed on the spot. Dad, I really want to know, could they pass through the corridor's security gate with the chewing gum disguise? Liu's highway asked. Yes. Liu Hong nodded seriously. Tonight's incident just made me realize this loophole. Although the corridor's gate is built to SR standards, which can remove all kinds of disguises, but it cannot detect people hidden in small spaces. Regarding this, I need to report to my superiors and have this loophole sealed. Beifei, you've made a great contribution tonight. Xiang Beifei tilted his head, somewhat surprised. Beifei, your talent would be wasted if you didn't become a city guardian. Liu's highway became the very picture of a die-hard fan of Xiang Beifei. Although her system level and cultivation were higher than Xiang Beifei's, his deductive reasoning was truly first-rate. What are you talking about? Beifei's talent should be used in higher places. If there's a chance in the future, he should work at the Zhuzhu Alliance. Liu Hong saw great potential in Xiang Beifei's future. It's very difficult to get into the Zhuzhu Alliance. Liu's highway muttered. We'll talk about it in the future. Xiang Beifei did not care about working for the Zhuzhu Alliance, as he wanted to focus on cultivating and then take the college entrance exam to get into Liangzhou University and, by the way, earn some money. Being neither arrogant nor impetuous is a good thing. Right, here's the reward you earned for assisting in the capture of Lai Wuying. I've applied for it for you 20,000 yuan. Don't lose it. Liu Hong handed a check from the alliance to Xiang Beifei. 20,000 yuan. Xiang Beifei's eyes lit up. Thank you, Uncle Liu, Xiang Beifei said, taking the check. It should be me thanking you, Liu Hong said with a smile. He then looked at his own system. If Xiang Beifei is willing to make a feedback, you can get one advanced pill. Liu Hong felt quite anxious inside. Beifei, would he really make a feedback to him? After a long thought, he cautiously asked, Beifei, how are you progressing with your cultivation of rapid flame? Still learning. Holding the check, Xiang Beifei glanced unintentionally at Liu Hong's system and was a little surprised. He discovered that Liu Hong's system had issued a mission to assassinate him. Xiang Beifei frowned slightly. However, seeing that Liu Hong had rejected the assassination option, he felt a bit more at ease. Lucky Uncle Liu is a good man. As an S-level Meridian opening phase practitioner, if Liu Hong had chosen the assassination and seizure option, Xiang Beifei would have been in danger. Fortunately, Liu Hong had his own principles. But not taking that route, he must be quite eager at the moment. Liu Hong said, you helped foil a jailbreak last night, I'll apply for another reward for you. Also, I'll give you some more items for protection, as a way of saying thanks for last night. Uncle Liu, you already gave me the Azure Light Armor and a Qi replenishing pill yesterday, Xiang Beifei pointed out. No worries, having extra means of saving your life is always good. This is a Thunderfire crystal, it contains the essence of my punch and has the power of a mid-stage Qi controlling. You can crush it for self-defense. And this Flame Dragon escape, for running away can carry you out in an instant over 200 meters. Liu Hong handed the two items to Xiang Beifei. Both were system rewards he had carefully selected, which Xiang Beifei could use immediately. Since they were not items from Xiang Beifei's own system, their potency would be significantly reduced, and since Xiang Beifei's cultivation level wasn't high, Liu Hong couldn't give him anything more advanced, or else he wouldn't be able to use it. Last time, someone named Su Yang attacked Xiang Beifei, and now he worried that Xiang Beifei would run into trouble. Chapter 67, Mock Exam. Xiang Beifei was quite surprised. He was still thinking about how to light up the constellation, but Liu Hong had unintentionally paved the way for him. With the Lay Fire Crystal and the Flame Dragon escape, along with yesterday's Azure Light Armor and Qi replenishing pill, these four items could precisely serve as spiritual power crystals for the mid-stage of Qi controlling. That meant, as long as his realm reached the mid-stage of Qi controlling, he could immediately light up the next constellation in the Spirit Gathering book. Although he had Chen Gang's Thousand Faces/Moon, which was a spiritual power crystal for the initial stage of Meridian opening, he planned to save it until he entered the Meridian opening stage to use it. Qin Yi's amulet was for the later stage of Qi controlling, and it should be saved to light up the constellation for that later stage. Previously, he had been wondering where to get the mid-stage Qi controlling spiritual power crystal, and Uncle Liu had directly solved that for him. Uncle Liu, this must have cost a lot of system points, right? Xiang Beifei asked. It's all right, you've helped me a lot these days, I should really thank you. Oh, here, take this too, a spiritual perception pill, it can enhance the perception of various aspects of the body, I often use it to chase criminals. In the past few days, Liu Hong had given Xiang Beifei a total of 7 items in exchange, spending over 3,000 investigation points. That evening, his system had forcibly launched a mission, whereby Xiang Beifei had obtained 2,000 investigation points. Liu Hong not only returned all these system points to Xiang Beifei but also paid extra from his own. Uncle Liu, it was quite expensive. Xiang Beifei said. Uncle also has his own motives. Liu Hong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He really needed Xiang Beifei's feedback on the rapid flame cultivation, as it determined whether he could advance to the next realm. As long as Xiang Beifei had requests that he could fulfill, he would do his best to accommodate them. Wow, Dad, I'm jealous, Liu's Highway said enviously from the side. Liu Hong tapped Liu's Highway's head and said irritably, jealous of what? Which of these items can you use now? Beifei's cultivation level is not enough, so he needs these. Besides, haven't I given you plenty? Liu's Highway shrank her head and snickered bashfully. She was at the later stage of Qi controlling, and when she first awakened her system, as her father, Liu Hong had given her many system items for self-defense, sparing no expense. Thank you, Uncle Liu. Xiang Beifei was not pretentious, he truly needed these items. Liu Hong treated him well, and even if he had his own motives, in Xiang Beifei's view, they were insignificant. Because even before Liu Hong's system had issued the mandatory mission, he had given him many system items, simply out of concern for Xiang Beifei's safety. Liu Hong could have chosen the eradicate and seize approach, simply killing Xiang Beifei once he grasped the rapid flame to take it easily. But he did not do that. Instead, he chose another way, letting Xiang Beifei provide feedback. Honestly, according to the method Liu Hong chose to complete the mission, even if Xiang Beifei blabbed any nonsense as feedback, Liu Hong could not tell if it was true or false, because even Liu Hong's system did not know that rapid flame could be improved. It all depended on Xiang Beifei. Truth be told, Liu Hong could have taken control, but he chose to hand that control over to Xiang Beifei. Xiang Beifei would naturally not disappoint Liu Hong. In this system world, many people resorted to unscrupulous means to complete system tasks, creating a world full of trickery. People like Chen Gang and Lu Qianro were numerous. But there were still some upright people who maintained the most basic ethical standards while working on system tasks. Xiang Beifei could see other people's systems, and he could judge who was trustworthy. What he could do was to staunchly protect that trust. He had only been cultivating for a short time, and his realm was still low. Without sufficient strength, Xiang Beifei needed others' help and protection to get through the novice period of the qi-controlling realm. It's late, you should head back, Xiao Wei, you accompany him, and be careful on the way. Liu Hong still had work and could not abandon his post, so once again, he entrusted the task of escorting Xiang Beifei to his daughter. Beifei returned home, and his grandfather was indeed waiting for him. Grandfather, you don't need to wait for me. I was doing system tasks, and these past few days, I've been home late. Beifei could only use this excuse to explain. It's all right, I couldn't sleep. Are you hungry? Should I cook something for you? King smiled. Not hungry, I've already eaten. Uncle Liu and the others ordered takeout. That's good, go to sleep soon. You need to wake up early tomorrow. King then returned to his own room. After a brief wash, Beifei closed his door and began to ponder the matters at hand. He now possessed 5 system items: the spiritual perception pill, the azure light armor, the qi replenishing pill, the flame dragon escape, and the thunder fire crystal. To light up the third clan constellation, he only needed 4 spiritual power crystals from the mid-stage of qi controlling. However, he hadn't decided whether to melt them away yet. It was more urgent to advance his cultivation to the mid-stage of qi controlling. Beifei practiced the chaos yin-yang formula again before resting. In the following days, Beifei didn't visit the enforcement agency because he realized that if he wanted to improve rapid flame, with his current spiritual power, it was still very difficult to manage. The spiritual power of rapid flame needed to advance further. Therefore, going back to the training room at the enforcement agency was meaningless. Cultivating spiritual power could be performed anywhere. The college entrance examination was drawing nearer, and virtually everyone had already decided whether to pursue the martial or literary dao. The atmosphere in the school became increasingly tense. Especially for students choosing the literary dao, their academic subjects were extremely important. The admission threshold for universities was higher for them, hence everyone was seriously reviewing in the last month, barely accepting any tasks issued by the system. In the last 20 days, the school held the final mock exam before the college entrance exam. Both teachers and students took this mock exam very seriously. Li Nangxing, as the headmaster, was no exception. Suddenly, he remembered Beifei. Looking back, it had been a month since the awakening system. The scene of Beifei in his office declaring his intention to apply for Liangzhou University still vividly lingered in his mind. I wonder if this child has made any progress. When Beifei stated his intention to apply to Liangzhou University, Li Nangxing had specifically retrieved Beifei's score from the last mock exam. Beifei's score in the previous mock exam was 292. To stand a chance of getting into Liangzhou University, he needed to add at least another 400 points. His system's first task is to get into Liangzhou University. He should take this mock exam seriously. Surely he can improve by 50 points or so. Li Nangxing walked towards Professor Yang's office. Professor Yang, excuse me. Li Nangxing knocked on the door. Headmaster, what brings you here? Yang Hua was typing on his computer and, seeing the headmaster in person, quickly stood up, looking respectfully at Li Nangxing while feeling somewhat apprehensive about why the headmaster had come. It's nothing. I just wanted to ask about something. There's a student in your class named Beifei. What was his score in this mock exam? Li Nangxing asked. Upon hearing that the headmaster was inquiring about Beifei, Yang Hua's expression became uneasy. What's wrong? Li Nangxing noticed Yang Hua's unusual demeanor. Beifei didn't come to the exam at all this time. Yang Hua said gravely. Chapter 68, I understand your feelings. He didn't come for the exam. Li Nangxing was slightly startled. Yes, he took sick leave during the exam. Yang Hua couldn't mention Xiang Beifei without getting angry. Li Nangxing frowned. Wasn't he supposed to take the Liangzhou University exam? How could he not show up for the exam? Principal, are you joking? With his grades, he still wants to get into Liangzhou University. Because the principal was present, Yang Hua refrained from saying more unpleasant things about Xiang Beifei. Now that graduation was approaching, he was too lazy to bother with Xiang Beifei. Since Xiang Beifei didn't show up for the exam, there was no issue of him holding anyone back. Did he attend class today? He did. I just saw him. I was about to ask him some questions. Principal, are you looking for him for something? Yang Hua was puzzled, not understanding why the principal would look for Xiang Beifei. It's nothing important, you're busy, I won't disturb you. Li Nangxing left the office and went to Xiang Beifei's classroom. Xiang Beifei sat at his desk, one hand propping up his chin, staring blankly out the window. The banyan tree outside the window shaded the summer breeze, accompanied by the light chirping of cicadas, creating harmony. Li Nanfan saw Xiang Beifei's figure and heaved a slight sigh. This kid, does he look rather melancholic? Indeed, anyone whose first system task was to get into Liangzhou University would not have it easy. Xiang Beifei, come out for a moment, Li Nangxing called out. Principal. Xiang Beifei came back to his senses, shifting his gaze from the banyan tree with some surprise. The other classmates in the room fell silent upon seeing the principal's sudden visit, but when they realized he was actually there for Xiang Beifei and remembered Xiang Beifei had skipped the exam, they felt a bit of schadenfreude. Being called out by the principal was never a good sign. Come take a walk with me. Li Nangxing walked ahead with his hands clasped behind his back, walking along the tree-lined path of the campus. Xiang Beifei followed obediently behind. Li Nangxing sat down on a bench under a tree, looking at Xiang Beifei with slightly furrowed brows. You said you wanted to take the Liangzhou University exam, so why didn't you take this mock exam seriously? Xiang Beifei thought for a moment and said, I had an emergency that day, so I took leave. What emergency could be more important than an exam? You couldn't possibly have gone to do a system task. I remember your system's first task is to get into Liangzhou University. Li Nangxing said. Xiang Beifei kept silent, just lowering his head and pondering. Li Nangxing thought Xiang Beifei avoided meeting his eyes out of guilt and heaved a sigh. I know what you're thinking, he said. Xiang Beifei looked up, his eyes filled with confusion as he gazed at Li Nangxing. Li Nangxing continued, looking at Xiang Beifei's expression, do you feel that the first system task is too difficult, that you cannot possibly get in, so you've given up on yourself and didn't dare to take part in the mock exam? Given up on himself? Xiang Beifei was somewhat astonished. Li Nangxing spoke earnestly, for an N-level awakener to apply to Liangzhou University, there certainly is difficulty. Your grades weren't good to begin with, and then your system issued you an outrageous task. It's natural to feel hopeless, but that doesn't mean you should give up on yourself. Principal, You don't have to explain anything. I know that you must be feeling disheartened, even desperate. I understand how you're feeling right now, Li Nangxing said gently. Xiang Beifei. You must have been under a lot of pressure these days, haven't you? Xiang Beifei. It's quite normal to feel great pressure. Anyone whose first system task was to get into Liangzhou University would definitely feel it. Over the past month, you've probably been so stressed you couldn't eat or sleep, constantly doubting whether you could really get into Liangzhou University. That's normal, many N-level awakeners go through stages of self-doubt. Xiang Beifei. It's okay that your foundation is weak, but improving grades doesn't happen overnight. It's only been a month since your system issued the task, and you haven't persisted long before you're beating a retreat. How can this be acceptable? Li Nangxing patiently advised. You have to remember one thing, N-level awakeners are not useless. When you feel like you can't keep going, think of our Liangzhu's governor Shang Tianxiang. He's an N-level awakener, yet his achievements are comparable to those of an SR-level awakener. But do you think he got into Liangzhou University on his first college entrance exam? Li Nangxing was serious and earnest, slapping the armrest of the chair, his voice ringing strong. No. He repeated a year 4 times. Xiang Beifei. He couldn't get a word in edgewise. You've only been preparing for a month and face a little setback, and you're already disheartened and unwilling to even take the exam. With this attitude towards studying, how can you get into Liangzhou University? You've got to pull yourself together. Don't be defeated by setbacks that easily. Li Nangxing raised his voice again. Failure is not scary. What's scary is giving up before you even try. If talent is insufficient, diligence will compensate. Where there's a will, there's a way. Without enduring the cold that penetrates your bones, how can you smell the fragrance of plum blossoms? Li Nangxing earnestly instructed Xiang Beifei, explaining with logic and stirring with emotion. Xiang Beifei. Why does it always feel like something is not quite right? Why don't you defend yourself a bit? Li Nangxing asked. Xiang Beifei. All the words have been said by you, what can I add? Seeing Xiang Beifei silent, Li Nangxing continued, I once read a novel called Fight to the Death in the Firmament, an extremely stirring novel. I really like a line from it, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, do not belittle the young for being poor. I give this line to you, hoping you will forge ahead and prove yourself to the world with an N-level talent. Xiang Beifei's eyes widened. Fight to the Death in the Firmament. Just listening to the name of this novel bristles with power. Even the firmament meets its demise. Terrifying to such a degree. The headmaster reads these kinds of novels. Xiang Beifei asked. I like to study various literatures, whether it's classical literature, online fiction, biographies, league chronicles, the contention of 100 schools of thought. Every type of literature has its significance. What books you read isn't important, what matters is learning some principles from them afterwards. Headmaster Li Nangxing, after all, had awakened the S-level Confucian saint system, had the temperament of a Confucian scholar, and studying various literatures was his favorite thing to do. Xiang Beifei nodded thoughtfully. It seemed to make a lot of sense. The reason why I'm telling you so much is because you are Xiang Tianxing's son. I believe the old saying, a tiger father does not have dog sons. If you can't get into university this year, there's always next year, the year after, and the year after that. If you want to measure up to an expert like Shang Tianxiang, you have to be prepared to strive for 4 years. You can't miss any opportunity to test yourself. Only by taking simulated exams can you know what areas you need to improve upon, understand? Li Nangxing said. I understand, headmaster, I'll work hard. Xiang Beifei nodded. Good, go back to class now. Li Nangxing said. Xiang Beifei bowed politely to Li Nangxing and then left. Watching Xiang Beifei's retreating figure, Li Nangxing felt some emotion. It seems impossible for him to get into university this year, but I hope I've managed to awaken him. Keep up the effort next year. As a headmaster, he felt it was his responsibility to guide this young man. Chapter 69, Abruptly Stop. Xiang Beifei had always held a good impression of Li Nangxing. This was a true exemplar of education, refined and gentle, a model for teachers, imparting knowledge without discrimination. He would patiently guide even an N-level student. One could say he was highly esteemed and respected. However, Li Nangxing didn't quite understand Xiang Beifei, thinking that Beifei's absence from the mock exam was due to despair over unimprovable grades. Xiang Beifei didn't know how to explain himself. But what pleased him was that his recent hard work had not been in vain. These past few days coincided with the mock exams, and he was at a critical point in his cultivation, so he chose to skip the exam. That morning, he finally reached the mid-stage of qi controlling. With the awakening system for a month, he cultivated day and night and finally elevated his cultivation to the mid-stage of qi controlling. This had surpassed all of his classmates. Even the S-level Lu's Highway and Qin Yi, who were a year older than Beifei and took 5 months to reach the mid-stage of qi controlling, were only at the late stage of qi controlling by the end of their freshman year. Yet, Xiang Beifei had taken only a month to cultivate from an ordinary person to the mid-stage of qi controlling. The most crucial point was that he used 4 spiritual power crystals to activate the third constellation, the Di constellation. Di Tu Mao, abruptly stop. Source, Wen Shi Tong Yi, suddenly arriving, abruptly stopping. Ability, able to make moving objects suddenly stop. Xiang Beifei had tested this ability, he could stop anything Xia He threw towards him in its tracks, and even when Xia He lunged at him, he would be frozen in place. However, this ability also had its limits, the duration it could hold depended on its power and was also related to Xiang Beifei's own strength. For those whose cultivation was weaker than his, he could easily stop them, however, for those with higher cultivation, it was difficult to make them abruptly stop, and for those of roughly equal cultivation, it would only briefly pause them. Right now, I can stop a tree solid in place, even a strong wind can't move it, pretty good. Xiang Beifei returned to his seat and continued to look at the banyan tree outside the window. Principal Li Nangxing had thought he was giving up on himself, staring out the window in a daze, but actually, he was practicing the abruptly stop ability. He could now make the trees shaking abruptly stop. Next, he planned to try stopping the blowing wind. That was challenging. Because the wind is intangible and blows over a wide area, when he blocked one side, the wind from the other side would always sneak past and move the tree. The principal was looking for you just now, are you all right? Kong Ziyuan prodded the daydreaming Xiang Beifei with his pen. I'm fine, Xiang Beifei snapped back to reality. Speaking of which, weren't we agreed on taking the entrance exam for Liangzhou University together? Why did you suddenly give it up? I've been hitting the books hard these days. Kong Ziyuan looked dejected. He had lost 49 strands of hair preparing for the martial arts department of Liangzhou University. He had spent more than 20 strands of hair to exchange for items from the system mall to enhance his focus and intelligence. How much did you score? Xiang Beifei asked. 491 points. Heavenly Dao rewards the diligent, tearfully moved. Kong Ziyuan held his own test papers, deeply moved by himself. His hair loss had not been in vain. As an S level, he enjoyed various policy advantages. As long as he reached 500 points, he could enter Liangzhou University, and he was not far from his goal. That's not bad, Xiang Beifei said. Kong Ziyuan lowered his voice and said, come on, you need to buckle down. My system can exchange items to boost concentration, but that intelligence boost isn't really applicable to others. I can only give you the concentration pills, take them. He passed a small jade bottle from under the desk to Xiang Beifei. No need, I have some, keep it for yourself, Xiang Beifei shook his head. You have some. Kong Ziyuan looked at him suspiciously, who gave them to you? My dad was a pioneer, did you forget? Oh right. That's good. Let's work hard together, just don't let me down at the crucial moment. Kong Ziyuan said. Don't worry. Xiang Beifei turned his head and continued to work on the banyan tree outside the window. Law Enforcement Squad. This place was always busy. The crime rate in the system world was high, but the abilities of the law enforcement officers were also very strong. They specialized in dealing with these criminals. Ordinary criminals were easy to handle, but some criminals were different. Liu Hong sat in his office. He had ordered takeout and was working overtime. Recently, some cases had been giving him a lot of headaches. The criminal suspects were too cunning, knew how to counter surveillance, and he had no clue whatsoever. Liu Hong stared at a green pea in the meal box, and for some reason, he was reminded of that young man again. If he helped, the problem should be easily solved, right? Xiang Beifei hadn't come to him for training in over 10 days. Now, he didn't know how Xiang Beifei's training on rapid flame was progressing. Liu Hong really wanted to call and ask, but every time he picked up the phone, he resisted. He knew Xiang Beifei was still a high school student, with college entrance exams approaching, and needed to revise, so it wasn't appropriate to call and disturb him. But if he didn't ask, he was constantly worried about Xiang Beifei's improvements on rapid flame. This matter was extremely important to him. It was the first time Liu Hong felt so conflicted. He really wished Xiang Beifei would come by. He wanted Xiang Beifei's help with the case and also wanted to inquire about rapid flame. Just 5 days ago, he was handling a fight near the school, and he took the opportunity to look for Xiang Beifei and asked him briefly. However, at that time, Xiang Beifei explained that he had been very busy lately and hadn't made much progress in training rapid flame but would come to seek advice in a couple of days. But that couple of days turned into 5, and Xiang Beifei still hadn't come. It left him unable to concentrate on his tea or his meals. Liu Hong held his chopsticks, unable to eat, only fiddling with the green peas in the meal box, listlessly counting, he will come today, he won't come today. He will come today, he won't come today. Dad, what are you muttering to yourself? Liu's highway peered in, looking puzzled at her dad. Liu Hong's face turned red, and he quickly coughed and said, nothing, I'm thinking about a case. You're here. Why do you seem odd? Lu's Highway threw her school bag aside, went to pour a glass of water, and while drinking, she skeptically scrutinized her dad. I'm eating, just finished handling a case. Lu Hong picked up a pea, threw it into his mouth, chewed twice, and then, while his daughter was not looking, he quickly used his chopsticks to finish counting the rest of the peas. He won't come today. Sigh. Lu Hong discarded his chopsticks, looking quite depressed. After a long pause, he asked, Xiao Wei, how many days until Beifei's college entrance exam? 19 days and 12 hours. Lu's Highway said without hesitation. Lu Hong looked puzzled at his daughter, you remember so clearly. He hasn't been here in many days, he promised to teach me reasoning skills. Lu's Highway huffed. Then don't disturb him. Beifei needs to prepare for the college entrance exams. He must be studying hard these few days, you know. Lu Hong instructed. I haven't disturbed him for 4 days already, he clearly told me he'd come in a couple of days. Lu's Highway muttered, depressed. All right, don't mind it too much. Help me clean up the meal box, I still need to go interrogate some criminals. Lu Hong had no appetite and got up to leave. He said he'd come in a couple of days, it's been 4 days already, not keeping his word. Lu's Highway walked over to the meal box, about to clean it up, but then she noticed the green peas her dad had left. Thinking of Xiang Beifei, she sighed wistfully, then picked up the chopsticks and started fiddling with the green peas, muttering, he will come today, he won't come today, he will come today, he won't come today. Chapter 70, Accompanying Test. Xiang Beifei's realm had reached the mid-stage of qi controlling, and his spiritual power was sufficient to support him in continuing to practice and improve rapid flame. He hadn't gone to the law enforcement team these days because he needed to elevate his realm. The spiritual power of the early stage of qi controlling was too weak to help him improve rapid flame. But after stepping into the mid-stage of qi controlling, his control over spiritual power became more proficient, and he was able to try different methods for rapid flame. By using learn by analogy, he could identify the shortcomings of rapid flame and perfect this ability. However, with the college entrance exam approaching, Xiang Beifei had temporarily suspended his cultivation and was mainly focusing on his studies. Both cultivation and study required his serious attention. As it concerned Xiang Beifei's future, Xiang Qingde was even more nervous than Xiang Beifei these days. He had specially prepared a variety of recipes, cooking different meals for Xiang Beifei every day to supplement his nutrition. Xiang Beifei did not eat much, but Xiaohe was fed until he was round and plump. Grandpa, there's no need to go to such expense, simple meals are fine, Xiang Beifei said. That won't do, we save when we need to save, and spend when we should spend. Xiang Qingde brought over a rib soup, and today's menu included rib soup, steamed carp, with potatoes and green vegetables for a balanced diet. In the past, they always had plain meals, but Xiang Qingde worried that a sudden switch to rich meals could cause more harm than good. Therefore, he had gradually been improving their diet ever since Xiang Beifei's awakening system activated, which had been going on for more than a month. This was partly to ensure that Xiang Beifei could have a strong body to complete system tasks and partly to ensure that when Xiang Beifei was studying, his nutrition could keep up. The college entrance exam is tomorrow, just do your best and don't be too nervous. By the way, do you want me to come along to support you? Xiang Qingde asked. After he spoke, he hurriedly added, if my coming makes you feel pressured, then I won't go. I'll wait for you at home. After all, the college entrance exam is a significant hurdle in life, and in this world, many parents would take leave to accompany their children at the testing site. Accompanying someone to an exam is useless, it's purely for peace of mind. Xiang Beifei thought for a moment and said, Grandpa, if you come, I'll have more confidence. He knew his grandfather too well. Even if he said there was no need to come, his grandfather would certainly not be able to sit still at home. He would secretly go to the exam venue and anxiously await there. Only after seeing Xiang Beifei leave the examination hall would he rush back home and pretend he didn't go, so as not to pressure Xiang Beifei. Instead of refusing, it was better to proactively suggest that his grandfather accompany him, saying that it would give him confidence, and also make the old man feel more at ease. Ah, all right, then I must go, said Xiang Qingde. Upon hearing what Xiang Beifei said, Xiang Qingde immediately became happy, the wrinkles on his face smoothing out. He had felt guilty for not being present when his grandson activated the awakening system, so this time he was determined to accompany his grandson for the college entrance exam no matter what. "I'll help you pack your bag and check the tools and documents needed for tomorrow's exam, you eat," Xiang King said as he got up and went to Xiang Beifei's room, and Xiang Beifei did not stop him. Xiang King took his grandson's college entrance exam very seriously. He counted the pens, prepared 5 of them, tested each to make sure they all worked, and then placed the exam ticket into the same pen case. But at that moment, he suddenly noticed an introduction to defense of Zhu mock exam paper in the corner of the desk. Curious about Xiang Beifei's performance and having never asked, he took it out and glanced at it. 43 points. Xiang King saw the score and was shocked, only 43 points. The college entrance exam consisted of 4 subjects: Chinese, Mathematics, System Integrated, Introduction to Defense of Zhu. System Integrated was the most critical subject because it incorporated many branches. It analyzed and summarized the system types that each individual awakened from different perspectives including physics, chemistry, geography, and desolate beast studies. It also introduced methods to identify and counter various systems, as well as how to complete system tasks more cleverly. The full score for System Integrated was 300 points. Yet Xiang Beifei had only scored 43 points. Xiang King's face turned pale in an instant. "It's over. It's all over." Xia Fei's grades were so poor. To earn a living, Xiang King left the house before dawn every day and often didn't come back until 7 or 8 p.m. Whenever he asked how school was going, Xiang Beifei always said it was fine. But Xiang King had never understood what this fair really meant. He only knew that his grandson was generally reliable and wouldn't be too far off the mark. It wasn't until today that he found out fair meant 43 points. He flipped through the other exam papers, and each one's score was too dismal to look at. 89 points, 55 points, he even found a mock exam with a 0. He couldn't find a single paper that scored over 100 points. Xiang King panicked for a moment. Xia Fei originally awakened only an N-level system, and now his grades are this bad. Xiang King started to get anxious. He felt he had failed miserably as a grandfather. He didn't dare to hope that his grandson would get into elite universities like Liangzhou University or Qingzhou University. He just hoped for a spot in the most common university, even the lowest ranked college would do. But with these grades, how could he possibly get into any college? Xiang King was so worried that he couldn't sleep well all night. The 43-point paper haunted him, and he got up early the next day to make breakfast, feeling almost in despair. However, fearing the effect on Xiang Beifei's college entrance exam today, he didn't dare to ask directly. Outside the examination venue, the crowd was huge. Many parents were taking this exam very seriously. Xiang Beifei took his grandfather to a shady spot outside the school to avoid the sun. Xiang King was out of sorts, his mind preoccupied with the 43-point paper. With that score going into the exam, he was practically just making up the numbers. Xiang Beifei didn't know that his grandfather had accidentally discovered the first exam paper he had taken upon arriving in this world. Thinking his granddad was just as concerned about the college entrance exam as all the other parents, he said, "Grandpa, keep a level head, and remember to not panic during the exam. Drink more water, as today's weather is a bit hot, and don't let the sun get to you. Grandpa doesn't need to worry too much, stay in a good mood, and stay spirited." Xiang Beifei was comforting his grandfather. Seeing him so nervous that his shoelaces were untied, he squatted down to tie them. He wasn't flustered at all. But his grandpa was more flustered than him. Looking around anxiously, with sweat pouring down his back. The other parents looked at the grandfather and grandson with curiosity. Isn't it odd, what the child is saying? Who is the one actually taking the college entrance exam? Why is it the child comforting the parent to not get flustered? All around, every examinee was on edge, and parents were desperately cheering their kids on, reminding them of things to pay attention to for the exam, helping to organize stationery, clothing, and all sorts of things. But at Xiang Beifei's, it was the other way around. He was instructing his elderly granddad. There was something off about this grandfather and grandson. "I'm not flustered, I'm not flustered, I'm very calm." Xiang King wiped his sweat, took a few deep breaths trying to purge the image of that paper from his mind but failed. His palms were sweating nervously as he continually fiddled with his clothes. Xiang Beifei asked doubtfully, "Grandpa, were you this flustered when my dad took his college entrance exam?" Xiang King, still occupied with the thought of the 43 points, absent-mindedly replied, "Oh, he was recommended." Xiang Beifei. That hit home. Chapter 71, Little Abacus. Xiang Beifei had forgotten about it. His old man's system talent was incredibly strong. As an SR awakener, whether he took the college entrance exam or not didn't matter, all the universities vied for him. Xiang King never needed to worry about his son's affairs, but his grandson was different. Sorry, I shouldn't have talked about this with you, Xiang King hurriedly said. It's okay, I can handle it, it's my fault for speaking too much. Xiang Beifei said calmly. Ha! There you are. Lu's highway suddenly stopped in front of Xiang Beifei, riding a cool motorbike with a whoosh. She wore a helmet and was dressed in a city guardian uniform, with a boy sitting behind her on the motorbike. Good day, Grandpa Xiang. Lu's highway greeted Xiang King cheerfully. How come you're here? Xiang Beifei asked, puzzled. The exam site needs city guardians to maintain order, I just happened to be off classes today, so I came over. I also have to run errands for those dumbasses who forgot their admission tickets. As Lu's highway spoke, she turned her head and said to the boy behind her, no offense meant. Thank you, big sister. The boy hurriedly got off the motorbike. Big sister, my foot. I'm only a year older than you. How much bigger could I be? Lu's highway huffily took off her helmet, flipped her hair, and then glared at the boy. The boy's face turned red, and he quickly ran away. Every year there are candidates like this, forgetting their admission tickets, then seeking help from us guardians. We guardians have to dash through red lights and deliver them within 10 minutes, otherwise it looks bad in the news. Then the parents hold our hands, crying with gratitude, and we have to gesture dismissively, saying on camera with a smile that it's our duty. The same news every year during the college entrance exams. Lu's highway spread her hands, tossed her helmet, and looked around, then said, why aren't there any parents thanking me? Where are the reporters? Don't I deserve their gratitude? I'll thank you on their behalf then. Our city needs people like you, said Xiang King, giving her a thumbs up from the side. Thank you, Grandpa Xiang. Lu's highway said happily, and then turned to Xiang Beifei, did you bring your admission ticket? Do you need me to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? I brought it. Oh, what a pity. Xiang Beifei. How badly do you wish I had forgotten my admission ticket? Okay, good luck. Hurry to the exam room, Lu's highway said with a cheerful smile. Xiang Beifei waved and walked towards the exam room. All the exam rooms had very powerful shielding measures. They were interference fields created by SR rank awakeners, blocking all the examinees' system abilities. Higher ranked systems could suppress lower ranked ones. Since SRs are guaranteed admission and don't participate in the college entrance exam, the highest system level at each exam site was only S rank. With SR suppression, these newly awakened examinees could not rely on their own systems to cheat and would obediently follow the rules. Beyond system suppression, the proctors in each exam room also kept a watchful eye on them. The proctor in the exam room where Xiang Beifei was, had an S-rank acute observation system, capable of capturing any subtle movements. Xiang Beifei wasn't concerned about these measures, he knew he had mastered the material well and needed to score high. Outside the exam room, Xiang King pulled Lu's highway aside and quietly asked, Xiao Wei, can I ask you something? What was Xiafei studying with you guys a while back? Lu's highway replied, he was learning combat skills with my dad, but he hasn't come by for a long time, that guy. She huffed in dissatisfaction. Xiao Wei, you're an outstanding student from Liangzhou University, did you tutor him recently? Xiang King was still concerned about that paper. Tutor homework? Lu's highway scratched her forehead awkwardly, these days, she had been wanting Xiang Beifei to teach her reasoning skills. In the past few days, she had reasoned through many cases, and the more she reasoned, the more confused she became. Her case-solving accuracy rate had already dropped to 10%. No, muttered Lu's highway. Then do you know if his recent grades have improved? Xiang King asked anxiously. Lu's highway frowned and shook her head, I don't know about that, he was always careless, but last time he showed me his strong reasoning talent, I forgot to ask about his grades. Xiang King was very worried and said, this morning, when I was packing his school bag, I inadvertently saw his comprehensive subject mock exam paper from 2 months ago, he only scored 43 points, and I remember this subject is out of 300 points. Lu's highway was stunned and said, ah? Did he score that poorly? Yes, I'm getting more and more uneasy. If the boy doesn't even get into an ordinary college, what will we do? Xiang Qingde wiped the sweat from his forehead and looked anxious. Damn it! I forgot to use this to threaten him. The first thing that came to Liu Highway's mind was to use tutoring as a bargaining chip to exchange learning reasoning skills with Xiang Beifei. But she still comforted him, saying, "Don't worry, Grandpa Xiang, it's all right. He has a talent for solving cases, and even if he doesn't get into university, he can still go guard the doors at the law enforcement team." Liu Highway felt relieved just thinking about Xiang Beifei being sent to guard doors, as payback for him standing her up all these days. But Xiang Qingde wasn't going to be reassured. Of course, he hoped his grandson could achieve higher success and not live at the bottom like he did. Sigh, I just hope Xiafei can perform exceptionally well and at least score 400 points. Xiang Qingde fretted. Grandpa Xiang, it's useless to think too much now. If he doesn't get into university, let him retake the year. I'll tutor him next year. Liu Highway schemed to herself. If Xiang Beifei screwed up his exams in the next few days, she could take the chance to come into play. First, she'd exaggerate Grandpa Xiang's worries, making Xiang Beifei feel guilty to the point of being unable to face his grandfather. Then, she would propose the deal. I'll tutor your subjects, you teach me reasoning. Then we'll see if you still stand me up. What a perfect plan. She stood with hands on hips. The college entrance exam lasted 2 days, covering 4 subjects. Chinese and mathematics were the basics. The comprehensive subject was key, studying it well could lead to a better understanding of the system world. Introduction to Defense of Zhuzhou mainly covered the primal topography of Zhuzhou and its developmental history, including knowledge about the wilderness and other topics. Xiang Qingde worried about Xiang Beifei for 2 days, and Liu Highway was busy with her own little schemes as well. Xiang Beifei had no idea what these two were thinking. After each exam, he felt their gazes were odd, especially Liu Highway with her "I've got you eating out of my hand" look. He didn't know what was on her mind. He didn't pay attention to them and just took the exam seriously. After the last exam in the comprehensive subject ended, students rushed out of the exam room, some joyful, some upset. He blended into the noisy crowd and casually walked out of the school gate. Next, it's time to start earning tuition fees, Xiang Beifei stretched lazily. Next, it's time to prepare to knock him down a peg, Liu Highway rubbed her hands together gleefully. Next, it's time to look into retaking the year, Xiang Qingde sighed with concern. Chapter 72, Tutorial Class. The end of the National University entrance exam meant that Xiang Beifei no longer had to go to school, which was a liberation for him. In high school, he only had to learn cultural lessons, which were not difficult and he had mastered them, yet he still had to go to school every day, truly a waste of time. His mastery of rapid flame had made significant progress, and when he threw a punch, it was no longer limited to sparks, but he could actually produce flames. Although the power of the flames was far from as strong as those displayed by Liu Hong, Xiang Beifei was able to create a violent gust out of the flames with special finesse, making it both offensive and defensive. On the same level, he would definitely not be at a disadvantage. Combined with the abilities abruptly stop and breath soil, he would not be outmatched even against those in the later stages of qi controlling. Liu Highway called and wanted to come to see him, but he dismissed her, telling her there was plenty of time during the summer vacation and they could talk after the results were out. For some reason, Liu Highway unprecedentedly agreed and didn't bother him. Xiang Beifei felt that her tone over the phone was a bit strange, as if she was somewhat pleased with herself, though he had no idea what she was pleased about, but Xiang Beifei didn't take it to heart. In this world with system abilities to assist, marking the National University entrance exam was very quick, and results could be released in about 3 days. So he cultivated diligently at home for 3 days. However, during these 3 days, Xiang Qingde was extremely worried. Because Xiang Beifei had locked himself in his room, he only came out to eat all day long. This child, he must be upset about not doing well on the exam and has locked himself in his room. I really am not a competent grandfather. Xiang Qingde was very self-critical. He had never paid attention to Xiang Beifei's grades in the past and only realized before the exam that Xiang Beifei's grades were as bad as a garbage truck's, with no hope for university. But every time Xiang Beifei came out to eat, he acted as if nothing had happened and could still chat and laugh with him, which made Xiang Qingde feel even worse. This child, he must be pretending to be like this so that I won't worry. He's too considerate. I'm so incompetent. Xiang Qing blamed himself for 3 days. He wanted to comfort his grandson, but he feared that saying too much would make him feel worse. After much thought, he decided to wait until the results were released to talk. These few days, Xiang Beifei hadn't mentioned anything about the National University entrance exam, so he didn't bring it up either. But the results were coming out this afternoon. He couldn't pretend anymore. Xiang Qing didn't go to sell vegetables today. He was worried that once the results were out, Xiang Beifei's mood might worsen, and it would be bad if he did something impulsive. No matter what, even if it was an anticipated bad outcome, he wanted to face it with his grandson and help him get through this difficult time. Then he'd need to find an opportunity to inquire about repeating a year. At mealtime, Xiang Beifei noticed that his grandfather seemed out of sorts and asked in surprise, "Grandpa, is something wrong?" Xiang Qing, afraid of being too direct and hurting his grandson's feelings, carefully chose his words and asked tentatively, "Beifei, do you have any plans for the summer vacation?" After thinking, Xiang Beifei, who hadn't figured out the tuition of 100,000 for Liangzhou University, said, "I'll work to earn money." Xiang Qing was shocked. What? Was this the decision his grandson made after locking himself in his room for 3 days? Did he acknowledge that there was no hope for university and wasn't even considering repeating the year but instead planning to find a job and just get by? How could he quit school right after high school graduation? Xiang Qing quickly said, "The results aren't out yet, no need to rush. By the way, Xiao Wei mentioned it to me the other day, have you thought about private tutoring classes? You two are pretty familiar with each other, you could discuss private classes and make up lessons during the holidays." Private tutoring classes? Why suddenly bring this up? Xiang Beifei didn't quite understand why Lu's Highway would discuss this matter with his grandfather. He was about to go to university, so the lessons certainly weren't for him, which meant they must be for her to catch up. That girl's deductive abilities indeed needed some work. Xiang Qing said, "Beifei, Lu Yetu is a talented student at the Martial Arts College of Liangzhou University. I asked around. Last year she scored 621 points without any bonus to enter the martial arts college, her academic performance is quite good." Xiang Qing planned to hint indirectly, to let Xiang Beifei understand that Lu Yetu was capable of tutoring his coursework. 621 points. Xiang Beifei was somewhat surprised by the results. "I didn't see that the girl scored so high on the college entrance exam." Xiang Beifei always felt that this girl was carefree, ready to throw a punch at any moment, but he hadn't expected her academic scores to be so impressive. The admission score for S-level candidates at Martial Arts College of Liangzhou University is 550 points, with an additional 50 points for S-level, so the minimum requirement for S-level awakeners is just 500 points. But she scored 621 points, which is 671 points with the extra credit. Then why is her reasoning ability so terrible? She has good scores, then what? Xiang Beifei asked. Xiang Qing continued to persuade, "Xiao Wei usually does part-time jobs to save money. Last summer, after the college entrance exam, she started a private tutoring class, helping 4 kids from relatives and friends' families with their studies, and their grades improved significantly. She told me that she's planning to start another tutoring class this year." Xiang Beifei pondered. She's going to start a tutoring class? Is she planning to expand or what? That means she needs teachers, right? Does this girl think I'm good at reasoning, quick-witted, and realizing that my academic performance must be good, so she wants to rope me in to help those high school juniors improve their scores, while also making some extra money on the side? But that can't be right, doesn't Lu's Highway like to catch criminals? Or maybe she's planning to set up a reasoning skills improvement class at the law enforcement squad, and she wants me to be the teacher? And when I agree, I'll find a bunch of law enforcement officers sitting in the class. It's like putting up a sheep's head and selling dog meat. Haha, she's quite scheming." Xiang Beifei said, "Grandpa, I'm not interested in tutoring classes." "You're not interested in tutoring classes?" Xiang Qing became anxious. Is Beifei determined not to retake the exam? No way. No way. He had finally negotiated with Lu's Highway, and she had agreed to help Beifei with his studies. He needed to persuade the child. Xiang Qing said eagerly, "Actually, Xiao Wei has good intentions. She's going to work at the law enforcement squad in the future, and I would feel more at ease if you work with her. Grandpa and she have discussed it, and she is quite understanding. Would you reconsider it? Xiang Beifei saw the anxious look on his grandpa's face and vaguely understood. Lu's highway probably said something to grandpa, perhaps making some promises, like ensuring his job security in the future. This girl knew he would probably refuse, but since he usually took care of grandpa's feelings, she knew how to start from that angle. She's even deployed grandpa to persuade him. What a sly move! Xiang Beifei indeed didn't want to refuse grandpa directly. After thinking for a moment, he said, "All right, I'll discuss it with her. If possible, the tutoring class won't be a big issue. Tutoring classes are quite profitable nowadays. There are a bunch of tutoring organizations out there, and the teachers' awakening systems are amazing, like the R-level home tutoring system that helps others improve their grades while earning system points, and the R-level love studying system which makes a child love learning and allows you to earn a substantial amount of system income. The industry is booming. Tutoring Lu's highway and making some money wouldn't be too bad. All right, you discuss it with Xiaowei, and I'll help you solve the other issues," Xiang King said, his heart finally easing as he heard Xiang Beifei agree to let Lu's highway tutor him. It seems Beifei is thinking about retaking the exam. At least he managed to keep Beifei from thinking about getting a job and earning money for now. As long as Lu Yato can persuade Beifei to retake the year, with her tutoring, Beifei should be able to improve his grades next year and not just score 43 points. Now he just had to wait for the results in the afternoon before bringing up the issue of retaking the exam. Chapter 73, Friendship Price. Where can I check the results? Xiang King asked, pretending to be casual. At the school, Xiang Beifei replied. In the world of the system, results are not private. Everyone has a system, and the ranking of results is sometimes related to many people's system tasks, so schools publish everyone's ranking. Part of the reason is to consider the teachers. After all, their teaching is largely dependent on their students' results to gain system points, admission rates, the number of high-scoring students, these all determine many teachers' system tasks. Another part is to consider the students, such as who has surpassed whom in results to complete a system task. Many learning-related systems issue such tasks. Due to level suppression within the system, if the results are not made public, there are many restrictions like N-level and R-level systems unable to judge if they have exceeded an S-level host's results, making it impossible to confirm task completion. Therefore, to accommodate the awakeners with N-level and R-level systems, it's necessary to publish the rankings for confirmation. Then this afternoon, shall I accompany you to the school? Xiang King asked. Okay. Xiang Beifei had no objections. After eating, they headed to the school. In the middle of the day, the school was still filled with anxious parents and students, many of whom had come early to wait for the results to be announced. There was an honor roll at the school gate, with results directly transmitted from the Alliance Education Bureau to the honor rolls at each school. The ranking within the school, within each respective Liangzhou, as well as the overall Zhuzhou ranking, were all clearly displayed on the honor roll. The results had not yet been released, and the grandfather-grandson pair waited under the shade of a tree. As for his own results, Xiang Beifei had a good idea, but it was different for Xiang King. As a grandparent, he was restless, worried about poor results affecting Xiang Beifei, and he was already thinking about how to comfort his grandson. Beifei, no matter how well or poorly you did, Grandpa will always be with you, so don't be nervous, Xiang King reassured him. Nervous? Xiang Beifei smiled wryly to himself. Just like on the day of the college entrance exams, the nervous one was not him. I understand, Xiang Beifei said. Xiang King looked around among the crowd and noticed both the teachers and the school leaders waiting. He immediately spotted Principal Li Nangxing. Decades ago, when his own son awakened to an SR-level talent, causing a sensation throughout the school, he had met Principal Li Nangxing once and recognized him. Thinking about how he, as a grandparent busy making a living, had never interacted with his grandson's teachers, he felt a wave of guilt. He wondered if the principal still remembered him. Never mind that, Beifei's grades are so poor, and he just agreed to attend tutoring classes. Even if the principal doesn't remember me, I must still go and entreat them, he resolved. Xiang King was willing to set aside any concerns about face for the sake of his grandson's future. This matter could not be delayed. Currently, everyone was waiting for the results and no parent was approaching the principal about retaking a year. Once the results came out, whether it was the teachers or the principal, they would likely be too busy, and finding a spot in repeat classes would become much harder. He stood up, wiped off his sweat, and said to Xiang Beifei, "Xiafei, Grandpa needs to step away for a moment, wait here for me." Xiang Beifei nodded, he did not know what his grandfather was actually up to. Taking advantage of the lull, he continued practicing his control of abruptly stop under the tree. But at this moment, Lu's highway appeared out of nowhere. "I've kept my promise and didn't bother you these past few days, but I'm here for the results announcement," she declared. Lu's highway walked towards him with her hands behind her back, looking quite smug. "Don't you have classes to attend?" Xiang Beifei asked, seeing the ever-surprising Lu's highway. "University life is more relaxed, we don't have classes every day." "Jealous, aren't you?" Lu's highway teased. That day, after learning about Xiang Beifei's poor academic performance from Grandpa Xiang, with only 43 points in comprehensive subjects, she was overjoyed. "I scored a whopping 621 points last year and got into Liangzhou University without any extra help, making me a top student. It's clear that Xiang Beifei is a poor student, so now I have the confidence to discuss studying and reasoning with him." In order to deal with this tutoring class, she forced herself to refrain from looking for Xiang Beifei for another 3 days. "Are you in a bad mood right now?" Lu's highway inquired. Xiang Beifei replied, "I'm okay." Forcing a smile. Pretending to be fat when slapped in the face. "Let's see how long you can keep this act up." Lu's highway triumphantly said, "All right, Grandpa Xiang told me everything. I never expected this, never expected that even you have a weakness." "Hey. Weakness?" "Knowing that I usually wouldn't refuse Grandpa's requests, so you're using Grandpa to pressure me?" Xiang Beifei couldn't be bothered to say much more. "Did Grandpa Xiang tell you everything?" Lu's highway sat down beside Xiang Beifei, making herself at home and feeling very pleased. "What if he did?" Xiang Beifei asked. "Okay. Let's cut to the chase. Grandpa Xiang cares about you, otherwise, why would he come to me to discuss this? The old man values nothing more than his grandson's future, right?" Lu's highway said. "What are you trying to say?" Xiang Beifei asked. "I know you are a filial child who definitely doesn't want to disappoint your grandfather. How are you considering the private tutoring class issue?" Lu's highway said with a grin. Xiang Beifei thought it over. Now truly, running a tutoring class could be quite profitable, but he didn't know how to set a fair tuition fee. How much should he charge per student? Being so poor he could hear the wind whistling through his pockets, he wouldn't do anything that didn't bring in money. He asked, "Since you've put it this way, what do you think would be an appropriate price for the tuition?" "Ha! It looks like he agrees to let me tutor him. Even asking me how much to charge for one lesson." Lu's highway, who grew up with a golden key in her mouth, didn't lack money, she could completely afford to tutor Xiang Beifei for free as long as he agreed. However, after thinking for a bit, she tentatively said, 100 per hour. She knew Xiang Beifei's family wasn't well off, so it wasn't really necessary to charge him, but she still had to go through the motions. At least, it would make Xiang Beifei value the lessons if they pinched his wallet a bit, and he'd be serious about studying. As for the tuition fees, she could just take the money from Xiang Beifei and then quietly give it back to Grandpa Xiang. After tutoring him a few times, she would have the justification to ask him to teach her reasoning skills. At that time, with Xiang Beifei owing her a favor, he wouldn't be able to refuse. A perfect plan. 100 per hour. Xiang Beifei pondered. So stingy. Nowadays, standard rates at tutoring institutions are 300 to 400 per hour. To tutor her for 1 hour and only charge 100? Forget it, for the sake of Uncle Lu, I'll accept 100 as a token amount, a friendship price. But with such a fee, when would it be possible to gather the 100,000 tuition fee? Should I find a chance to raise the price next time? Definitely, otherwise, it's a huge loss. Chapter 74, The Matter of Repeating Classes. As the principal of Luhi High School, Principal Li was naturally expected to observe the moment when the high school examination results were announced. If the students from his own school scored well, his prestige value would also increase, which was very important to him. Principal Li was talking with others. Today, not only school teachers but also various parents had come, some of whom were well known in society. He had to be polite in chatting with them. Xiang Qingde was somewhat anxious, as there were many people talking to Principal Li, most of whom were social elites. He couldn't make his way through. Those who could speak with the principal were elites from various industries, both in status and realm far surpassing Xiang King. No one noticed him, a plainly dressed old man. However, Principal Li did notice Xiang King. He found the man somewhat familiar and soon remembered he was Xiang Tianxing's father, Xiang Beifei's grandfather. Thinking of Xiang Beifei, Principal Li pondered for a moment, then took the initiative to walk over to him, making way through the crowd. Don't crowd, there's an old gentleman behind, don't bump into him. Principal Li. Xiang King finally sighed in relief and squeezed his way to Principal Li's side. I recognize you, you are Xiang Beifei's grandfather. Principal Li said with a smile. Yes, yes, Xiang King hurriedly replied, Principal Li, I have something to discuss with you. Thinking of Xiang Beifei, Principal Li said, all right, come with me. He greeted the other parents before moving to a quiet spot with Xiang King. Mr. Xiang, long time no see. Principal Li said with a smile. Xiang King wiped his sweat, saying helplessly, I didn't expect Principal Li to still remember me. Of course, your son is a genius, one of the few SRS in our school, how could I forget him? Principal Li exclaimed. An SR student, who had become successful, brought him many system values. Hearing Principal Li mention his son, Xiang King's expression dimmed slightly. Realizing this, Principal Li said apologetically, my condolences. Xiang King gave a bitter smile and said, it's all right. I came to see you today for my grandson. Xiang Beifei, right? I haven't asked him yet, how did he perform this time? Principal Li inquired. Xiang King sighed, after the college entrance examination, he locked himself in his room for 3 days, didn't go out to interact with classmates. Ah, I have a rough idea of how he performed. Principal Li immediately understood. The kid must have flunked the exam. And not just slightly. How desperate must the kid have been to lock himself in his room for 3 days? Principal Li could almost feel Xiang Beifei's overwhelming distress in the room. Being an N-level awakener with usually poor academic performance, and his first system task being to get into Liangzhou University, was akin to climbing to heaven. Any person would likely be devastated by such a blow. He wondered why fate had to play such a cruel joke on this kid. Principal Li couldn't help but sigh. You really need to give him good guidance. Young people are impulsive, and if the pressure becomes too much, it'd be terrible if he does something drastic, Principal Li said earnestly. Xiang King also expressed his concerns, saying, yes, but he tends to keep things to himself. At every meal, to avoid worrying me, he pretends as if everything is normal, and it truly distresses me to see him like that. He would prefer Xiang Beifei to cry his heart out in front of him. Let the tears flow out with all his might. At least that way, he could vent his emotions. But Xiang Beifei is too sensible. He just doesn't want to worry me, preferring to cry alone in his room, swallowing his tears. Sometimes, being sensible can be heartbreaking. Xiang King's guilt deepened a bit more. The results aren't out yet, so you don't need to be anxious. Learning isn't achieved overnight. First, let's see if he has improved this time, how far he is from the average university admission score, and then help him strengthen where he's weak. I talked to him a while ago, he wasn't in a good state. His chances of getting into a university this year are indeed slim, but as long as he's willing to try hard, there's still a chance next year, comforted Li Nangxing. Xiang King responded, right, that makes sense. However, I've already found him a tutor and am planning to have him retake the year. That's why I came to see you, Principal Li. Could you please help look after him in the repeat class? Li Nangxing nodded, the matter of repeating a year isn't a big issue. However, I suggest that you talk to his homeroom teacher, Professor Yang. Professor Yang leads a repeat class, and since Xiang Beifei is his student, it would be better to consult him. Li Nangxing looked around in the crowd and pointed out to Xiang King which one was Yang Hua. Thank you, Principal Li, I will go and ask him now. After expressing his gratitude, Xiang King quickly went to find Yang Hua. Li Nangxing watched Xiang King's receding figure and sighed softly, it's quite normal for this kid to not get into university this year, but I hope he can get back on his feet. Yang Hua had been anxiously waiting for the results to come out, as they would determine whether his teaching prestige value could surge once more. The class leader, Zhou Jing, stood by his side, looking smug. Teacher, don't worry. With my capability, getting into one of the top 9 elite universities is easy, boasted Zhou Jing, puffing out his chest. Yang Hua smiled and said, "Of course I believe you. You're so outstanding that as long as you perform normally, getting into Liangzhou University is no big deal." His greatest hope at the moment was pinned on Zhou Jing, an S-class awakener. Just then, Xiang King approached and hastily said, "Professor Yang, I'm Xiang Beifei's grandfather, and I'd like to discuss something with you." "Xiang Beifei? The one at the bottom of the class?" Yang Hua appeared slightly displeased and frowned, asking, "What is it?" Xiang King earnestly said, "Well, Xiang Beifei didn't perform very well this time. Although the results aren't out yet, I know he might need to repeat the year. I heard you usually lead a repeat class, and I was wondering, since you're Xiang Beifei's teacher, if he wants to repeat the year." As soon as Yang Hua heard that Xiang King was here to discuss Xiang Beifei's retaking the year, his expression darkened, saying, "Mr. Xiang, although I do teach a repeat class every year, I'll be frank with you. A student like Xiang Beifei cannot keep up with the pace of my class, and I won't accept him." Xiang King was startled and quickly said, "Professor Yang, I haven't managed him well before and I apologize for the trouble it caused. But he will realize his mistakes. I'm planning to hire a home tutor to help him catch up, and he has agreed. Could you give him another chance, please?" Xiang King, desperate to find a place for his grandson to retake the year, could only bow slightly, his attitude very humble. Lu's Highway had already agreed to tutor Xiang Beifei, and this time, he must ensure Xiang Beifei studies hard to strive for admission to an average university next year. As a grandfather, he must find a repeat class for his grandson, even if it means having to beg humbly to secure a spot. Chapter 75, Results. However, Yang Hua snorted coldly, his attitude very indifferent. Truthfully, Xiang Beifei usually followed the rules in class, except for the time he had taken leave for a mock exam, he was quite normal at other times. But the problem was that Xiang Beifei's grades were really bad. Yang Hua normally taught two classes, a repeat class and a graduating class, which were separate because the repeat class students had awakened systems and needed to do system tasks besides studying. Yang Hua's repeat class only enrolled students with potential, such as those who wanted to get into a good university but were just a few points short and had an R-level system status. If such students repeated a year and then entered a good university, they could definitely bring him a huge wave of teachers' prestige value. But what use was there in repeating the year for a student like Xiang Beifei? What could he bring to him? Other than being an eyesore and earning a few insignificant points of teachers' prestige value by nagging 2 or 3 sentences a day, what good was it? Those system values combined were nothing compared to what one student from his repeat class could bring by getting into a university. Yang Hua coldly raised his head, looking sidelong at Xiang King, and said, "Mr. Xiang, as the class teacher, I can kindly remind you that Xiang Beifei is not cut out for studying. Hiring a tutor for him is just wasting money. To put it harshly, his system talents are poor, his academic performance is poor, and his chances of getting into a university are almost zero. It would be best to find him a job early on." Xiang King felt very uncomfortable with Yang Hua's words. His own grandson, how could he be that bad? The child was very sensible and nice to others, so what if his studies were a bit behind? Doesn't he deserve a chance to start over? Did he have to be so harsh? Xiang King clenched his fists, feeling very uncomfortable. Just now, when he went to see Principal Li Nangxing, the principal had a very good attitude. How come it turned to such an evaluation when it came to Yang Hua? But he still pleaded, "Professor Yang, actually my grandson Xiang Beifei is a very aspiring child. Please give him a chance." Yang Hua said impatiently, "My class isn't for just anyone." He pulled over the S-class awakener Zhou Jing, who was next to him, and pointed at Zhou Jing, saying, "This is S-class awakener Zhou Jing. You ask him, what kind of students does my repeat class usually recruit?" Zhou Jing stood proudly and looked at Xiang King, sneering disdainfully, "Professor Yang's students are bound for greatness, but a student like Xiang Beifei only tarnishes our teacher's reputation. Honestly, Professor Yang is embarrassed to tell others that he is Xiang Beifei's teacher. As Xiang Beifei's guardian, you know better than anyone else the weight of your own child. Why bother embarrassing yourself?" Xiang King's face turned a mixture of blue, red, and white. "Oh, is that so?" Xiang Beifei's voice sounded from behind them. "Xiafei." Xiang King turned around and saw his grandson, then glanced at S-class Zhou Jing and Yang Hua, worried they had said something that deeply hurt his grandson's self-esteem, and quickly grabbed Xiang Beifei's arm, saying, "Let's go over there." But Xiang Beifei didn't move, just frowned as he stared at Zhou Jing. Kong Ziyuan also stood beside him, having just passed by and seen the situation, he quickly went to get Xiang Beifei. Zhou Jing also looked back at him defiantly. "Since you've heard it, I won't keep it any longer. Your grandfather wanted you to repeat the year in Professor Yang's class, but with your grades like that, Professor Yang wouldn't accept you. If you had any self-awareness, you would understand this," said Zhou Jing. "Repeat the year." Xiang Beifei looked puzzled at his grandfather. "Grandpa, the results aren't out yet. Why should I repeat the year?" Xiang King sighed, feeling uneasy. "It's not. I just. He didn't know how to explain to Xiaofei without saying he didn't trust his grades, which would make Xiaofei feel even worse. Xiang King stammered, thinking of a good excuse. Zhou Jing spoke sarcastically, "Oh, you're still waiting for the results? What, do you expect your grades to soar? Everybody here knows what you can score." Ziyuan angrily spoke, "Can you stop looking down on others, please?" Zhou Jing didn't plan to clash with Kong Ziyuan. After all, Ziyuan was also in S rank, his system level just as high, and there was a possibility that his scores could improve rapidly. He could only target N rank Beifei instead. "I would like to respect him, but I don't even know if he's capable," Zhou Jing said. Beifei nodded thoughtfully. Then, he looked at Zhou Jing's S rank appreciation system interface. Current task, harvest any 5,000 appreciations. Task progress, 3629/5000. Task reward, attack technique piercing strike, can be leveled up. Optional side task, score 550 in the college entrance exam, harvest 2,000 appreciations. Task reward, double appreciation card, can double current appreciation value, only usable during early Qi controlling stage. Recommended exchange, gathering Qi formula, intermediate. Beifei shrugged his shoulders. He then glanced at Yang Hua's system interface. Task objective, reach 15,000 prestige value as a teacher to exchange for a Qi and blood pill. Current progress, 13499/40,000. Note, Qi and blood pill, can temporarily enhance one's strength to combat someone surpassing one's own minor realm. Professor Yang, you haven't gotten that Qi and blood pill yet? Beifei pondered, maybe he would complete the task today. Beifei didn't retort, but Zhou Jing's words had angered Lu's Highway, who was beside him. "How can you talk like that? How can you completely lack manners? So what if you're S rank? Does it give you the right to be so arrogant?" Lu's Highway also clenched her fist and glared fiercely at Zhou Jing. She was an S rank awakener as well but had never looked down on anyone like this. Zhou Jing shrank back slightly under her glare. "Let's go, we'll ask the principal later." Xiang King didn't want to cause trouble, his grandson still needed to repeat a year at this school, and he couldn't afford to make impulsive decisions that could result in retaliation later. "All right." Beifei remained very calm. Just then, someone exclaimed, "The results are out." Whoosh! The crowd immediately boiled with excitement as everyone turned their attention to the honor board. This was determining the future of the college entrance examination candidates present. Whether it was parents, teachers, students, school leaders, or media journalists from various fields who had come to report, everyone was waiting for this year's college entrance examination results from Luhi High School. The results didn't come out all at once but emerged according to the examination numbers one by one. Everyone's examination number was scrambled, sometimes the next number belonged to a different school, thus causing a delay. Chapter 76, Take Off. The first person's results are out. Everyone looked towards the honor roll, and those who couldn't see it turned to the large screen temporarily set up by the school. Wu Qi, Level N, Chinese 110, Math 124, Comprehensive 209, Introduction to Defense of Jisu 108, Total 551. For a Level N student, this score, even if not good enough for one of the 9 elite universities, was still good enough for a reputable standard university, quite a commendable achievement. The student named Wu Qi was also very excited. Although he was at Level N, his score was not bad, and he could pick and choose from universities other than the 9 elite ones. Lu K, Level R, Chinese 90, Math 104, Comprehensive 201, Introduction to Defense of Jisu 111, Total 506. Even as a Level R, his scores weren't better than the Level N Wu Qi. Soon, a string of names popped up one after another, and everyone craned their necks eagerly, watching for their own results with hope. At this moment, Zhou Jing's results also came out. Zhou Jing, Level S, Chinese 112, Math 113, Comprehensive 241, Introduction to Defense of Jisu 115, Total 581. Zhou Jing was ecstatic. As a Level S awakener, adding 50 points to this score made it 631 points. Getting into any one of the 9 elite universities was now a sure thing. Great! I knew I wasn't wrong about you, Zhou Jing. Yang Hua was even more excited than Zhou Jing. Your student Zhou's college entrance exam score is 631 points, your teacher prestige value plus 631. Current teacher prestige value, 14130/40,000. This was what Yang Hua wanted. Why did he value college entrance exam scores so much? Because his system was crystal clear about it during the annual release of exam results. For each student's score, that was how many teacher prestige points he would gain. This was much more substantial than scolding students on a normal day. There were 52 students in his class, and if every student averaged 500 points, that would add 26,000 points to his total. So he wished they would score as many points as possible. And then there were students like Xiang Beifei, who scored a mere 200 or 300. It was simply intolerable. If they were to repeat the year, the system points for the next year would be halved. Scoring 200 meant adding only 100, and there were limited spots for repeat students, so he would rather reserve these spots for those who could score high, rather than for someone like Xiang Beifei. The class leader is too impressive. Oh my god! The class leader's raw score is 581. I've hit the jackpot. What an auspicious number! Jackpot! Hooray, take off! Take off! Take off! Congratulations to our class leader! Countless praises chorused, ringing endlessly in his ears. Zhou Jing was filled with pride. He looked at his system interface, where the numbers were rapidly increasing. You have received praise from Yang Hua, appreciation value plus 2. You have received praise from Lu Honghong, appreciation value plus 2. You have received praise from Xiang Beifei, appreciation value plus 2. You have received praise from Wu Qi, appreciation value plus 2. Take off! Take off! Fly me beyond the highest heavens! Zhou Jing was laughing heartily inside. Completing the system task was just too easy. With so many people around today, and his name and scores being publicly announced, everyone would surely recognize Zhou Jing. He was bound to gain a few thousand appreciation points at the very least. This was why scores had to be publicly revealed. Many students' systems likely required them to use their scores to complete tasks, and Zhou Jing was undoubtedly one of them. At this moment, Zhou Jing stood tall and proud, contentedly accepting everyone's praises. There were just too many people praising and envying him. The numbers on the system were jumping rapidly, which was dizzying to watch. He hadn't even noticed that among the rising numbers on his system was a familiar name. Xiang Beifei silently gave him a thumbs up. Now you know where the gap between us lies, right? Zhou Jing glanced at Xiang Beifei with a very smug expression, then turned to Xiang Qingde and said, Students taught by teacher Yang Hua all need to be like me, you should weigh yourselves accordingly. Kong Ziyuan couldn't stand it but was unable to refute, grumbling, damn, his score is so high. He then glanced at Xiang Beifei and asked quietly, how about it? Are you confident or not? Xiang Beifei just smiled and didn't say much. Meanwhile, Xiang Qingde was also extremely surprised to see Zhou Jing's score. 581 points. This kid's academic performance is actually so high? In the system world, scoring above 550 points is quite an accomplishment because it's the minimum admission threshold for the 9 elite universities, let alone the fact that 581 points were the raw score, which amounted to 631 with bonuses. He couldn't help but take a glance at his grandson and sighed internally. The gap is too wide. Alas! I wonder if he will be affected. Ziyafei, let's not get discouraged. Xiang Qingde patted Xiang Beifei's shoulder and comforted him. Grandpa, my score hasn't come out yet, Xiang Beifei said. Then let's go over there and wait. Xiang Qingde was worried that waiting here, with Zhou Jing's score setting such a stark comparison, might let his grandson feel wronged, so he quickly pulled Xiang Beifei to the side. Okay. Xiang Beifei didn't say much more. However, Lu's highway was unhappy, humming and grumbling, aren't you going to say something? He did pretty well on the test, Xiang Beifei said. Lu's Highway rolled her eyes. I'm not talking about that. It's his arrogant demeanor that's really annoying. After a pause, she put her hands on her hips and said, you need to reflect on yourself. Grandpa Xiang is getting on in years, and he still has to work hard for you. I can't stand to watch this. Xiang Beifei shrugged his shoulders. He'll work hard, Xiaowei, don't pressure him. Xiang King quickly gave Lu's Highway a look, signaling her to say less. I just can't stand it. He's always like this, appearing glum and never competing with others. It's too easy for him to be at a disadvantage. Lu's Highway thought back to the previous encounter with Qin Yi at the law enforcement team, where Xiang Beifei hadn't bothered to compete with Qin Yi. Xiang Beifei could endure, but she could not. Yes, this is a student I taught. Zhou Jing, our class rep, S grade. Highly talented and very hard-working. He's my masterpiece. Yang Hua was speaking to all parents. His teacher's prestige value could also be obtained from the parents, and now he had to seize this opportunity to market his image as a teacher who had done well in coaching. He also glanced over at Xiang Qing's direction, purposefully letting Xiang Qing know that he only valued students with good grades. Sigh. Xiang Qing sighed and sat on the edge of the flower bed. How could he not perceive the implied meaning in Yang Hua's words? Other parents were eagerly looking forward to their children's good performance, yet he was afraid to see his own grandson's results. If the score was too bad and it struck his grandson down, what should he do? Xiang Qing's mind buzzed with consoling words to prepare. In case the results were too dismal, he would have to face them with his grandson. At that moment, there was a sudden exclamation from the crowd. Is this Xiang Beifei's score? Xiang Qing heard someone in the crowd calling his grandson's name, and his heart clenched tight. What was inevitable still had arrived. Chapter 77, Focus. Xiang Qing was extremely nervous. The scores of Xiang Beifei must be terribly bad, or else they wouldn't have provoked so much discussion among the people. He held onto Xiang Beifei's hand tightly. At this moment, what his grandson needed the most must be a pair of encouraging and comforting hands. He wanted to let Xiaofei know that, even if his grades were poor, he would still be by his side. Xiang Qing lowered his head, not even daring to look at the scores displayed on the screen. However, the venue suddenly fell silent, everyone staring at the big screen in disbelief at the score displayed. Zhou Jing, who was originally smug and ready to mock Xiang Beifei, froze the moment he saw the score. Even Yang Hua stood rooted to the spot, frozen like ice, as his mouth hung open in shock. Xiang Beifei, Level N, Chinese 142, Mathematics 149, System Integrative 300, Introduction to Defense of Jisu 141, Total Score 732. 732. The most complicated system integrative subject turned out to be a perfect score of 300. Everyone had looks of shock on their faces. They had almost never heard of anyone achieving a perfect score in system integrative. This is impossible, muttered Zhou Jing to himself. Just moments ago, he had been flaunting his score of 631 in front of Xiang Beifei, wanting to show the difference between an S-level genius like himself and someone at the N level. However, he now realized that his raw score was more than 100 points lower than Xiang Beifei's. Even with his S-level talent adding 50 points, he had only 631. That's 101 points less than Xiang Beifei, who had no added points. Completely left in the dust, not even close. Zhou Jing found it hard to accept this reality. His own score of 581 seemed to be mocking him. This Xiang Beifei, wasn't he preparing to repeat a year of school? How could he have this score? Waves of astonishment crashed within Yang Hua's heart. Just a few minutes earlier, before the scores were released, Xiang Qing had talked to him about repeating a year, which he had impatiently rejected and even scorned. In his impression, Xiang Beifei would probably just score around 300, not even fit for a vocational college, let alone consider his repeat class. Yang Hua had righteously told Xiang Qing that Xiang Beifei had no chance of success, and that it was better to find a job sooner rather than later. However, the reality had caught him completely off guard. Xiang Beifei actually scored 732 points. As the homeroom teacher for the graduating class, he knew too well what such a score meant. Did these scores call for repetition? Only a fool would repeat with such scores. Yang Hua was deeply shocked, his mind occupied with only one question: how exactly did he achieve such a score? Didn't Grandpa Xiang agree to let me tutor his coursework? How am I supposed to tutor with such scores? Lu's Highway opened her mouth wide enough to fit a fist. Last year, without any added points, she had scored 621 on her college entrance exam, and with added points, it was 671. Normally, her learning abilities were quite strong. She was a school tyrant, with only her reasoning ability being poor. Ordinarily, tutoring an average high school student would be more than manageable for her. But she couldn't possibly tutor with Xiang Beifei's results. He scored higher than her even without any added points. Who was supposed to tutor who now? All done for, her little plans shattered by Xiang Beifei. Now she had no leverage. This kid, didn't he give up and neglect the mock exams? And yet, these scores, oh my goodness! Principal Li Nangxing from a distance was also stunned. Originally, he thought that given Xiang Beifei's usual performance, getting into college would be quite a struggle, but he saw potential in the boy, so he specially went to encourage him that day. Thinking that Shang Tianxiang, an N-level awakener, had to repeat 4 years, it seemed only right that Xiang Beifei would need to repeat a few years as well. But today, to everyone's surprise, this kid made a name for himself. Could it be that my words "don't underestimate the youth in poverty" really awakened him? Xiang Qingde was still looking down, holding Xiang Beifei's hand. But he suddenly felt the atmosphere was a bit too quiet. What's going on? Were the results so bad that they shocked everyone to silence? It makes sense, after all, anyone who scored something like 43 on the comprehensive exam would definitely be shocked. No, I must take good care of my grandson's feelings, and we will weather this together. Grandpa, why are you closing your eyes? Xiang Beifei asked. Xiang Qingde hurriedly opened his eyes and consoled, Xiafei, you, don't be discouraged. No matter how bad the results are, Grandpa is here for you. Xiang Beifei couldn't help but to feel a mix of amusement and frustration. Had Grandpa always thought he would perform so poorly? However, the old him did have truly disastrous grades, typically those of someone who needed to repeat a year. Xiang Beifei reassured, Grandpa, don't be nervous, you can look at my results first. Xiang Qingde looked up at the big screen anxiously. With presbyopia, he squinted to find the results and finally managed to see Xiang Beifei's scores clearly. The next moment, he was also stunned. This! Xiang Qingde felt his breathing quicken in disbelief. 732. This score was beyond belief. That is you, isn't it? Xiang Qingde looked at the score, doubtful, still wondering if there could be someone with the same name. The candidate number is written right there, Xiang Beifei said. Xiang Qingde rushed forward to take a closer look at the candidate number and, after triple checking, his shock turned into excitement. He thought that after the exam, Xiang Beifei had locked himself in his room for 3 days because he had done so poorly, grieving alone, and that had him worried sick. Today, he even planned to find a place for Xiang Beifei to repeat the year. But against all expectations, the results turned out like this. It's your score. It really is your score, haha, my grandson has made something of himself. Xiang Qingde ran back, tears of joy streaming down his face, hugging Xiang Beifei tightly. It wasn't easy. It really wasn't easy. His worry had started the day before the college entrance examination, and it had lasted for almost a week. Just now, he had even prepared comforting words. But Xiang Beifei gave him a wonderful surprise. This grade had dispelled all the gloom that had accumulated in his heart over these days. His grandson really had it in him. Amazing! An N-level awakener scored so high. What you're saying isn't right, educational achievements and system talents aren't correlated. But a good system can make one's thinking more agile, and it can even improve intelligence. An N-level awakener must not be relying on the system but on himself. That's true, it's really impressive. This score is surely the top one, right? Definitely, who could have imagined that this year's Luhi High School's top scholar in the college entrance exam would be an N-level awakener? The surrounding people also looked enviously at Xiang Beifei, as parents asked after the high-scoring student's identity, and for a time, Xiang Beifei became the focus of the crowd. I've had a cold these past few days, and my head's been all fuzzy, so I wasn't in the right state of mind writing these chapters. Can't take a break during the initial launch period of a new book. Chapter 78, Primordially ranked first. He cheated, right? Zhou Jing said resentfully. Xiang Beifei's grades were always atrociously bad, so how did he suddenly score so high? Now everyone's attention was on Xiang Beifei, overshadowing his own spotlight, leaving no one to admire him. Nonsense! Principal Li Nangxing rebuked, no one can cheat in the college entrance examination. Watch your words. The people around, hearing the principal's words, also thought Zhou Jing sounded like a fool. In the System World's college entrance examination, the students participating, with the highest talents at most S class, were monitored with anti-cheating measures set by SR class individuals. The SR class anti-cheating measures were more than enough to completely suppress these students' systems. Let alone an N-class system awakener. Zhou Jing's face turned red with the principal's rebuke, and he didn't dare to speak again, forcing down his frustration. The scene was witnessed by thousands of onlookers. There were more parents than students present since many had come with their children. Yet, no one suspected Xiang Beifei of cheating. Instead, they saw him as the shining beacon of reversal among N-class awakeners. Xiang Beifei. 732. Are you a god? Kong Ziyuan was first shocked, then shouted excitedly, seemingly more thrilled than Xiang Beifei himself. He used to be at the bottom of the class with Xiang Beifei, but at least he had awakened an S-class system and could trade his hair to boost his intelligence at the last moment. But Xiang Beifei was N-class. In his eyes, that was utterly amazing. At this moment, Kong Ziyuan's score also came out. Kong Ziyuan, S-class, Language 111, Mathematics 103, Comprehensive 191, Introduction to Defense of Jisu 118, total score 523. Kong Ziyuan was over the moon. Ah, I scored over 500. He yanked at his hair desperately. These past days, in order to score over 500, he had given his all, exchanging all the fallen hair he collected for system rewards that would increase his intelligence, finally getting some payoff. 523 plus the 50 points, for a total of 573, securing a spot at an elite university was no issue at all. Congratulations! Seeing Kong Ziyuan score over 500, Xiang Beifei also breathed a sigh of relief. Congratulations for what? I should be congratulating you. Kong Ziyuan laughed heartily, now our university is set. My son, you did it. A chubby middle-aged man squeezed through the crowd. His sturdy frame effortlessly pushed through the throng, embracing Kong Ziyuan with such enthusiasm that his rotund belly almost sent Kong Ziyuan flying. This was Kong Ziyuan's father, Kong Daming. Host, Kong Daming. S-Class, Gluttonous Feast System. Realm, Early Meridian Opening. Kong Daming was in the catering business, with culinary skills so divine that he could make a simple cabbage dish drool-worthy. Xiang Beifei had known of Kong Daming from his past memories, but since his arrival, he had not seen Kong Daming and only now realized that Kong Daming was also an S-Class system awakener. Dad, compose yourself, there's someone even more impressive than me here. Kong Ziyuan clutched his aching belly from the collision, but he couldn't quite hide his excitement, letting his dad's chubby hand rub and roll on his head. Yes, yes, yes. I almost forgot. Beifei, good kid. You did it. Ha ha ha. You left my Ziyuan behind by 3 streets. Kong Daming also heartily patted Xiang Beifei on the shoulder, laughing joyfully. Kong Ziyuan and Xiang Beifei were childhood buddies, and Kong Daming had watched Xiang Beifei grow up, always treated him kindly. You flatter me, Uncle Kong, said Xiang Beifei. Kong Daming laughed again and said to Xiang King, Old man, Beifei is promising, as remarkable as Tian Xing. Haha, Ziyuan is not bad either. Xiang King was so happy his wrinkles seemed to lighten, naturally proud when others praised his grandson. The rest of the scores were still popping up one by one, all the exam candidates had found their grades, but so far, no one had surpassed Xiang Beifei's score. The score of 732 was unique. This score was even the highest raw score among all the candidates at Luhi High School for the past 10 years. When the last student's score was released, the overall situation for this year's college entrance examination at Luhi High School had become very clear. The second place was taken by Shen Yu from Class 1, who had awakened the S-Class academic god system, with a raw score of 679, and even after adding 50 points, it was still only 729, not surpassing Xiang Beifei. After the scores were announced, the honor roll was updated with other rankings. This ranking included school ranking, Liangzhou ranking, and Jisu ranking. Xiang Beifei, with a raw score, ranked first in Luhi High School, first in Liangzhou, and first in Zhuzhou. In total score ranking, he ranked first in Luyi High School, 18th in Liangzhou, and 75th in Zhuzhou. Total score ranking included various bonus points. In the whole Zhuzhou with over 5 million candidates, no one had a higher raw score than Xiang Beifei. But the thing is, many people had bonus points. Moreover, most of the high-scoring candidates were almost all S-level, not only benefited from powerful systems but also received favorable additions to their total scores, a full 50 points. News had already spread online that this year's college entrance exam champion of the Zhuzhou Alliance was from Qingzhou, with a raw score of 711 plus 50 bonus points, bringing the total to 761. College entrance exam rankings were based on total scores, and although Xiang Beifei was originally first, many overtook him purely through bonus points. That is to say, 74 people with an added 50 points had surpassed Xiang Beifei. So, in a strict sense, Xiang Beifei only claimed the title of valedictorian for Luyi High School, not for Liangzhou or Zhuzhou. But this was still something to be envied. Because at Luyi High School, not a single S-class system awakener who had added points surpassed Xiang Beifei. Xiang Beifei was pondering his scores. He had expected to score full marks in the comprehensive subject. Having arrived in this world for the first time and being able to see everyone's systems clearly, he had studied the knowledge related to the systems very thoroughly. In mathematics, perhaps a careless misstep had cost him 1 point, after all, he was not perfect and could still be negligent. However, his scores in Chinese and Introduction to Defense of Zhuzhou were not as high, scoring 141 on one and 140 on the other. Exams like Chinese and Introduction to Defense of Zhuzhou included subjective questions, where many required the student to express their own views on a matter or a sentence. Such divergent, subjective questions purportedly sought to explore the student's perspective, when in reality, they assessed not the student's perspective but the perspective of the grader and the answer key. Your view is not important, what is important is whether it aligns with the grader's view. Xiang Beifei guessed that the points he lost were likely in these areas. Chapter 79. Regret. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lu's Highway saw Xiang Beifei deep in thought and couldn't help but ask. She still couldn't completely calm down. Xiang Beifei's scores had shocked her too much. She had once thought she was barely an academic overachiever, but compared to Xiang Beifei, she suddenly felt utterly eclipsed. I was thinking about where I might have been careless to get points deducted. Xiang Beifei said casually. Careless? Scoring so high and still thinking about where you might have lost points due to carelessness? Lu's Highway put her hands on her hips, glaring at Xiang Beifei. Are you asking for a beating by saying that? What's the matter? Xiang Beifei asked, puzzled. Lu's Highway was so annoyed she could grind her teeth. Didn't we agree that I was going to tutor you in your studies? How am I supposed to tutor you like this? Hey! Xiang Beifei felt it odd and asked, why did you think about tutoring me? Wasn't it agreed, 100 per lesson? Lu's Highway said through clenched teeth. I thought it was 100 per lesson for you to give me money so I could tutor you. Lu's Highway. Xiang Qingde also realized what had happened, and couldn't help but laugh and say, so the agreement this morning about you accepting to tutor, you thought I was asking you to tutor Xiao Wei. Xiang Beifei nodded. It turned out they had been on completely different pages all along. Really odd. Xiang Qingde slapped his own forehead. Oh, my muddled head, my fault, my fault. He had spoken carefully in the morning to spare Xiang Beifei's feelings, so he didn't dare to be too explicit, only to realize later that he had unintentionally caused a misunderstanding. But this misunderstanding was no big deal. Xiang Qingde was still very happy. No worries, now that your scores are out and you scored so high, Grandpa is no longer worried about you having no universities to attend. Xiang Qingde felt he could now raise his head and puff out his chest, liberating himself from the frustration he felt when he humbly asked Yang Hua for tutoring classes. His grandson scored so high, although not the top scorer in Liangzhou or Zhuzhou, with such scores, why worry about having no university to attend? He glanced at Zhoujing and Yang Hua in the distance, feeling extremely at ease. Having a promising child, he could also stand tall, feeling as if his bent stature had stretched quite a bit. At that moment, Principal Li Nangxing also came over with a pleasant smile, expressing quite amazed, appearances can be deceiving, Xiang Beifei, our school's top scorer. I didn't expect it at all, it seems I was mistaken. Haha, sorry. Li Nangxing admitted this openly and did not deny it, straightforward and generous. He initially didn't believe Xiang Beifei could achieve good results this year, so he genuinely got a shock when he saw the results. Being the principal, he naturally needed to personally congratulate their school's top scorer. Xiang Beifei stood up from the edge of the flower bed and said politely, "Thank you for the cultivation, principal." "Haha, hardly any cultivation, hardly any at all. This matter doesn't have much to do with me. You scoring so high ultimately comes down to your own efforts, which is quite rare indeed." There were many parents around, which was a good opportunity for self-promotion, but Li Nangxing wasn't greedy for credit. His school's student getting the highest raw score was honor enough, no need to claim undue credit. He was really too curious and wanted to know how Xiang Beifei had managed to score so high. You should know, just 2 months ago, Beifei's composite score was only 43, with college seeming far out of reach. However, when the results came out, he was in a league of his own, and everyone else could only watch his back. Cheating was definitely impossible, as the surveillance measures in the entrance exams were extremely strict. It seemed now that he had always underestimated this young man. Thinking back to every encounter with Xiang Beifei, the youth was always polite yet confident, not very talkative, and spent more time listening and then pondering. Li Nangxing now realized that this boy, seemingly not good with words, was indeed hiding his brilliance behind simplicity. Other school leaders also gathered to congratulate Xiang Beifei, who did not relish such occasions but responded politely nevertheless. Many people also asked Xiang King how he had managed to raise such a gifted grandson, asking him to share some educational insights that could serve as a reference for their own children's upbringing. Xiang King laughed heartily, his mustache quivering with excitement. He happily clapped Xiang Beifei on the shoulder and shared his approach, "I just let him be." The crowd was stunned. Xiang Beifei could not help but laugh. He knew his grandfather had misunderstood him these days, probably worrying terribly. Just now, he had thought he would need to repeat the year and had gone to see Yang Hua, which turned out to be quite frustrating. Now that an opportunity had come to vent, he naturally seized it and spoke freely. Xiang Beifei did not want to dampen the old man's spirits, whatever the old man said was fine as long as he was happy. However, Zhou Jing's expression looked quite unpleasant. Now that Xiang Beifei had become the center of attention, his favorable score of 581 no longer attracted others' admiration. He had to actively seek praise. "So what if you scored high? It's like you think you can get into an elite university." Zhou Jing spat in envy inside. Among the 9 elite universities, only Liangzhou University admitted awakeners with N classification. But even for Liangzhou University, faced with N-class students, there were thresholds set up that were not easily surpassed. But Zhou Jing, with his scores, would have ample margin at an elite university. Zhou Jing glanced at his system panel, where his appreciation value had reached 5,129, enough to exchange for the piercing strike cultivation technique. Another task requiring a score of 550 and 2,000 praises for an appreciation card had also been completed. But he was not eager to exchange it just yet, now was not the time to exchange techniques. Since the crowd was all gathered here, he wanted to seize the opportunity to earn more appreciation values. Soon, he thought of another way to draw attention. "That's right, with my scores, entering one of the 9 elite universities is more than doable. After all, I am S class, not N class. It's simply too easy for me to enter an elite university, but elite universities do not admit N class." Zhou Jing said this loudly to a friend beside him, not concealing the pride in his voice. Initially, the crowd was watching Xiang Beifei, but upon hearing Zhou Jing's words, they pondered for a moment, then comprehended the issue. Right. Even if Xiang Beifei was the top scholar in the school, he was merely N class, something the elite universities normally didn't admit. Even Liangzhou University, the only exception, had not admitted any N-class students for the last 10 years. The bar set for N-class students at elite universities was incredibly high. Many, influenced by Zhou Jing's words, looked at Xiang Beifei with changed eyes, their admiration tinged with pity. This was just too regrettable. Even someone with 500 points in S-class could easily get in, but a high school entrance score of 732 was kept out of elite universities. Everyone sighed. Chapter 80. Feeding the dog. The awakening system talent determined the threshold for university entry. The world was indeed this realistic. But everyone also understood that the reason for this situation was that the N-level system was simply too outrageous, issuing system tasks that defied logic, and the potential was simply not enough. In this world, the most profound truth was, studying needed to serve practical ends. A good system would enable you to apply the knowledge you've grasped more skillfully. If you had an outrageous system like the N level, even if you learned much from books, the system tasks would be hard to complete, failing to achieve the goal of applied learning. In other words, cultural course grades determined a person's basic lower limit, while the system talent level determined a person's future upper limit. In the system world, high scores in cultural courses only meant that you had a deeper understanding of the world than the average person, but it didn't mean your future achievements would be higher than others. If people were compared to trees, then the awakened system would be like the fertilizer that helps nurture and grow the tree. An N-level system's fertilizer could at best only allow the tree to grow to 1 meter, while an R level could make it reach 10 meters, and an S level could enable it to grow to 100 meters. As for SR and SSR levels, there's no need to say they were enough to cultivate a person into a towering giant of a tree. And the 9 elite universities, as the name suggested, cultivated students with high future potential. What a pity for such a promising seedling. Even an R-level system would have been good, someone couldn't help but lament. Yes, it's such a waste. The others echoed in unison with sympathy, regret, and schadenfreude. All kinds of gazes were present, even though they knew there was still a slim hope for N-level candidates at Liangzhou University. That hope was very faint. Because that assessment, according to legend, was an insurmountable chasm for N-levels. Who would have thought the school's top scorer with 732 points would face such an awkward situation? At the same time, people's outlook on Zhou Jing became even more optimistic. Although his score was only 581, 100 points less than Xiang Beifei, the thing was, he was an S level. Such a score would comfortably grant him entry into one of the 9 elite universities, and he could choose a good major. The class president is really impressive. Which of the 9 elite universities is our class president planning to choose? Someone asked enviously. Do you even have to ask? His additional points make up a total of 631 points, he can pick any of the 9 elite universities. Yeah, 631 points at S level is far stronger than 732 points at N level. You have received praise from Kong, appreciation value +2. You have received praise from Lulan, appreciation value +2. Zhou Jing took the opportunity to harvest another wave of appreciation value, feeling invigorated. He pretended to be humble and said, "Oh, you flatter me too much. I've already set my target. As a member of Liangzhou, I plan to stay in Liangzhou and apply to Liangzhou University." In fact, his decision to apply to Liangzhou University was spur of the moment. Xiang Beifei's usual scores were far from his, yet the examination results had exceeded his, which irked him. He knew that the only chance Xiang Beifei had to apply for an elite university was Liangzhou University. Then he would choose Liangzhou University. During the entrance examination, Xiang Beifei was bound to be eliminated by Liangzhou University. But whichever elite university he chose to attend right now, he was a prospective university student. 581 points got him into Liangzhou University, while 732 points were turned away at its gates. The contrast was stark. And he, as an S-level talent, appeared even more dazzling. Many nodded subtly, showing their admiration for Zhou Jing's words. Zhou Jing arrogantly glanced at Xiang Beifei with a sidelong look. What if you are the school's top scorer? What if you are the first in raw scores? My 581 points will still crush your future. They will still steal your limelight. I can still divert everyone's attention from you to me. Jealous? Haha. Not only did I complete the system task, but I also overshadowed the school's top scholar, and I've harvested a bunch of appreciation values. Awesome. Zhou Jing hummed a tune in his heart. Now, it was time to claim the system reward. He happily looked at the system interface, saw the double appreciation card and the cultivation technique piercing strike, then he clicked on claim reward. 1 minute later. Where's my system reward? Zhou Jing suddenly turned to stone on the spot. You damn system, you actually swallowed my reward again. Zhou Jing felt darkness before his eyes and almost passed out. Although Zhou Jing was an S-level awakener, he had only awakened his system 2 months ago and his cultivation was still only at the early stage of qi controlling. Therefore, both piercing strike and the double appreciation card were also rewards for the early stage of qi controlling. Xiang Beifei didn't even view such rewards with regard, but he still accepted them graciously. The reason was simple: happiness. Towards those who had no grudges against him and whose rewards Xiaohe had mistakenly taken, he would return the rewards. For those who were kind to him, he would respect them and try his best to help them. But for those who sought trouble with him, who came bullying up to his face, there was no need for courtesy. If he had no use for them, he could give them to feed a dog. Xiaohe, being a small milk dog with snow-white fur, happily swallowed the 2 items, turning them into a spiritual chi crystal and collecting them. You damn system! You damn system! Zhou Jing nearly went mad, still not understanding what had happened, as he still thought the system had glitched like last time. If there hadn't been so many people around, he would have cursed out his system already. He probably didn't even realize that his rewards had truly fallen into the paws of a small milk dog. Because of Zhou Jing's words, many people stopped envying Xiang Beifei, the school's top scholar, and gradually shifted their attention to other S-level students, which actually relieved Xiang Beifei. He didn't enjoy being surrounded by people. The crowd quickly dispersed, and other school leaders went to congratulate other students. Only Principal Li Nangxing stayed, his expectations for Xiang Beifei never diminishing. Mr. Xiang, may I have a word alone with your grandson? Li Nangxing said to Xiang Qingde. Xiang Qingde was still being surrounded by others, asking about the affairs of being the parent of an original separated family. Li Nangxing's question snapped him back to reality, and he said, you talk, don't mind me. Xiang Beifei, could you come to my office? Li Nangxing said. Okay. Xiang Beifei followed the principal through the crowded throng and returned to the clean and tidy office once more. Li Nangxing gestured for Xiang Beifei to sit down, then poured him a glass of water. Your reported target hasn't changed, has it? Li Nangxing sat in his own chair, looking at Xiang Beifei, his eyes shining brightly and twinkling with wisdom. He wasn't like others who, just because of Zhou Jing's words, dismissed Xiang Beifei's future. On the contrary, he still believed in this quiet young man. Back when he consulted the system, the boy had inquired about Liangzhou University's entrance assessment for N-level students. Li Nangxing had made a point of inquiring further and already had some leads. Chapter 81. Rumors of the entrance examination. If a month ago, after Zhou Jing had said those words, Li Nangxing might still have worried about Xiang Beifei's state of mind collapsing and comforted him. But once Xiang Beifei's results came out, he understood that he had underestimated the resilience of this young man. If Xiang Beifei had been so easily defeated by Zhou Jing's words, how could he possibly have improved so much in just 2 months? Xiang Beifei replied, yes, it's still Liangzhou University. That's good. There's no need to let some people's words disrupt your own pace. It's right to boldly forge ahead. Your father was also sent to Liangzhou University on a scholarship, said Li Nangxing with a smile. He looked at his system interface. N-level awakener Xiang Beifei, initially ranked first in the Western District, your prestige plus 5,000, ranked first in Liangzhou, your prestige plus 10,000, ranked first in Zhuzhou, your prestige plus 90,000. Current prestige value, 16005547. Li Nangxing's awakening was to the S-level Confucian Saint system, and Xiang Beifei's initial scores, ranking first among over 5 million test takers in Zhuzhou, surprisingly brought him a prestige value of 100,000. This truly surprised him. Because even the second-place S-level Shen Yu, who scored 679 points, only brought him 3,000 prestige points. And the third place added only 1,000, as for the rest, like Yang Hua, the prestige value was the same as their exam scores. Clearly, an N-level student, with initial scores surpassing all candidates in Zhuzhou, almost 20 points more than the top scholar of Zhuzhou, attracted immense attention. Many people who pay attention to the overall ranking also care about where the person with the highest initial scores comes from. If it's an S-level student, having the highest initial scores seems normal, and some people might not even check which school the student is from. It's enough just to know the student's name and feel envious. But it's different for an N-level. This year, the student with the highest initial scores is not S-level but an N-level awakener with the most common talent. This is major news. S-level is expected. N-level is an underdog's rise. More people are interested in the latter. With something as significant as college entrance exams, many naturally investigate where the student is from, starting from Zhuzhou, to Liangzhou, then to the Western District, and all the way to Luhi High School. Luhi High School became famous instantly. And being the principal of Luhi High School, Li Nangxing also gets mentioned, and the level of attention he receives increases invisibly. Even many Luhi High School alumni who are already working, when discussing this matter, mention to others that they too were students of Luhi High School. Thus, Li Nangxing's prestige value has frighteningly soared. It could be said that an N-level student ranking first attracts more attention than an S-level student achieving the same feat. Li Nangxing was also very excited. 100,000 prestige points. Just 2 months ago, he was nearly 300,000 prestige points away from 16 million. Even when this year's college entrance examination results were released, he still lacked nearly 200,000. If it weren't for Xiang Beifei helping him increase by 100,000 prestige value, he would probably have to wait until next year's college entrance exam to accumulate 16 million. 16 million, enough to exchange for a god-refining pill. His cultivation had been stuck in the late phase of Meridian opening for 10 years, and for this god-refining pill, he had saved 10 years of prestige value and dared not use it recklessly. Now, he had finally amassed enough. Xiang Beifei had given him an unprecedented increase of 105,000 in one go. Li Nangxing was filled with gratitude towards Xiang Beifei. However, he still suppressed his excitement and said, "Last time you mentioned that you wanted to apply for Liangzhou University, I specifically went to ask an old friend of mine at Liangzhou University, and he revealed some information about the assessment for elite universities at level N." Li Nangxing pondered for a moment and continued, "He didn't specify what the assessment entails, but he mentioned that it's not easy to pass." Xiang Beifei listened intently. "You should understand," Li Nangxing said. "Elite universities have stringent controls for N-level awakeners, and even Liangzhou University only has a tiny loophole. According to my friend, this loophole is so small it's practically negligible. After all, no N-level has entered Liangzhou University in nearly a decade." Shang Tianxiang's case was said to be special, but still. Knowing that Xiang Beifei had a strong capacity to handle the truth, Li Nangxing no longer beat around the bush and got straight to the point. "If you are prepared, I'll speak bluntly. In short, they give you an opportunity on paper, but in reality, they won't easily let you pass. The gates of elite universities were never open to N-level students." Xiang Beifei had anticipated this, but he hadn't given up and said, "Then I need to try." Li Nangxing nodded slightly, "I knew you would. Regardless of the outcome, I will help you make an attempt." That old friend mentioned that the assessment would be very difficult. Although he didn't go into detail, he mentioned that the person responsible for the assessment had a personal vendetta against your father. Xiang Beifei furrowed his brows. Li Nangxing sighed, "Your father was an SR-level awakener and a highly talented graduate of Liangzhou University, but any outstanding individual is bound to make enemies. I am not very clear about the specifics, but it's said that the person handling the assessment is someone named Yuji Shen. During his school days, he was chastised by your father. Later, Yuji Shen became a faculty member at Liangzhou University, and now he has encountered you. You must understand the implications. An old enemy disappeared, but now the enemy's son was coming to study at the school where he taught, and he was in charge of the entrance assessment. What a perfect opportunity for revenge. If he couldn't get even with your dad back then, would he let you off now?" Anyone aware of the details would probably understand that the entrance assessment, tainted by personal grudges, was no longer fair. "Even missing, he didn't forget to leave a trap for me." Xiang Beifei mused. Where exactly Xiang Tianxing and his wife had gone, he had no recollection, and leaving him to be cared for by his grandfather was one thing, but now even attending school came with special attention. His father, whom he had never met, was indeed capable. "Yes, I think your father inadvertently left you a significant problem." Li Nangxing sighed. He knew the difficulty of Xiang Beifei's entrance examination had essentially increased. Yet, Xiang Beifei, watching Xia He napping on his shoulder, still had a calm and steady gaze. Many people liked to cause him trouble. But in the system world, what he least feared was trouble. It was just unknown how many opponents Xiang Tianxing made in school. It would have been better to inherit an enemy directory, so he could seek them out one by one. Otherwise, it might be embarrassing to mistakenly take someone else's system items. Those who had been bullied by Xiang Tianxing wanting to bully his son for revenge? No problem, he'd take a little notebook and jot down names. When the time came, Xiang Beifei could help them with their tasks. If he encountered someone who had bullied Xiang Tianxing and wanted to continue bullying his son, that was okay too. He'd also take a little notebook and jot that down, considering it revenge for his old man. Two birds with one stone. Chapter 82. God refining pill. Of course, this is just my guess, he wasn't specific, and I don't know if that's really the case. The final assessment might be something else entirely, I'm just giving you a heads up, Li Nangxing said. I understand, Xiang Beifei nodded. Li Nangxing was checking his system interface. After a moment, he spent 5,000 system points to exchange for a tortoise shell and handed it to Xiang Beifei. This is a Hichu tortoise shell. It possesses strong defensive capabilities, capable of withstanding attacks from the late stages of qi controlling. If they raise the difficulty of the assessment, this Hichu tortoise shell can help you, he said. Xiang Beifei asked, is it permissible to rely on external forces during the assessment? This is an inherently unfair assessment. Protecting oneself is most important. Besides, you must understand that since everyone in this world can awaken a system, any help from the system is within the allowed range, Li Nangxing said. The greatest advantage of the system world is exactly this, no matter what system items you use, they are all within the rules. It all comes down to whether you have the strength and can utilize these system items effectively. Current prestige value, 16000547. Xiang Beifei's cultivation wasn't high, the external help Li Nangxing could offer was limited to the late stages of qi controlling at most. This Hichu tortoise shell was the most suitable item he could come up with. He had wanted to give Xiang Beifei more life-saving measures, but his system points were at an awkward level. He needed to spend 16 million to purchase a god-refining pill. Spending more system points would prevent him from exchanging for the god-refining pill. The god-refining pill was too important to him, he had been stuck in the late stage of Meridian opening for 10 years and couldn't wait any longer. I'm sorry I can't offer you more help. I must get that god-refining pill. Once I step into the god-refining stage, if your assessment has not yet started, I will find a way to compensate you with more items. Li Nangxing silently told Xiang Beifei in his heart. Xiang Beifei had contributed a whole 100,000 system points to him. He knew he should use system points to exchange for more items to help Xiang Beifei through this assessment, but the need for the god-refining pill was too pressing, and he couldn't afford to waste more system points. Thank you. Xiang Beifei accepted the Hichu tortoise shell. A late-stage qi-controlling spiritual qi crystal was still very important to him. After a while, Li Nangxing added, oh, our school offers a reward for the valedictorian, a scholarship of 50,000 yuan. Specific matters will be notified to you later. There is an application process. Xiang Beifei's eyes lit up. 50,000 yuan scholarship. He had already gathered more than half of the 100,000 yuan tuition fee. Thank you, Principal, Xiang Beifei said again. Don't mention it. You should hear the news by next Monday when you submit your preferences. Now, go celebrate. I believe your grandfather is already eagerly waiting, Li Nangxing said with a smile. Okay, then, Principal, I'll head back first. With the results out, Xiang Beifei had no need to stay at school. Others might spend time celebrating their scores, but he preferred to spend his time on cultivation. After seeing Xiang Beifei off, Li Nangxing closed the door, his gaze returning to the system interface, a sense of excitement building within him. It's been 10 years. A full 10 years to save up 16 million prestige points, which was indeed a difficult task. Though he had awakened an S-grade system and his cultivation was higher than many people's, the system's tasks became tougher toward the end. Stepping into the god-refining stage was a height many could not reach in their lifetimes. Xiang Beifei, I owe you a favor. Once I step into the god-refining stage, if you need any help in the future, I will do my utmost to assist you, Li Nangxing promised silently. Li Nangxing trembled slightly as he looked at the god-refining pill, his eyes filled with intense eagerness. Would you like to spend 16 million prestige points to exchange for a god-refining pill? Suppressing his excitement, Li Nangxing responded almost tremblingly, yes. 16 million prestige points spent to exchange for a god-refining pill. Exchange successful. Current prestige value, 547. System reward is being issued. Reward issuance complete. Li Nangxing reached out his hand, waiting for the god-refining pill to appear in his palm. 10 seconds passed. His hand was still empty. No rush, such a powerful pill. Li Nangxing reminded himself. But the reward was too important for him, and with every second that passed in waiting, it felt like an eternity. A minute went by. There was still nothing in his hand. Li Nangxing wiped off some sweat, feeling uneasy, but still tried to calm himself down. Don't worry, Don't worry, just wait a little longer. And he waited for 3 minutes. Panic began to set in for Li Nangxing. Where is my God refining pill? He murmured to himself. Reward distributed successfully. How could this be? He was over 60 years old and had awakened this system nearly 50 years ago. He was very familiar with his system, as every time he wanted to exchange for something, it happened almost instantly. So why was today's system God refining pill missing? Reward distributed successfully. The system prompted again. No, this can't be happening. Li Nangxing started frantically searching his office. He turned the whole office upside down, but the God refining pill was nowhere to be found. During this time, everyone was on the training field, only Xiang Beifei and he were in the teaching building. Could it be that Xiang Beifei took it? But he didn't have the ability to do that, after all, he was a late-stage meridian opening practitioner. If Xiang Beifei had taken it, how could he possibly not have noticed? Besides, knowing the boy's character, it wasn't possible for him to do such a thing. Could it be that the system has malfunctioned again? He had encountered such situations before when there would sometimes be a miscalculation in the system's database. Once, when he was in the Outer Realm Wilderness, the system had a scanning anomaly, incorrectly estimating the strength of a desolate beast, which had caused him a lot of trouble. The reason turned out to be that the desolate beast had a bizarre ability that interfered with the system's judgment. When he was young, there was also an incident where he had just exchanged for a pill, and just as it landed in his hand, it was suddenly swept away by a gust of wind and disappeared without a trace. But those were low-probability events. The system had told him that the chance of an S-rank system experiencing an anomaly was 1 in 10,000. You don't mean to tell me that today, on such an important day, the 1 in 10,000 anomaly has occurred? Li Nangxing slumped in his chair, his complexion turning as pale as paper. How could this happen? Why does the 1 in 10,000 probability have to occur right now? 10 years. If this 1 in 10,000 probability had indeed swallowed up his system reward, would he then need to collect another 16 million prestige value, meaning another 10 years? He was already 60 years old, how many decades did he have left? Li Nangxing felt as if all the strength had been drained from his body, listlessly sitting in his chair, panting heavily, and seeming to have aged 10 years in an instant. Chapter 83. The Powerful God Refining Pill. Xiang Beifei was walking down the stairs, unaware of what had happened in the principal's office, when suddenly Xiaohe began to bark happily. He turned his head and was astonished to find Xiaohe holding a light blue medicinal pill, joyfully playing with it. The pill was entirely blue, with many profound patterns on it, and emitted a refreshing medicinal fragrance. Just a slight sniff made one feel completely revitalized. A deep and terrifying aura seemed to swirl around the pill. Where did this come from? Xiang Beifei looked at the blue pill in amazement. It was the most potent pill he had ever seen. Soon, he suddenly remembered God Refining Pill. It was actually a God Refining Pill. He had seen it in Principal Li Nangxing's system interface. Xiaohe, did you take the Principal's God Refining Pill? Xiang Beifei said in surprise. Woof woof woof. Xiaohe, holding the pill, happily rubbed and cuddled it. Are you saying that the spiritual qi crystal contained in this pill can light up all the constellations from mid-qi controlling to mid-meridian opening? Woof woof woof. With this pill, could I possibly step into the meridian opening period within half a year? Xiang Beifei was truly shocked. This God Refining Pill actually had such a terrifying power? Within half a year, to step into the meridian opening period. And to light up 6 constellations, granting him 6 additional abilities. To be honest, even Xiang Beifei was greatly astonished after hearing this. It was impossible not to be moved, such a thing could save him from taking so many detours. As long as he could reach the meridian opening period, what would the assessments at Liangzhou University count for? Those so-called geniuses from elite universities would be nothing compared to him. Xiang Beifei felt his breathing become a bit rapid. But he remained silent, striving to suppress those emotions. After a long while, he spoke, Xiaohe, return it. Woof. Xiaohe looked at Xiang Beifei, puzzled. The principal is a person of high virtue and respect, he deserves our respect. We don't take his belongings, Xiang Beifei said. Even though he knew he had increased Principal Li Nangxing's system value by 100,000 that day, and getting the pill was a bit of help from him, he still resisted the enormous temptation brought by the God Refining Pill. This pill, which took nearly 10 years to save up, was vitally important to the principal. Woof. Xiaohe whined softly. I know it's a pity, but there are many ways to become stronger, this is not the only one, Xiang Beifei said, petting Xiaohe's head. For those who liked to trouble him, Xiang Beifei would show no mercy, regardless of how much time they had spent, he would not even furrow his brow. For those willing to help him, Xiang Beifei would respect them and even help them complete system tasks for free. He was clear about his debts and grudges, this was his principle. Woof! Xiaohe reluctantly licked the God-refining pill, then with a flick of his tail, tossed it away. The God-refining pill flashed a blue light as it flew through the air, disappearing from sight. Li Nangxing was bewildered, feeling the world spinning around him, as if drained of all strength. He sat on the chair, hands on his forehead, his head in chaos. How could it be gone? How could it be gone? He felt a sense of despair, experiencing for the first time how life could be so devastating. A decade of hard work ruined in an instant, it was nearly the end of him. He didn't even know what he had been working towards these past 10 years. Thump! Thump! Some sound bounced twice on the table, emitting a dull thud. Li Nangxing looked up listlessly and glanced at the table. Immediately after, he saw the blue pill. It lay there quietly, radiating a powerful and profound aura. Li Nangxing suddenly stood up from the chair. He looked incredulously at the God-refining pill that had appeared out of nowhere, even doubting his own eyes, wondering if it was a hallucination born from desperation. Is this an illusion? Li Nangxing reached out his trembling, aged hand and touched the God-refining pill on the table. It wasn't an illusion. It was a real pill. Life returned to his dim eyes. He then grabbed the God-refining pill. Dense and profound, smooth as jade. It's the God-refining pill. The God-refining pill. Li Nangxing clung tightly to the pill that had been lost and now found, holding it so firmly as if afraid it would disappear again. He took a deep breath, overcome with emotion. Life's dramatic fluctuations occurred within such a fleeting moment. Thank goodness it's still here. Thank goodness it's still here. Thank goodness it's still here. He didn't even think about where the God-refining pill had gone just now, just having it in hand was a stroke of immense good fortune for him. Without delay, he planned to find a place to refine the pill immediately and ensure no further mishaps would occur. Xiang Beifei stood around the corner, looking through the glass window at Li Nangxing's ecstatic countenance. It turned out that even the usually refined and gentle principal could have such a moment of discomposure. He felt somewhat apologetic as he hadn't communicated well with Xiaohe. The little creature thought the item would benefit him greatly, so it took the principal's belongings, nearly causing the principal to collapse. Regardless, it had ultimately been returned. He himself still needed to grow stronger step by step through cultivation. He didn't feel like he had lost anything, but instead calmly turned and went downstairs. Xiang Qingde and Lu's highway were waiting for him, while Kong Ziyuan and his son had already gone home to prepare for the evening's celebratory banquet, leaving a message for them to join without fail. The school was still surrounded by a large crowd, and Xiang Beifei didn't want to stay any longer, so he left with them. Beifei, have you decided which university to apply for? Lu's highway asked. Don't worry, with such scores, even if I don't get into an elite university, the other universities will still be vying for me, Xiang Qingde said happily. Xiang Beifei said, I still want to try for Liangzhou University. Xiang Qingde was stunned for a moment. In the past few days, feeling guilty for being an incompetent parent, he had rushed to learn about the college entrance examination and asked around. He knew that 8 of the 9 elite universities did not admit N-level awakeners. The words of Zhou Jing had also made it very clear that Liangzhou University, although it did admit N-level students, had a very high threshold. Now that Xiang Beifei's scores met the requirements, he still needed to pass the entrance assessment. Only if the assessment was passed could he attend, and if he failed, he would still be eliminated. But Xiang Qingde earnestly said, Great! Whatever you decide to do, Grandpa will support you. Xiang Qingde, willing to humble himself before others for the sake of a retake, naturally would also unconditionally support his grandson's choice, regardless of the cost. He was determined to help his grandson move forward. Meanwhile, Lu's highway's eyes lit up. In past years, N-level candidates rarely applied for Liangzhou University because the pass rate was so low that many high-scoring N-level candidates retreated, understanding the difficulty. But Xiang Beifei was different. This guy, usually dopey and unconcerned with competing with others, was one of those who never showed his hand unless it turned out to be astounding. Perhaps he really could create a miracle. Then I'll wait for you at Liangzhou University. Lu's highway couldn't wait for Xiang Beifei to report to Liangzhou University in September, then she would be his senior. She looked forward to using various opportunities to rub shoulders with him and learn his reasoning abilities. Chapter 84. The Journalist. Yang Hua was in high spirits. Although he had been shocked by Xiang Beifei's score, had made a fool of himself by making some snide remarks, and then had his face slapped hard by the reality, so what? If Xiang Beifei scored high, then so be it. He wasn't at a loss at all. You might think I would feel ashamed for what I just did, but you would be wrong. In this world, things like face aren't important. System tasks are the real deal. Xiang Beifei scored 732 points, which meant 732 points were added to his teacher prestige value. Not only that, but because the top scorer of the school was from his class, he was granted an additional 10,000 points for a total of 10,732 points. He only had an R-level system, not as high as Li Nangxing's S-level, and since many outsiders generally pay more attention to the name of the school rather than the classroom, he didn't earn as many system points as Li Nangxing did with his S-level system. But it was enough to make a fortune. All the students in his class had contributed to his teacher prestige value, with Xiang Beifei adding the most. In total, the class contributed 41,544 points. Delightful. Hello, Professor Yang, we meet again. Do you remember me? I'm Yu Lei, a reporter from the Liangzhou Strait Metropolitan Daily. We met on the System Awakening Day, said a person who looked like a reporter, who had approached him. This man wore glasses, had a crew cut, and sported a jacket over his shirt. He thrust a large microphone in front of Yang Hua. Oh, it's you. Yang Hua remembered Yu Lei. Reporters usually showed up during the System Awakening and when high school exam results came out. Host, Yu Lei. R-level, I want to make headlines system. Realm, mid-phase of Qi controlling. As a senior reporter from the small TV station in the Western District, Yu Lei needed to dig up information that could make the headlines, completing tasks by pushing news to the forefront. The reporters were also itching to break a major story. If a school reported the awakening of an SR talent, that would be explosive news, and they would definitely want to secure the exclusive. Before the System Awakening ceremony, Yu Lei had been staking out early, interviewing all the class homeroom teachers in advance to prepare, and Yang Hua was one of those he interviewed. Unfortunately, the news of that day wasn't eye-catching. Luhi High School had no awakeners with SR talent. The only thing of note was Xiang Beifei's thunderstone. Just when everyone thought they were about to witness a phoenix rise from the grass nest, it turned out to be a wild goose chase. This kind of news merely caused a small ripple in the pond, neither here nor there. Although it was reported, the heat didn't pick up. Today, with the college entrance examination results released, Yu Lei, as a reporter with a news headline type system who had undergone awakening, naturally wanted to cover the conditions of the examinees. Initially, he staked out another high school in the Western District, since he believed that school had traditionally performed better than Luhi High School, with last year's top scholar of Liangzhou coming from that school. The odds of achieving high results were seen as greater there. Unfortunately, he set his sights on the wrong target this year, but he soon found out that a candidate from Luhi High School scored 732 this year, holding the top original score in the whole Zhuzhou. And such a high-scoring candidate was only an N-level awakener. N-level. 732 points. The first in original score. Outranked by candidates who received bonus points. Unable to attend elite universities. All these were hot topics fit for making the headlines. Yu Lei immediately smelled the news value, and with his years of experience as a journalist and understanding of the market news, he brewed up in his mind the sort of press release that would create a sensation and attract society's attention. Shocking! A candidate with 732 points rejected by 9 elite universities. Candidate with 732 points unable to attend elite universities, the reason is. He thought through the way to write the article, planning to criticize from 3 levels, 4 perspectives and 5 points of view the unreasonable practices of the 9 elite universities in admitting awakeners. He then aimed to introduce Xiang Beifei's difficult journey in education, condemning the irrational phenomena in the assessment system, perfectly creating a media storm. If such an article were to be published, it would definitely spark intense discussions, securing a top spot on the hot search lists of major websites and making news headlines with no issues. This would assuredly earn him a hefty amount of system value. But sadly, by the time he arrived at Luhi High School, he couldn't find Xiang Beifei, so Yu Lei immediately turned to Yang Hua, preparing to get some information about Xiang Beifei from him first. Professor Yang, I heard that Xiang Beifei was brought up by you. Can you tell me what kind of student he usually is? Yu Lei eagerly inquired. What kind of student was Xiang Beifei? A glint of cunning flashed in Yang Hua's eyes. Being Xiang Beifei's homeroom teacher and seeing him score such unimaginable results wasn't something he had expected. Normally, he always found various faults in Xiang Beifei, constantly berating him. Just moments ago, he spoke so rudely in front of Xiang King. However, now that a reporter was interviewing him, how could he reveal those things? As Xiang Beifei's homeroom teacher who had produced a top scholar for the school, if this made the news, it would undoubtedly elevate his own status. Even if Xiang Beifei couldn't enter the elite universities, so what? It was talent that blocked him from those universities, not something he could influence. After all, high school teaches academic knowledge, which is linked to the teaching ability of teachers. If other parents were to hear that he has taught a top scholar, wouldn't they break down doors to cram their children into his class? He could then handpick those students with good academic performance. Every year during the college entrance exams, he would be able to collect a major wave of teacher prestige value. Yang Hua keenly seized the opportunity. He immediately put on a smile, looking radiant and said, "That's right, Xiang Beifei, the student, I have always had high hopes for him. His past academic performance wasn't very promising, but I constantly encouraged him, telling him not to be discouraged. I helped him plug the gaps in his knowledge, and his progress was rapid. You could say that his achievement of such high scores today is the result of our joint efforts." Facing the camera, Yang Hua spoke with confidence and sincerity, attributing Xiang Beifei's high scores to his own efforts. He didn't need to worry about what Xiang Beifei thought, regardless of whatever grievances they had, those were private matters. In front of the camera, he naturally had to say nice things. He was certain that if Xiang Beifei was interviewed and asked if he was thankful to his teacher, even if Xiang Beifei held considerable resentment, he would only be able to say thank you in front of the camera. Otherwise, such a top scholar could easily be branded as ungrateful. From any angle, being extremely strict as a teacher, nitpicking every day, verbally scolding students, looking down on them, could all be framed as a form of motivation and packaged as the strict teacher produces outstanding students teaching method which no one could refute. Yang Hua had placed himself on the moral high ground. Chapter 85. Public Opinion. The exam results had been announced. It was the end of July, leaving only one more month of vacation. During this month, he had many things to keep him busy. Earning money, the Liangzhou University assessment, and cultivating. For him, cultivation was still the most important endeavor. At the moment he was only in the mid-stage of qi controlling, and his strength wasn't very high. He needed to cultivate to the later stages of qi controlling as soon as possible. Lu's Highway had originally wanted to cling to Xiang Beifei to learn reasoning skills, but Xiang Beifei told her, "Once I get into Liangzhou University, won't you have more time to bother me?" "Right, that makes sense." Lu's Highway happily left without bothering him further. Xiang Beifei locked himself back in his room, thinking he could focus on cultivation, but he soon realized he was wrong. Scoring such high marks was not something people would just overlook easily. After interviewing Yang Hua, Yu Lei came to his home and knocked on the door, ready to interview the N-level student. Xiang King, who answered the door, looked at Yu Lei with a puzzled expression, and asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Hello, I am a reporter from the Liangzhou Strait Metropolitan Daily, my name is Yu Lei. You must be the grandfather of Xiang Beifei, this year's top scholar from Luhi High School, right? It's a pleasure to meet you. May I interview you about your grandson's achievements?" Yu Lei got straight to the point. An interview? Xiang King furrowed his brows. His grandson was preparing for the Liangzhou University assessment, and interviews were a waste of time and meaningless. He shook his head and said, "It's not necessary, my grandson doesn't like these kinds of things." As he spoke, he was about to close the door. "Wait, wait." Yu Lei extended his hand to block the door, displaying a professionally courteous smile, and said, "Old Master Xiang, you must be aware that with Xiang Beifei's talents, even with such high scores, it is nearly impossible for him to get into an elite university. But as a reporter, if I can interview him, and properly report his predicament, it could cause those within the entire societal system to reflect. Under pressure from all sides, perhaps the elite universities might lower their thresholds." Yu Lei, as a news worker, often dealt with a variety of people and had a keen eye for reading them. He knew exactly what would persuade Xiang Qingde. Upon hearing Yu Lei's words, Xiang Qingde hesitated. He knew that Xiang Beifei had decided to apply to Liangzhou University, but he was also aware of how difficult the assessments at Liangzhou University were. For 10 consecutive years, no N-level students had been admitted, making the hope of entrance exceedingly slim. Yet, what Yu Lei said held a certain truth. Xiang Beifei wasn't just another N-level awakener scoring 680 points, he was first among all Zhuzhou candidates with an original score of 732. Although Xiang Qingde didn't quite understand the internet, he was aware that news reports could inform more people about this matter. If more people paid attention to the fact that high-scoring students were unable to attend elite universities, it might cause a sensation. In that case, Xiang Beifei's chances of getting into Liangzhou University could indeed be higher. Seeing Xiang Qingde's hesitation, Yu Lei quickly continued, "Old master, rest assured, I will report this matter from the most professional perspective. I also think that it's a waste for your grandson with such results to attend an ordinary university, but I can help you. I just need a simple interview with your grandson, it won't take long, at most 1 hour." Xiang Qingde hesitated for a moment but felt it was a good idea, so he said, "I'll go ask, wait here." Xiang Qingde let Yu Lei into the house, poured him a glass of water, then walked to Xiang Beifei's bedroom door, knocked, and said, "Xiafei, may I come in?" "Grandpa, is something the matter?" Xiang Beifei opened the door. Xiang Qingde glanced at Yu Lei sitting outside and said, "A reporter wants to interview you, he said he wants to cover your story as the top scorer in the college entrance examination." Xiang Beifei looked up at Yu Lei, his gaze sweeping over the other's system interface, and his brow slightly furrowed. The tasks on the other party's system interface and their intentions were clear as day to Xiang Beifei. After pondering for a moment, he let his grandfather into the bedroom, then closed the door and said, "Grandpa, I don't need to accept this person's interview. The reporter told me that you are the candidate with the highest original score, and if this is blown up, it might create some public opinion pressure and make Liangzhou University more inclined to admit you or something," Xiang Qingde said. "No." Xiang Beifei immediately shook his head. Not understanding, Xiang Qingde asked, "Why not? You want to go to Liangzhou University, and he's trying to help you, isn't he? Grandpa must understand something, the rule that elite universities don't admit N-level students has existed for a long time, but it's never changed. They won't alter their rules just because of a reporter's article." Xiang Beifei paused, then continued, "Being admitted through public opinion won't convince everyone, and it will leave them with a bad impression. Who knows, they might raise the difficulty even further during the admission assessment to prevent me from passing. Then they'll tell everyone that it's not that they don't admit N-level students, but that an N-level student like me doesn't have the ability." Principal Li Nangxing had already warned him that the admission examination was going to be overseen by Xiang Tianxing's old adversary, which made it difficult enough. If public opinion got involved, and Liangzhou University sought to offset the pressure by raising the bar, then Xiang Beifei would face an even worse situation. Xiang Qingde thought for a moment and then said, "But it's also possible that Liangzhou University might lower the examination difficulty due to public pressure, isn't it? The rule that elite universities don't admit N-level students should indeed be changed. If we want to change the situation of elite universities not admitting N-level students, we should rely on N-level students to prove that they have the ability to enroll in elite universities, not on public pressure to get N-level students into elite universities. The type of school determines the intensity of the study required, and indeed, the academic rigors of an elite school aren't something a normal N-level student can keep up with. Once admitted through public pressure, they will also find excuses to expel me later, telling everyone it's because I couldn't keep up with the progress of study at an elite university, then they'll take back the public narrative and prove that there's a reason for the school not admitting N-level students." Xiang Beifei spoke earnestly, "They have their rules, and I will enter according to their rules. That way, they will have nothing to say. Grandpa, I have confidence in passing Liangzhou University's assessment with my own strength. There's no need to resort to public opinion. Can you believe in me just this once?" What mattered most was that the reporter, according to the tasks shown on his system interface, came to interview with a far from straightforward purpose. Xiang Qingde thought seriously about Xiang Beifei's words before he realized they were right. If they relied on public pressure for admission, Xiang Beifei would easily become a target for discrimination, which would be unfriendly to his future. Especially since Xiang Beifei hadn't even participated in the admission assessment yet, Doing such a thing was indeed inappropriate. What you say makes sense. We should rightfully pass the assessment and prove ourselves that N-level students also have the capability to attend elite universities. If you prove yourself, they will eventually change their views on N-level students, and this will be the best way to diminish discrimination against N-level students. This time I must believe in you. I'm going to refuse him right now. Xiang King agreed with Xiang Beifei's point of view. The college entrance examination results had made him realize that his grandson was truly intelligent. He had no reason to doubt his grandson's judgment anymore. Chapter 86. Hype Task. Xiang King opened the door and stepped out, saying to Yulei, "Sorry, my child is unwilling to accept the interview. He hasn't yet decided to choose Liangzhou University." Xiang King knew very well how to refuse others tactfully, simply by saying that his child had not yet planned to choose Liangzhou University, making an interview with Yulei unnecessary. Yulei obviously paused, then said, "But with such high scores, is he content to miss out on an elite university? He has his own plans. Attending an elite university comes with risks, but with his scores, he can pick and choose among the remaining universities. We're very satisfied with that, there's no need to fret too much. Contentment brings happiness, doesn't it?" Xiang King explained cheerfully, quite adept at covering for his own child. "Mr. Xiang, if your child is unwilling to accept my interview, then I can interview you instead. As long as you cooperate with me, I can definitely create public opinion that will get your child into a better university. As a parent, don't you want to see your child become classmates with even more outstanding individuals in an elite university?" Yulei was not giving up easily. "No need, I have other matters to attend to and cannot entertain you any longer, please understand." Xiang King was very firm in his stance. Yulei spent a lot of effort trying to persuade him, but was ultimately unable to and had to leave Xiang King's home. Having descended the stairs, Yulei stood at the street corner, took a cigarette from his pocket, took a puff and then slowly exhaled the smoke. The swirling smoke framed his face, casting it in a somewhat gloomy light. What a pair of fools, too proud for their own good. Yulei spat on the ground with disgust. Before coming here, he had been confident about this interview. His keen senses had detected hot topics in this event that could spark discussions across all circles. The raw score of 732, first in Zhuzhou, unable to enter an elite university due to an N-level awakener talent, the irrationality of the recruitment system of the 9 elite universities, all it needed was a little guiding, and these could become extensively sensationalized topics. He had thought that his reasons would be irresistible, that any other parent would wisely take advantage of the media to help their child, eager for the journalist's assistance. But unexpectedly, this top-scoring student had no intention of going to Liangzhou University, and he had been bluntly turned away. Yulei felt extremely irritated. "Pa! Did you really think I wanted to help you get into Liangzhou University?" He tapped his cigarette against the wall corner, watching the broken ashes drift away with the wind, and snorted coldly. Truth be told, he had never intended to use media pressure to help Xiang Beifei get into university. In fact, he was hoping Xiang Beifei would fail to get into Liangzhou University. If an N-level student was admitted to Liangzhou University, the news would at most express amazement at the student and say his future was limitless, considering him a hidden talent, a second Shang Tianxiang. Such news stories could only sensationalize one aspect, the potential of this N-level student. But Zhuzhou was never short of talented individuals with potential, frequently featuring an SR-level genius here, a business prodigy there. Such reports were far too common. However, if Xiang Beifei were to be eliminated during the Liangzhou University assessment process, that would be worth sensationalizing. He could exploit angles like Liangzhou University deliberately making it hard for N-level high-scoring students, setting up barriers to prevent N-level talents from passing, or why the discrimination against N-level students. Are elite universities worth reconsidering, or even does the system talent truly determine everything? All these perspectives were thought-provoking, could uncover the true value of the news, and would bring more traffic to him as the journalist responsible for the coverage, helping him complete more tasks of making the headlines. So Yulei was the person who least wanted Xiang Beifei to be admitted to Liangzhou University. He was a journalist and self-proclaimed public intellectual, with a combined following of over 1 million across various social media platforms. Reporting positively on someone's excellence was commonplace, and such news bored everyone, but taking a negative slant could attract a cluster of internet users who, frustrated by the ups and downs of daily life, only vent on their keyboards against heaven, earth, and thin air, without giving any thought to their own issues. His followers liked to see reports from a negative perspective. For those in the media, the most important thing was to find one point of interest in trivial matters, then blow it out of proportion to catch the public's eye, spark debate, push the discussions to go viral, become headline news, and gain massive marketing traffic. To achieve this, Yu Lei could exaggerate without any bottom line and twist facts. All he needed to consider was how to write the news to garner the most attention. The actual truth seemed much less important. So even though Yu Lei had everyone discussing the discrimination against N-level awakeners, he certainly wasn't truly on the side of those N-level awakeners. He stood on the side of traffic. After all, he wasn't the one being discriminated against. As an R-level awakener, he usually looked down on N-level awakeners himself. In the past, Yu Lei had secretly bribed the parties involved to complete his headline tasks, disregarding the facts to fabricate news, engaging in countless such shady dealings. He had already figured out how to draft the article on the Xiang Beifei incident. However, this grandfather and grandson duo were clearly unappreciative of his offer and had actually rejected his cooperation. If you think rejection will make me give up, then you're seriously underestimating me. Yu Lei looked at his system interface. You have selected the task, hype up the N-level top scorer incident. Direction for the hype: 1. Help them get into Liangzhou University, positively promote the candidate. 2. Prevent them from getting into Liangzhou University, negatively spin associated hot topics. You have chosen 2. Current task: hype up the Xiang Beifei incident, reach the top 20 in discussion heat on any media platform's trending list, earn plus 1000 headline points, can be cumulative. Current headline points, 132,783. Note: buying trend spots is invalid. Reward for completing a trending task: choose any two from the following. Stealth Talisman X1, used for invisible tracking. Truth-telling Talisman X1, can extract truthful statements. Memory Talisman X1, can alter someone's memory. Control Talisman X1, can control the will of others. What a pity that I've used up all my control talismans. Yu Lei frowned slightly, for the control talisman could be used to alter a person's will, to change someone's decisions, like if someone wanted to refuse something, the talisman could make them agree. These talismans were only effective on those whose realm was lower than his own. In the past, he used control talismans to make people accept his interviews and say what he wanted them to say in front of the camera. Of course, sometimes he would exchange them for memory talismans too, such as after engaging in dirty activities, he would use a memory talisman to make a person forget what had just happened, thus freeing himself from unnecessary trouble. To him, these system items were very practical, but they were also in high demand and short supply. Currently, he only had 2 memory talismans and 1 stealth talisman. Chapter 87, Photo. Why not simply spend 1000 headline points to buy a control talisman? Yu Lei pondered whether this choice would be cost-effective but decided it was not worth it after some consideration. He needed to save up 150,000 headline points to exchange for a qi-raising talisman, which would help him advance to the later stages of qi controlling. In his previous attempts to obtain news clues, he had spent many headline points to exchange for control talismans and memory talismans to manipulate the news subjects. Unfortunately, once the news was reported, the response was lukewarm, like throwing a stone into the sea hardly making a splash. Not making the news headlines meant the system points were wasted, which pained him for a long time. Hot searches are something that celebrities and marketing companies can easily achieve with some money, but his system did not work that way. It required genuinely completing tasks. Sometimes, his own miscalculations could also lead to failure. Now, he needed to conserve headline points, ensuring he collected 150,000 to progress to the later stage of qi controlling. The higher his cultivation, the more he could achieve. Forget it, it's more important to create a topic first. If this topic hits the hot search, then dealing with those two isn't too late. Yu Lei opened his personal camera to check the photos he had just taken. They were close-ups of Xiang Beifei's living room, which he had secretly snapped a few photos of while Xiang Qingde was talking to his grandson. Yu Lei was not satisfied with these photos. Although Xiang Qingde's home was somewhat impoverished, everything was tidy and clean, even the stovetop utensils shone brightly. This did not meet his expectations. He had wanted to create a poor boy makes good sensation, which required dilapidated, dusty walls and messy, cramped furniture for contrast. However, despite only living with his grandson, their place was well maintained, with not many furniture pieces, just enough for their needs, making their home comfortable to live in without giving off an impoverished vibe. Clearly, although poor in material wealth, these two were not poor in spirit and took life very seriously. Humph, the photos can be completely fabricated. Yu Lei planned to later find a graphic designer to edit the photos, making them look more disordered. He saw a garbage bin nearby and after a slight contemplation, seeing no one around, he kicked the bin, scattering trash everywhere, then frantically snapped photos of the garbage pile. An academic prodigy emerging from a filthy, chaotic slum. Isn't this material perfect? Hee. Yu Lei casually threw a cigarette butt on the ground and then strode away. Unbeknownst to him, a gaze from above the windowsill had been fixed on him the whole time. All right, if you must do it this way. Xiang Beifei withdrew his gaze. He had seen the other party's system interface and understood exactly what the guy was up to, hence his firm rejection. Yu Lei thought this time would be like the usual, easily crafting fake news, but he did not realize that Xiang Beifei had seen his chosen system task clearly. Xiang Beifei did not think further, instead, he turned back and continued to sit on the bed to cultivate the chaos yin-yang formula. In the evening, Kong Daming warmly invited Xiang Qingde and Xiang Beifei to his restaurant for dinner, as it was a celebration for Kong Ziyuwen, and, therefore, Beifei did not refuse and went with Qingde. Kong Daming's restaurant business was thriving. The place was large, and he flamboyantly displayed two banners, reading warmly celebrating Kong Ziyuwen scoring above elite university admission line in the college entrance exam and warmly celebrating Xiang Beifei attaining the top scholar position in Luhi High School. Xiang Beifei was somewhat surprised, he had not expected Kong Daming to also hang a banner for him. Haha, I originally wanted to arrange something bigger, but time was tight, so let's just have a small gathering tonight. After you also pass the assessment at Liangzhou University, I'll throw a big celebration for you and Ziyuwen. Kong Daming cheerfully greeted Xiang Qingde and his grandson. Xiang Beifei and Kong Ziyuwen were childhood friends, and Kong Daming had watched Xiang Beifei grow up, so he was always good to Xiang Beifei. Come on, we're all family here, no need to be formal. Kong Ziyuwen's mother, Chen Ziyukan, said with a smile, it's Ziyafei who's really going places, much more so than my Ziyuwen. I'm worried when I look at his grades. Auntie, he's at least confirmed to be going to Liangzhou University, Xiang Beifei said. That's just good luck. Don't worry, I have high hopes for you too, Ziyafei. You'll definitely make it as well, Chen Ziyukan said, then turned to Xiang Qingde, don't worry, old man, Ziyafei can do it. Xiang Qingde smiled, then I'll count on your good words. Chen Ziyukan awakened the S grade, Yijian Mei system, and was a hairdresser. With the help of her system, her hairstyling skills were superb. She owned 5 salon branches, often traveling to style hair for celebrity teams. Before we eat, let me give you both a haircut, symbolizing accumulating thickness and welcoming renewal. With a flourish, Chen Ziyukan produced 2 shiny scissors. Xiang Beifei touched his own short hair, which had been cut very short due to the rules set by Yang Hua, and said, my hair isn't long enough. I don't just cut hair short, Chen Ziyukan said with a mysterious smile, clicking the black scissors in her left hand, I can make it grow longer too. Now that was interesting. Xiang Beifei glanced at Chen Ziyukan's system and saw that the black scissors in her left hand were a magical item from the system. Unlike other scissors that cut hair short, these scissors could make hair grow long. She's always liked these superstitious things. Originally, it was my thick hair that caught her eye, and she chased after me, wanting to practice her hairdressing skills on me every day. Having thick hair has its benefits, said Kong Daming as he proudly ran his hand through his dense hair, akin to seaweed. Chen Ziyukan kicked Kong Daming lightly, stop your nonsense, who chased whom, you know very well. If you hadn't relentlessly pestered me with that thick skin of yours, would I have fallen for you? Dive deeper into the story on MVL MPYR. Hee. Kong Daming shook his hair and then smugly patted his round belly, winking surreptitiously at Xiang Beifei and Kong Ziyuwen. Kong Ziyuwen looked resigned. It was true he had inherited his dad's thick hair, but he had awakened the hair loss system, where less hair meant stronger powers, and the lost hair would not grow back. Fortunately, the hair that had not shed could still grow longer. Seize the last moments of handsomeness before the hair loss begins. Kong Ziyuwen touched his own hair, looking resigned to his fate. Xiang Beifei wondered if Chen Ziyukan cutting too many people's hair caused Kong Ziyuwen to awaken the hair loss system, but regardless, Kong Ziyuan's system was at least S grade with great potential. Quick, let's get you new hairstyles. Having a crew cut is too rigid, you need something more stylish. Chen Ziyuan especially disliked crew cuts, and if it weren't for the school rule set by Yang Hua, prohibiting long hair, she would definitely change Kong Ziyuan's hairstyle every day. Without further ado, Chen Ziyuan dragged both Kong Ziyuan and Xiang Beifei to the adjacent salon. Chapter 88, Chef and Barber. Chen Ziyuan was about to cut Xiang Beifei's hair, and Xiang Beifei didn't refuse. He was quite curious about the capabilities of the Yijianmei system. After one snip, Xiang Beifei's hair, originally only about 1 centimeter long, had grown to 5 or 6 centimeters. Then she began to trim his hair meticulously. With the scissors in her left hand, she cut the hair that was too short, and with the scissors in her right hand, she cut off the hair that was too long. Using a comb that automatically styled hair, she hooked here and trimmed there, designing a sunny-looking hairstyle for Xiang Beifei. A good hairstylist can change a person's aura and spirit. With this look combined with the hairstyle, it could charm a crowd of girls. Chen Ziyuan looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. You designed a new hairstyle for Xiang Beifei, hairstyle rating, 96, proficiency plus 96. Achieved a score of 90, a new tool will be randomly given. You have drawn, golden jiao scissors. Upon seeing the system prompt, Chen Ziyuan was initially stunned and then burst into laughter. Ha, Ziyafei, you really are my lucky charm. Usually, it was difficult for haircut scores to reach above 90 points. For an average person to achieve a 60 was already quite good. It would probably take cutting a few hundred people's hair to maybe see one 90-point score. She hadn't expected to achieve it today and even drew a pair of golden jiao scissors. Xiang Beifei carefully examined the introduction of the golden jiao scissors and discovered that these scissors were an extremely powerful weapon in combat capable of cutting through anything one realm higher than itself. This was some good stuff. However, Xiang Beifei did not touch the golden jiao scissors. He found that Chen Ziyuan was not just a hairdresser walking the literary Dao in her completed system task list, she had even killed quite a few desolate beasts. Auntie, did you practice martial cultivation before? Xiang Beifei asked. Why suddenly ask this? Chen Ziyuan had taken away the golden jiao scissors and was examining them closely, asking casually. I vaguely heard my parents mention you before. Oh. Chen Ziyuan looked at Xiang Beifei somewhat surprised, then pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Daming, your parents, and I were all university classmates. We had initially planned on becoming pioneers, but later on, Daming and I gave up and decided to be plain ordinary people instead. Uncle Kong and Auntie were pioneers too. A system for cooking and a system for hairdressing, and they were pioneers? Any system can choose to pursue the martial or literary Dao. It depends on what you choose. Don't underestimate Uncle Kong. Although he's chubby, he's quite skilled at killing desolate beasts. His favorite thing is to throw various desolate beasts into his large cauldron and then think about how to cook them tastily. He thinks I fell for his hair, but actually... Chen Ziyuan smiled proudly and said softly, I was conquered by his culinary skills. Ha, women! Kong Ziyuan muttered from the side. Chen Ziyuan, annoyed, flicked the forehead of her son. You have objections? Believe it or not, I'll shave your head. Shave it. Just shave. Shave it to death. Kong Ziyuan stretched his neck and said. In the future, he won't need his mom to do it, he'll be bald himself. Xiang Beifei continued to check the system interface. Chen Ziyuan's system interface showed that she had several very powerful abilities, such as precarious. If her 1000 June scissors touched someone, each strand of their hair would become immensely heavy. Of course, this 1000 June was just a metaphor. The actual weight a strand of hair could change into was linked to one's strength. However, it was undeniable that if the hair of a desolate beast became heavy, its movements would be severely limited. Another ability, Medusa, could turn her hair into snakes. Anyone bitten by the snakes would be petrified. Xiang Beifei realized he had underestimated Chen Ziyuan, the hairdresser. He asked, Auntie, you used to be a pioneer, so do you also know about my parents' situation? What exactly happened to them? Chen Ziyuan paused, then frowned, and after a long while, shook her head and said, I don't know. Xiang Beifei always felt that Chen Ziyuan was hiding something. He checked the system task list, but unfortunately, there was no related hint in Chen Ziyuan's system tasks. During the celebration banquet, Kong Daming and Chen Ziyukan warmly welcomed Xiang Qingde and his grandson. Xiang Qingde, having been very worried about Xiang Beifei these past days, finally relaxed, and without reservation, drank with Kong Daming. Xiang Qingde seldom drank alcohol because it was a substantial expense. He was used to economizing, and only drank a little when Kong Daming occasionally brought him a few bottles, but he never drank to the point of affecting his work the next day. Uncle Beifei is also going to university now. How much money can you earn by selling vegetables every day? If he passes the assessment at Liangzhou University, the tuition and expenses will be a huge sum. You need to change your job. What if you come work at my shop? I'm short on staff anyway, and I'd like to hire you, Kong Daming said. Kong Daming had always intended to help the grandfather-grandson duo for free, but Xiang Qingde, accustomed to earning his own way, refused the charity. Not to hurt Xiang Qingde's pride, Kong Daming had previously proposed hiring him. It was both a matter of fellowship and to help take care of the old man since he was getting on in years and could have an accident where he would need assistance. However, Xiang Qingde knew that working for Kong Daming would be no different from loafing around like the old men who wandered about, so he never agreed to it. But now Xiang Qingde had to seriously consider Kong Daming's words. If his grandson were going to university, the money he saved from selling vegetables wouldn't be enough. Of course, there was some compensation money at home that could temporarily cover some expenses, but money, if not earned, would eventually run out. Right, Uncle Xiang, you wake up early and stay out late every day, earning so little while suffering so much. Coming here to help would be better. Daming's business has been quite busy lately. Beifei, you should also persuade your grandfather, Chen Ziyukan said. Grandpa, I think it's a good idea. Xiang Beifei, too, didn't like to see his grandfather selling vegetables at the market every day, not only enduring hardships but also earning very little. He had been looking for stable ways to make money, trying to get his grandfather to retire early. If his grandfather could work here, with Uncle Kong looking after him, Xiang Beifei would feel more at ease. Xiang Qingde thought for a long time, then said seriously to Kong Daming, then you have to let me work. All right, all right, all right. As long as you come, you can pick any job in the shop, Kong Daming said with a laugh. Xiang Beifei was eating and simultaneously checking Kong Daming's system. Kong Daming also had a very special ability. He owned a cauldron, named the Gluttonous Cauldron, specifically used for devouring desolate beasts. Another ability, called Samadhi Fire, though not the legendary Samadhi True Fire, possessed a powerful burning capability. When incinerating a desolate beast, it could even roast the meat of the beast into 3 different flavors out of thin air. Cumin flavor, spicy hot flavor, 5 spice flavor. Chapter 89. 5 Domains. Xiang Beifei remembered Kong Daming and Chen Ziyukan, but it was only today that he had actually met these two in this world and witnessed their systems. He had been browsing through Kong Daming's system, and given enough time, Xiang Beifei could even flip back to the day when the system first awakened. In recent years, Kong Daming's system tasks were almost all related to ingredients. His system points were related to feedback from diners. Creating an excellent dish or killing a desolate beast could also earn him system points. He continued flipping and then came across several task logs. July 16, 3026, with the assistance of Xiang Tianxing, you killed the desolate beast Dangkong. You obtained Dangkong meat, gluttony value plus 2369. July 16, 3026, you abandoned the mission in the northern district of the essential domain. July 29, 3026, you spent 1600 gluttony points to purchase a heaven-sniffing hound beast pill. August 2, 3026, the heaven-sniffing hound beast pill expired, Xiang Tianxing not found. August 2, 3026, you spent 1600 gluttony points to purchase a heaven-sniffing hound beast pill. August 6, 3026, the heaven-sniffing hound beast pill expired, Xiang Tianxing not found. Xiang Beifei was somewhat surprised. 3026, that was 4 years ago, and also the time when his parents disappeared. He continued to scroll through Kong Daming's task logs, and for over a month, Kong Daming kept spending various gluttony values, totaling roughly 20,000, to purchase heaven-sniffing hound beast pills, but always failing to find Xiang Tianxing. Northern District of the Essential Domain. Xiang Beifei pondered. In high school's comprehensive system subject, He had already basically learned about the structure of this world. If the domain outside the wilderness was likened to a vast and boundless ocean, the area where humans resided was like an isolated island in the ocean. To determine the danger level of the wilderness outside the domain, humans divided the wilderness into 5 areas, called 5 domains. The circle nearest to the outer perimeter of human territory, where the desolate beasts are relatively weaker, or to say the powerful desolate beasts have already been hunted down and cannot cause much impact on human cities, is called the cultivated domain. The next few circles outward are the marquee domain, tranquil domain, essential domain, and wild domain. The division of the 5 domains is actually similar to the concept of 5 servitudes. As recorded in the Han Shu, Yu the Great tamed the waters, and once the land was leveled, he reformed Zhuz who established the 5 servitudes, and assigned the lands to pay tribute. The 5 servitudes are, namely, cultivated servitude, marquee servitude, tranquil servitude, essential servitude, and wild servitude. The meaning of the 5 servitudes is that, taking the area where the emperor resides as the center and moving outward, every 500 li is 1 servitude, creating a circle that expands outward, marking 5 different circles, with different regions paying tribute to the emperor in varying amounts. In this world, however, the Zhuzhu alliance had become the territory of humans, and the 5 servitudes had been redefined as the 5 domains outside the domain. The further one travels outward, the stronger the desolate beasts in the wilderness become, and the higher the danger level. The cultivated domain is the first level, considered the least dangerous wilderness region, while the 5th level, the wild domain, is the most dangerous place, with almost no one daring to venture into that area. According to Kong Daming's records, Xiang Tianxing went to the essential domain and then there was no news of him, which is the 4th level danger zone, only less dangerous than the wild domain. According to Kong Daming's system records, on July 16, he had killed the desolate beast Dang Kong together with Xiang Beifei's father Xiang Tianxing, but on the same day, he also gave up the mission in the northern mountain district of the essential domain. This suggests that they were supposed to go to the northern mountain district of the essential domain together, but Kong Daming abandoned the mission, while Xiang Tianxing and the others proceeded. About 10 days later, Kong Daming began expending heaven-sniffing hound beast pills to search for Xiang Tianxing, which means that Xiang Tianxing encountered trouble in the northern mountain district of the essential domain. Xiang Beifei found few clues in Kong Daming's system, just bits and pieces of information. Both Kong Daming and Chen Ziyukan's systems were clearly not to be underestimated, they definitely had the ability to be pioneers, with meridian opening phase strength, and the system abilities they acquired were well suited for dealing with desolate beasts. Yet they chose to abandon this path and pursue the literary Dao, living like ordinary people. Xiang Beifei was very curious about the reason for their decision to give up the mission. Was it because they were tired of the dangers pioneers had to face, or did they think about their son named Kong Ziyuwen, not wanting him to become an orphan? If it was the latter, why didn't Xiang Beifei's parents learn from them? Xiang Beifei pursed his lips. He didn't want to complain about the parents he had in this world since, strictly speaking, the parents of this world weren't much related to him. People always have their choices, one cannot expect everyone to think the same. However, Xiang Beifei had many memories in his mind that didn't belong to him. The scene of that teenager 4 years ago, locking himself in his room and weeping under the covers, was still vivid in his mind. After his parents' disappearance, that 14-year-old boy stood by the bedroom window every day, watching the path home. Watching people come and go, watching parents hold their children's hands, watching the smiles on their faces, watching the parents' laughter playing with their children. The teenager silently observed all of this, envying, resenting, being jealous, yearning, and then continued to watch the end of that path. How many times he thought he saw those familiar 2 people returning hand in hand, hope flaring in his heart. But as many times hope was born, disappointment returned just as many times. The teenager's parents often came home at night, so he slept during the day in class, and then stood by the bedroom window every night to keep watch. Standing there, guarding the road of return, until midnight, until dawn. He kept watch for 4 years. Then one day, when taking the comprehensive examination in the examination hall, the teenager saw questions about pioneers and the wild domain, read about the SR system, the emotions suppressed for 4 years suddenly made him break down, he lay down and never woke up again. The one who woke up was Xiang Beifei, who had transmigrated. You really want to find them, don't you? Xiang Beifei silently asked himself. The teenager who had been watching might no longer be able to hear him speak, or perhaps he had already become that watching teenager. Xiang Beifei didn't know. All he knew was that he needed to do something. A strange feeling. Even though he had no real interaction, there were countless ties that bound them. If only Xiang Tianxing and his wife had made the right choice just once, remembered they had an underage child at home, remembered there was an elderly father waiting for them, chosen to return home, to retreat from their adventures like Kong Daming and his wife did, to go back and take care of their own child and the aging father. Just one right choice. Perhaps there would not be the current transmigrated Xiang Beifei. If I have the ability in the future, I should investigate this matter, Xiang Beifei thought. Since he had become that watching teenager, he needed to fulfill some wishes. Chapter 90. Kept secret. After the banquet, Xiang King insisted on cleaning up the bowls and dishes, saying that if he was to work here, then he should start now. Chen Ziyukan had no choice but to clean up with him. Xiang Beifei also lent a hand on the side, and, taking advantage of a moment when no one was around, he asked the slightly intoxicated Kong Daming. Uncle Kong, I heard that you were once a pioneer as well. Can you tell me about my parents? Xiang Beifei inquired. Kong Daming's face was flushed with a rosy glow because his own son had achieved satisfactory results, and he was very happy. He didn't think too much about it and replied, Your parents, they were two remarkable individuals. They were much stronger than Ziyukan and me, with strong comprehensive abilities, top-notch in every aspect. They were the true elites among pioneers. If they really were elites, they should have been able to come home to take care of their child whenever, just like Uncle Kong, Xiang Beifei said. Hearing Xiang Beifei's words, Kong Daming stretched out his broad palm and patted Xiang Beifei's shoulder, consoling him. Being a pioneer is naturally accompanied by constant danger. Those in this line of work all understand this. No one knows whether they will see the sun tomorrow, but everyone strives their best. Then why don't you continue being a pioneer, Uncle Kong? Kong Daming said, I was injured on a mission once, and it had a big impact on me, so I retired. Was it related to my dad? Xiang Beifei asked. That. Kong Daming hesitated. What place is the northern district of the essential domain? Xiang Beifei then asked. Kong Daming was startled by the question, sobering up significantly. He looked at Xiang Beifei with a mix of alarm and suspicion, asking, Why are you suddenly asking about this? I'm of age now, and I'll try to find some answers, Xiang Beifei said. Kong Daming asked in surprise, Who have you been talking to about this? I'm their son, they left a lot of things behind, and there are always some clues around the house, Xiang Beifei said. Kong Daming murmured to himself, You've actually managed to find out about this. After a long pause, he continued uneasily, I can't disclose this matter. Why? I've come of age, I should be able to learn about the things I need to know, Xiang Beifei paused, then continued, to understand my own parents. Kong Daming sighed, It's not that I don't want to tell you, but I'm under confidentiality. Your academic studies are very good, so you should understand that the system has restraints. If I chose to retire, then my work must be kept secret. Xiang Beifei vaguely understood. Being a pioneer is a noble profession, thus, within this profession, there must be awakeners with formidable abilities. Kong Daming was an S-level awakener. If there were some SR-level individuals compelling him to maintain secrecy, then he would have no choice but to keep silent. Xiang Beifei didn't ask any further. He understood the system better than anyone else, and if Kong Daming couldn't say it, there was no point in continuing to ask. Thank you for the hospitality tonight, Uncle Kong. I'll entrust Grandpa to Uncle Kong's care from now on, Xiang Beifei said politely. Of course, but you. Kong Daming still had some worries about Xiang Beifei. Don't worry, Uncle Kong, I won't recklessly go looking for them without the strength, Xiang Beifei said. Kong Daming was taken aback, and couldn't help but size up Xiang Beifei. The boy seemed to have grown a lot, even to the point where he was incomprehensible to him. Compared to the child from 4 years ago, he had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. Was he really Xiang Tianxing's son? His character was composed, unruffled. Could it be the result of awakening a system talent? Kong Daming could only attribute Xiang Beifei's changes to this reason. Many people become different after awakening their systems, perhaps aided by the system itself. Maybe this child was the same. Could he really have just awakened an N-tier system? Now, Kong Daming was not so sure. The college application process was next week, and Xiang Beifei had already determined his target, so he did not need to worry about selecting a school. In the 2 days after the results came out, he continued to practice his cultivation. Xiang Qingde was persuaded by Kong Daming to work at the restaurant, finally not needing to wake up at 4 or 5 in the morning anymore. The restaurant work didn't start that early, he could go after 9 in the morning. Of course, Kong Daming would not let the old man do any heavy labor, instead, he let the old man wander around the restaurant, ostensibly as a sitting manager, responsible for supervising the staff and handling some matters. But Xiang Qingde took any job seriously. Kong Daming paid him a good wage, and he believed he needed to earn this pay, not wanting to live on charity, so he would personally take on even minor tasks like mopping the floor. Even so, Xiang Qingde's job at the restaurant was much easier than selling vegetables. He no longer had to endure the market supervisor Ma Dongqiang's oppressive presence or put up with some people's attitudes. Since Kong Daming, the owner and head chef, had given the word, none of the restaurant staff dared to disrespect the old man. They all treated him with the utmost reverence. With Grandpa having switched to an easier job, Xiang Beifei felt more at ease. When it was time for him to go to university and not be at home, with Kong Daming's help to look after things, he wouldn't have to worry too much. However, the calm days did not last long. Yu Lei still managed to push Xiang Beifei's story to the top of the trending searches. It was Kong Ziyuan who first discovered it online, specially sending him a post to look at. The tale behind a 732-point student from the slums who declined an elite university is unexpectedly heartbreaking. Yu Lei posted the article on his social media account, which stated, "The college entrance exam results have been released, eliciting mixed feelings of joy and sorrow. According to the Zhuzhou Education Alliance, out of over 5 million candidates this year, a total of 121 scored above 700 points. Among these individuals, one candidate's score is notably unique. His name is Xiang Beifei, who scored 732 points. This score might seem insignificant compared to Zhuzhou's top scorer Xia Hengtao's 761 points. After all, there are 74 other candidates with scores higher than 732. But if we say that 732 points was Xiang Beifei's raw score, it becomes extraordinary. Even Zhuzhou's top scorer Xia Hengtao only had a raw score of 711. His elevation to top rank came with an S-tier system bonus of 50 points. As for Xiang Beifei, he scored 732 points as an N-tier awakener without any bonus points, making him first in raw score. It's hard to imagine that this year's highest raw scorer in academic subjects is an N-tier awakener. When I went to interview Xiang Beifei, the sky was overcast, mirroring the heavy mood of that young man. Entering a dirty and narrow alley, I was faced with a stinking pile of garbage. This alleyway has not been cleaned all year, with trash haphazardly dumped, flies buzzing everywhere, and living conditions severe. Accompanied by a photo of the garbage heap. Opposite this garbage heap stood a residential building with peeling, slightly cracked walls and a jumble of electrical wires. A grey, oppressive sky loomed over the building, enveloping it with an indescribable sense of oppression. I was shocked to find that the candidate with the highest raw score lived in such filthy and chaotic conditions. Chapter 91. Starting with 2 maps. I rang the doorbell, and it was Xiang Beifei who answered the door. His awkward eyes were filled with confusion, but after I explained my purpose, he hurriedly welcomed me into the house. The room was dimly lit, and I could smell a strong scent of medicine, accompanied by the heavy coughing of an elderly man. Upon asking, I learned that Xiang Beifei was preparing medicine for his grandfather, who suffered from severe chronic asthma. His condition had flared up in recent days, causing intense coughing fits. I asked him why he hadn't gone to the hospital. He replied, "We don't have the money." Upon hearing this, my heart felt heavy. In this day and age of rapidly advancing technology, asthma has long been conquered, and yet some people still suffer from it due to poverty. It turns out a speck of dust in the era of systems is a mountain on the shoulders of a level N awakener. The room was very cramped, with several big, bulging sacks piled up in a corner. After entering, the room felt even more crowded, leaving hardly any space to move around. Insert image of overcrowding. Xiang Beifei apologetically brought me a chair. I asked if I could interview him, and he was shy in front of the camera, stating he didn't want his face to be shown. I respected his choice and didn't post his photograph. During our conversation, I learned that his parents had died when he was very young, and he had been living with his grandfather ever since. His grandfather supported his schooling by collecting recyclables. Only then did I realize that the sacks in the corner were filled with plastic bottles. I asked him what his plans for the future were, given his high test scores. He said he planned to attend an ordinary university and then earn money to treat his grandfather's illness. What about Liangzhou University? It's the only one of the 9 elite universities that recruits level N students. Won't you give it a try? I asked further. He shook his head, saying he wouldn't go. A vocational college had already contacted him. If he could attend, he would be exempt from tuition fees and also receive a subsidy. He wanted to use that money for his grandfather's medical treatment. Attending Liangzhou University was almost an impossibility for a level N candidate, and even if admitted, the expenses would be enormous, which he couldn't afford. I sighed inwardly. The child was very sensible. Reality was very cruel. I couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong with our Zhuzhu alliance? Why has a high-scoring student fallen to such a state? Why don't the 9 elite universities recruit level N students, forcing a bright and high-scoring student to opt for a vocational college? A vocational student with 732 points must be the most ironic thing in this era of systems. When every one of us lives with the help of the system, everything seems to be taken for granted. But as the era of systems hastily marches forward, who really has the time to stop and consider these issues? If this had happened to me, I probably would have handled it worse than him. I also asked about his aspirations for the future, and he told me he wanted to become a doctor and cure his grandfather's illness. His simple wish was inexplicably heart-wrenching. Before leaving, I told him I knew a specialist at a hospital and would recommend him for his grandfather's treatment. He hesitated, so I made it clear that it was free, the specialist would help for free. Only then did a relieved smile spread across the child's young face. That smile lit up the dim room and rekindled hope in the family. I distinctly saw the future in Xiang Beifei's eyes, bright and dazzling. It was his tomorrow. When his grandfather heard about this, he made an effort to get up from the bed despite his illness to thank me profusely. I quickly waved my hands and said, "No need, no need, I'm just doing what I can." Seeing the excited grandfather and grandson, I felt terribly uncomfortable. All I could do was to help cover their medical costs. The grateful pair saw me to the door, and in the moment before it closed, I couldn't hold back anymore and tears fell from my eyes. I am not a level N awakener, but at that moment, I felt no different from one. May all the kind people in the world be treated with gentleness. Xiang Beifei read the article with astonishment. Sincere and touching, it resonated deeply. The article was grounded, with every word striking a chord. If he weren't the person involved, he might have believed it himself. Yu Lei was very skilled at writing such pieces, adept at using pitiful tales to garner sympathy, casting Xiang Beifei and his grandfather as if they were nearly too poor to eat. Not one of the incidents mentioned in the article was true, they were all fabrications by Yu Lei. To be clear, Xiang King took life seriously, and though he lived in poverty, he kept the home tidy and clean, and was in good health. The garbage piles in the street outside simply didn't exist, the street cleaners came to clean up on time every day. On the day Yu Lei came, Xiang Beifei didn't even go out to meet him, not exchanging a single word with him. However, the article portrayed him as a youth with eyes filled with hope. Start with 2 pictures, and the rest was pure fabrications. And the pictures were forged. The guy crafted them with finesse, depicting Xiang Beifei as a green youth struggling to survive in the cracks of life, Xiang King as an elderly man confined to his bed, and himself, Yu Lei, as a conscience-driven media person with a sense of justice and responsibility who dared to expose unfairness. Once the article was published on various media platforms, it instantly caused a sensation. Many people kept sharing it, bombarding friends and family group chats, with parents using the story to lecture their underachieving children, expressing sentiments like the other family's child, followed by a smiling emoticon. As more people saw it, the discussions grew, and in just half a day's time, it unexpectedly shot into the top 10 trending searches. By doing so, the task set by Yu Lei's system was sure to be completed. I really underestimated this guy. Xiang Beifei hadn't expected Yu Lei to spread rumors so blatantly, to gain attention, increase traffic, and complete his system task. The most astonishing part was the people commenting under Yu Lei's article, all expressing pity for Xiang Beifei. Then, there were those inquiring about his contact details through Yu Lei, saying they wanted to visit, donate money to Xiang Beifei, and offer a helping hand. Then, even more shameless, Yu Lei left a donation account number, claiming he would pass on the contributions. There were probably heaps of donors. And that money was likely to end up entirely in Yu Lei's own pockets. Xiang Beifei, whom did you give an interview to? Kong Ziyuan made a special trip to Xiang Beifei's house to ask. I didn't, this article, not even the punctuation can be trusted, nothing in it is true, said Xiang Beifei. Frowning, Kong Ziyuan said, I knew it, it's complete nonsense. Look, he's released another video, an interview about teacher Yang Hua. Kong Ziyuan played the video on his phone, and on the screen, Yang Hua was enthusiastically saying. Yes, Xiang Beifei, this student, I had high hopes for him from the start. His academic performance wasn't great in the beginning, but I always encouraged him, told him not to get discouraged, helped him identify and fill in his gaps, and he improved rapidly. You could say, the high scores he achieved today are the result of our joint efforts. This was shot a few days ago after the results came out, with teacher Yang Hua elevating himself to a very high pedestal in front of the camera. How can he have the face to say that? Kong Ziyuan rolled his eyes. Let him talk, Xiang Beifei said. He turned to look at Ziyahei, who was playing with a red pill. That was Yang Hua's qi and blood pill. Chapter 92. Yu Lei's plan. There are many educators who truly consider the students' interests, and Principal Li Nangxing is a prime example. He doesn't take credit for others' work, nor does he attribute Xiang Beifei's achievements to himself. On the contrary, he generously admits his misjudgment and conducts himself with openness. His Confucian saint system gains prestige through genuinely cultivating students, and Xiang Beifei greatly respects such a teacher and senior. He wishes for more educators like Principal Li Nangxing in the world, so that more students can benefit. If he could help Principal Li Nangxing gain more prestige, Xiang Beifei would be happy to do so. The teachers of Xiang Beifei's other subjects are also acceptable, they don't intentionally trouble the students or belittle and mock them. However, in any profession, there will always be some rotten apples like Yang Hua. But this doesn't matter, for the kind are always treated with kindness, and the deceivers are always abandoned. Xiang Beifei understands this principle. Kong Ziyuan on the side felt indignant for Xiang Beifei, saying irritably, those two guys, even my dad can't hoodwink people better than them. What did your dad hoodwink you with? Before the last awakening ceremony, my dad gave me 2 pills and said that eating one would give me a 50% chance of awakening an SR system, and 2 would guarantee it. I actually believed him. Only today, during his conversation with Grandpa Xiang, did I realize he was joking with me, just to keep my mind clear during the awakening ceremony. At the time, Kong Ziyuan had even thought about giving one of the pills to Xiang Beifei. You're just realizing this now. Xiang Beifei laughed. He remembered this incident clearly. After all, Kong Daming was an S-rank pioneer and certainly knew better what the awakening system was all about. Pills were useless. Speaking of my grandfather. Xiang Beifei glanced at the report and fell into thought. Yang Hua was about to go insane. He had painstakingly saved up 150,000 teachers' prestige value and exchanged it for a qi and blood pill, only to have it vanish into thin air. Just like the last soul-condensing pill. How could this happen? Yang Hua thought about it for 2 days and still could not figure it out. He kept asking the system if there was a glitch, but the system's response was consistent from start to end. System reward issued. Through his students' college entrance examination scores, he had finally saved up enough teacher prestige value, only for such bizarre incidents to happen twice in a row. No, it can't be a problem with my system. It's very likely that someone has tampered with it behind my back. After calming down, Yang Hua began to recall the entire incident. He wasn't like Zhou Jing, someone who had just awakened their system and wasn't familiar with it, someone who wouldn't think too much if something went missing. He had been an awakened system user for over a decade. There were common elements, or rather, common people involved in both cases where the system rewards disappeared without a trace. He played with his phone in frustration, and at that moment, an article on the phone caught his attention. 732-point candidate from the slums forsakes elite university, the heartbreaking truth behind it. He casually clicked on the article and read about Xiang Beifei. A flash of insight crossed his mind. So it was you. Yang Hua suddenly understood who was most likely taking his rewards. Yu Lei. Yang Hua said through gritted teeth. He clearly remembered that it was the day the senior students were preparing for the awakening ceremony when he exchanged for the soul-condensing pill. That morning, he had been interviewed by Yu Lei, who was there to report on the news. Afterwards, the soul-condensing pills disappeared. Then, when the college entrance examination results were announced, he was ready to exchange for a qi and blood pill, but that guy Yulei appeared again. He interviewed him once more. After the interview, he went to exchange for the qi and blood pill, and it disappeared again. You bastard! So the interviews were just a ruse to mess with me and steal my system rewards using some trick. Anger flashed in Yang Hua's eyes. The more he thought about it, the more he believed he was correct. Apart from Yulei, nobody else had the capability. Because none of the other students in the class, whom he often scolded, had ever encountered such incidents before. What's more, when the soul condensing pills went missing, none of the students had awakened their systems, so it couldn't have been one of his own students. But it just so happened that Yulei was the one who interviewed him both times. Could there be something fishy about that interview microphone? Damn it! In the elegant coffee shop, soft lighting bathed Yulei in a peaceful glow. Yulei was leisurely sitting back, sipping coffee and reading an article on his computer. The interview article had firmly hit the hot search lists of 3 platforms, reaching the 10th position in popularity. Just reaching the top 20 in hot searches on one platform was enough to complete a system task and add 1000 points to his system value. The hyped article hitting the hot search listing on 3 platforms was equivalent to completing 3 system tasks. Since the tasks were cumulative, it meant an addition of 3000 points to his system value. At this rate, reaching the number 1 spot on the hot search list is completely attainable. Yulei put down his coffee cup, increasingly excited. His system was named I Want to Make Headlines, and if he could get to the top of the hot search list and become the leading story, it would be more than just completing a task, it would add at least 10,000 system points. I knew it, many people love this type of news. Yulei typed away proudly, then turned to look out the window. Across from the coffee shop was a restaurant named Kong's Mansion Banquet, where an elderly man could be seen bustling about, attending to customers. That was Xiang Beifei, the bedridden old man from his article. Yulei knew exactly what he had to do next. Now that the article was out, many people were aware of the story of the Xiang grandfather and grandson. Quite a few sympathized with them, leaving messages saying they wanted to visit. If those busybodies were to come, it would mean that the content of his article would be exposed. Yulei couldn't let those people discover the truth. Having fabricated the news, he naturally had to make it seem even more plausible. So, the next step was naturally to take action against Xiang Beifei and Xiang Beifei. He looked at his system interface. Hitting the hot search list on 3 platforms was equivalent to completing 3 system tasks. Each completion granted him a choice of 2 system rewards. Stealth Talisman, Truth-Telling Talisman, Control Talisman, Memory Talisman. Choose any 2. You grandfather and grandson had better cooperate obediently with my performance. Yulei chuckled to himself. He had already planned it out. First, use the Control Talisman to make Xiang Beifei and Xiang Beifei obey his every command. Then he'd use the Memory Talisman to alter their memories, making them believe they were the 2 individuals from his article, living off picking through trash, with a chaotic home life, and having them refuse interviews from other media. Finally, he would arrange for Xiang Beifei to enroll in a vocational college that he had already contacted. Chapter 93. Hype. Yulei had to force Xiang Beifei to apply for a specialized college, only then could he stir up a sensation again. He needed to control Xiang Beifei and his grandson to act in a way that conformed to his article, thereby strengthening its persuasive power, and also to avoid being arrested by law enforcement for spreading rumors. As for whether elite universities would actually make an exception to admit Xiang Beifei because of his article, he wouldn't be at a loss. If they made an exception, that would be best. If the 9 elite universities changed their system because of his article towards Xiang Beifei, everyone would remember Yulei, the media person with responsibility, attitude, and justice. His reputation would be made, his influence would grow, and he could aggressively harvest marketing traffic. If the elite universities did not respond, then as the matter fermented further, netizens would direct their anger toward the 9 elite universities, flooding their official accounts with posts, and then they would demand Yulei to represent them. As long as he continued to defend Xiang Beifei daily on media platforms, vehemently criticizing the elite universities, he would surely garner immense support from countless netizens. Yulei was preparing for the second scenario. He knew that netizens loved to defend the underdog. If elite universities yielded, the heat would fade in a couple of days. But the longer the elite universities held out, the longer the hype would last, the more attention he would receive, and the more system tasks he could complete. Being on the headlines would not only boost his fame but also attract massive traffic to his media account. With his popularity at its peak, advertisers would be eager to place ads on his account. To achieve this, Yu Lei had to firmly control Xiang Beifei and his grandfather, puppeteering them at his will. Only he could decide where Xiang Beifei could go to school. In order to extract more benefits from Xiang Beifei, the top-end grade novice scholar, even if elite universities were pressured by public opinion to accept him, he would force Xiang Beifei to refuse the invitation. Thus, he must subdue Xiang Qingde and his grandson today, turning them into his puppets with a control talisman. Yu Lei was adept at this kind of manipulation, relying on the system's help. He had fabricated countless pieces of news, and to headline and complete system tasks, he was prepared to be utterly unscrupulous. Xiang Qingde was still working at the restaurant, so Yu Lei couldn't act immediately. To avoid attracting attention, he had to wait for a moment when no one was around, so he began browsing online posts right away. The number of online posts had been increasing, evolving just as he had anticipated over the past few days. Yesterday, he posted a Weibo, tagging the 9 elite universities, reaching 6 million views, garnering 30,000 reposts, 20,000 comments, and 60,000 likes. Such popularity was incredibly high. At this moment, Liangzhou University, the only one admitting N-grade awakeners, spoke out on their media platform. We welcome any student to apply to Liangzhou University, and the school treats all students equally. However, the reason why we have an additional assessment for N-grade students is to ensure that their system capabilities can keep up with the intense curriculum of the school. This is a mandatory rule. Yu Lei seized the opportunity and immediately posted a Weibo. This so-called equality is laughable. We all live in the Zhuzhou Union, so why discriminate against N-grade students? Just like anyone else, N-grade awakeners can also contribute to the union. This post instantly resonated with countless N-grade awakeners. N-grade awakeners are the most common and most looked down upon in this world. Finally, someone spoke up for them, and they saw a glimmer of hope. Countless N-grade awakeners flocked to the official account of Liangzhou University, beginning to flood it with N-grade awakeners can also contribute to the union. All kinds of insults and private messages overwhelmed Liangzhou University's official account, pushing it into the eye of the storm, forcing the institution to shut down comments and private messaging. This further enraged the netizens, so they turned to posting on Yu Lei's account instead. The readership of Yu Lei's fabricated articles moved up a notch, and his headline value was skyrocketing. That's right, just follow my lead and charge. Yu Lei was feeling very proud, as he could easily lead everyone by the nose with just one fabricated article, while he browsed through his own comment section. Yu Lei is a conscientious media person. Nowadays, there are few who speak out for us N-level awakeners. Support Yu Lei, eliminate discrimination against N-level awakeners. Countless N-level awakeners gathered in Yu Lei's comment section, treating him as the vanguard for their rights. Hehe, you bunch of N-level fools, really think I'm voicing for you? Yu Lei smirked as he looked at his system interface. The news had successfully reached 4th place on the trending search list, reward, plus 5,000 headline value. Everyone in the world acts with their own interests in mind. He wasn't really speaking for the N-level awakeners, he was doing it for his system tasks. Ha! These N-level trash aren't completely useless after all. Yu Lei's eyes lit up. 5,000 headline value, that was a big gain. Just then, a comment from a netizen caught his attention. I think it would be more reliable to have Xiang Beifei, the top N-level scorer, speak out. Does he have a personal Weibo account? Right. Nothing works better than the person involved speaking out. Many echoed this sentiment, preparing to seek out Xiang Beifei's Weibo account and have him represent the N-level system awakeners. Yu Lei frowned. He wasn't sure if Xiang Beifei used Weibo, but as a marketing account, he quickly saw a bigger opportunity for sensationalism in this situation. In his view, Xiang Beifei indeed needed an account. And this account had to be under his, Yu Lei's, control. With just one status update to drive traffic, he could make Xiang Beifei's personal account's followers skyrocket. Later, by hyping up both accounts and leading these N-level awakeners, using them as pawns, wouldn't his system tasks be completed more effortlessly? No time to delay, today I must get Xiang Beifei and his grandfather under control, then use Xiang Beifei to register an account. Yu Lei couldn't let the real Xiang Beifei have his say, given his attitude that day, it was clear he was unwilling to cooperate. If the real Xiang Beifei came forward to speak, denying the interview Yu Lei had fabricated, that would spell trouble. Fortunately, he knew Xiang Beifei was just a high school student. Even if he had an account, it likely wouldn't draw much attention. Even if Xiang Beifei issued a denial today, it wouldn't get many reads, as no one would know if it were true or false. Just by controlling that kid today, how the situation would develop from there would still be up to him, wouldn't it? Chapter 94. The Disappearing Control Talisman. It was already past 10 in the evening, and the restaurant was getting less crowded. Kong Daming had earlier urged Xiang King to head home early, but Xiang King disagreed, insisting on waiting until after work to leave. Then I'll take you home, it's quite late, Kong Daming said. No need, it's only a 10-minute walk. How could I possibly get lost? You go ahead and close up, I've got a flashlight. Xiang King put on his coat, waved at Kong Daming to reassure him, and then left the restaurant. Be careful. Kong Daming thought about the old man's robust health. A 10-minute walk at night should pose no problem, so he didn't think much more about it. Yu Lei, who had been sitting in the cafe all afternoon, noticed Xiang King leaving the restaurant. He quickly packed up his laptop and followed him. In his view, among the grandson and grandfather, Xiang King was the tougher one to deal with. After all, he had been an awakener for decades, definitely more challenging than Xiang Beifei, who had only awakened 2 months ago. Xiang Beifei was merely an N-level awakener, having just awakened for 2 months, not even at the qi controlling stage. Wouldn't it be effortless to subdue him once Xiang King was under control? He planned to attack Xiang King first in a dark corner, using a control talisman to subdue him, then follow him home to take control of Xiang Beifei and capture both grandfather and grandson. To fabricate the situation described in his article, he even prepared in advance the medicinal pot and the bag for collecting recyclables, ready to mess up their home, making it look exactly as described in his story. Then, I'll register an account overnight, take a photo with them, generate some traffic, then make the old man quit his job and keep him from contacting other media, making him obediently my puppet. Yu Lei had thought through the subsequent steps. He intended to use the grandfather and grandson as tools for making money. By 10:30, there weren't many pedestrians on the street. Xiang King was walking home with his flashlight. He turned into a street without street lights, pitch dark, with the lights from residential buildings failing to reach this side. However, Xiang King was used to it and turned on his flashlight to light up the path ahead. But he didn't notice at all that a figure was stealthily closing in on him from behind. Yu Lei was a practitioner of the literary Dao, but as an R-level system awakener who had groped his way through the journalism industry for many years for the convenience of secretly taking photos, he had developed agile movements, with skills reaching the mid-stage of qi controlling. He had scoped out the area during the day. This part of the street had no surveillance. Xiang King was just an ordinary N-level awakener, not particularly high in skills. He had to make his move on this stretch. Yu Lei had completed 3 system tasks, with the reward being a choice of 2 out of 4, meaning he could select 6 rewards in total. He had already chosen to exchange for 3 memory talismans and 3 control talismans, which, compared to the truth-telling talismans and stealth talismans, were more useful. Old fool, just be my puppet. Yu Lei gripped a control talisman, then stretched his hand towards Xiang King's back. However, just as his hand was about to touch Xiang King, Yu Lei suddenly felt something was off. It was as if a sinister breeze had blown past, and his just exchanged control talisman had disappeared. How could this be? Yu Lei's face changed, and he quickly withdrew his hand and dodged to the side. This incident was unexpected. Without the control talisman, directly touching Xiang King would be practically the same as greeting him. Where's my control talisman? Yu Lei stopped next to a tree, looking at his system interface in amazement. He had never encountered anything like this before. Not only that, but the 3 memory talismans and 2 control talismans he had already claimed had also disappeared. In the dead of night, it was like seeing a ghost. Yu Lei searched for his system rewards. He had redeemed this reward 10 minutes ago, and it was still there just now. Why did it disappear all of a sudden the moment he made his move? But by this time, Xiang King had already walked far away. He hadn't been disturbed by Yu Lei, so he continued walking forward, quickly turning around the street corner and disappearing. Damn it! Yu Lei gritted his teeth. His system was acting up for some unknown reason, mysteriously making his rewards disappear, but he knew now was not the time to fret about the system glitching, but to deal with Xiang King. With the advanced network technology, finding a person wasn't too difficult. Maybe as soon as tomorrow, someone could find Luhi High School and ask the school's teachers about Xiang Beifei's address. If they were to find out that situation at Xiang King's home was different from what his article described, he would be in loads of trouble. I can't wait any longer. Yu Lei decided to deal with Xiang King first and then consider the issue of the missing system reward. He immediately spent 1,000 headline points and redeemed another control talisman. Besides being a mission completion reward, the control talisman could also be exchanged in the shop using system points. He had only refrained from exchanging it last time because he was worried that the news wouldn't make it to the trending searches, wasting system points. But now, that article had garnered a massive readership, earning him far more than 1,000 headline points. Yu Lei, holding the control talisman, continued to pursue Xiang King. However, he hadn't traveled far when suddenly a furious gust of punches erupted from the side. Bang! The fist wind created a spark in the air, the exploding flames roaring loudly, and with incredible swiftness, it smashed towards Yu Lei's face. Yu Lei was startled by the abrupt fist wind and didn't react in time. With a thud, he was directly struck in the bridge of his nose, the tremendous impact sending him flying. Ah! He let out a scream, his body hitting the wall like a sandbag. Yu Lei was merely a practitioner of the literary Dao, not very adept at fighting. Caught unguarded, he took a solid punch to the nose, breaking it and immediately causing blood to flow. Damn, who ambushed me? But, being a mid-stage chi-controlling awakener, he was used to dealing with stealthy situations and reacted very quickly. After his nose was broken, he quickly snapped back to his senses, a grey light flashed over his body, and he transformed into black smoke, disappearing from beneath the attacker's fist. Stealth Talisman. He had plenty of such items on him, capable of melding himself with the darkness, transforming into black smoke, escaping, and enabling him to remain invisible in various corners. This was an essential skill for paparazzi and also his most proficient ability. Who are you? Yu Lei, hidden in the darkness, glared angrily at the person who had suddenly attacked him. The person was dressed in black and also wore a hat, standing in the darkness just like him. It was impossible to see the attacker's face clearly, but Yu Lei felt an immense pressure. The opponent's fist wind was too domineering, something he couldn't resist. Chapter 95. Not so particular. The one who made a move was Xiang Beifei. But he would not explain to Yu Lei. Yu Lei was, after all, in the middle stage of chi controlling, the same realm as himself. Even if Yu Lei was not good at fighting, Xiang Beifei would not underestimate him. Without saying another word, he rushed at Yu Lei again. Although Yu Lei had a stealth talisman and had hidden his body, invisible in the dark, to Xiang Beifei it made no difference whether he was concealed or not, the system interface sparkled, serving as a guiding light. Boom! A fist wind smashed down toward the place where Yu Lei was hiding, and Yu Lei was terrified. How could you? Yu Lei did not understand how his position had been exposed. Although not skilled in combat, he was very good at concealing himself, always able to follow others without being discovered. But somehow, the guy in the darkness had accurately found him. However, the current scene did not allow Yu Lei to think too much. He surged forward again, and at the same time, a dagger for self-defense appeared in his hand and he stabbed at Xiang Beifei. Even though he was a practitioner of the literary Dao, in this system world, he still learned some abilities to protect himself with the help of the system. The dagger was very sharp, easily picking locks and getting past doors. It was naturally more than enough for stabbing people. In the cover of darkness, the dagger silently moved towards Xiang Beifei's chest. Xiang Beifei controlled the breath soil, which interweaved in his hands to form a small shield, blocking the dagger and knocking it out of the way. Damn it! Yu Lei took a step back angrily, then bitterly said, "You think knocking my dagger away is the end of it?" With a thought, the dagger that was knocked away traced an arc in the air, making a devious curve, and stabbed at Xiang Beifei's back. Die! Yu Lei shouted furiously. However, as the dagger flew through the air, it suddenly seemed to have been forcibly pulled by something, halting so abruptly it could not advance another inch. Abruptly stop! Using this ability, Xiang Beifei froze Yu Lei's dagger in place, then dashed forward, landing a punch on Yu Lei's face. Yu Lei did not dodge this time and was smashed against the wall. But before he could get up, gigantic fists pummeled down on him like hail, striking him all over. Bang! 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 In just an instant, Yu Lei was beaten to a bloody pulp, screaming miserably. Then his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Both were in the middle stage of chi controlling, yet Yu Lei stood no chance against Xiang Beifei. Ever since Yu Lei's article hit the trending searches, Xiang Beifei had anticipated that this guy would definitely come for them. He had previously seen his system task and knew that Yu Lei had a control talisman. Since he succeeded in getting the article trending, for the sake of damage control, Yu Lei would certainly try to control both the grandfather and the grandson. So from the afternoon, Xiang Beifei had been waiting not far from the restaurant, watching over Grandpa in the diner, and after Grandpa finished work, he followed behind. Sure enough, as expected, Yu Lei was prepared to control Xiang King from behind. Some people are not for you to touch. Xiang Beifei looked indifferently at Yu Lei, who had been knocked unconscious. Bang! He smashed another punch down. This punch was struck for Grandpa. Daring to have designs on his grandpa, Xiang Beifei would show no mercy. He was not in the mood to reason with the opponent. Beat him up first, then talk. Bang! He raised his hand and punched Yu Lei in the face again. This punch was to knock him out completely, ensuring that he wasn't feigning unconsciousness. After Lai Wuying had pretended to be defeated and then suddenly launched a vicious attack that nearly killed Liu Hong, Xiang Beifei realized that such matters required decisive action. Using my name to set up a personal account and collaborating with you to sensationalize it. You're quite the cunning one, he said. Xiang Beifei looked at Yu Lei's system tasks, where the others' plans were laid out on the system interface for all to see, including the completion conditions and rewards for each step, all crystal clear. The more Xiang Beifei looked at these system tasks, the deeper his frown became. This guy was so shameless for the sake of making headlines, even planning on controlling his grandfather like a puppet, which was something Xiang Beifei absolutely couldn't tolerate. Originally, when Xiang Beifei saw the fabricated article, he thought he could also create an account to clear the air, exposing Yu Lei's conspiracy and turning netizens against him instead. But after some thought, Xiang Beifei realized he might not be able to outsmart Yu Lei with just a simple online clarification. Yu Lei was a seasoned media professional with a deeper understanding of the internet than him. So Xiang Beifei decided to take a more straightforward approach. His time was precious, and he had no interest in a battle of wits with someone like Yu Lei. A direct confrontation would suffice. Xiang Beifei then took out the control talisman in his hand. Elixirs produced by other people's systems that could directly advance one's cultivation were ineffective on Xiang Beifei, but the effects of a control talisman could still be employed. However, this was a qi-controlling mid-stage system item, belonging to the things condensed by Yu Lei's system. If Xiang Beifei used it directly, it would be difficult to control Yu Lei because Yu Lei's headline system would protect him. Xiaohe had told him that to make the control talisman effective on Yu Lei without being rejected by Yu Lei's system, he must first knock Yu Lei out. When he was unconscious, that was when his will was at its weakest, and the control talisman could take effect. Now it's time for us to settle accounts, Xiang Beifei declared. Xiang Beifei affixed the control talisman to Yu Lei's neck. Following Xiaohe's taught method, he infused his spiritual power into the talisman. A flicker of light flashed across the control talisman before sinking into Yu Lei's body and disappearing. Yu Lei soon opened his eyes, his gaze blank, seemingly unaware of where he was. Yu Lei probably never imagined that one day his system items would be used on himself by someone else. Who are you? Xiang Beifei inquired. Yu Lei, he replied. How many times have you fabricated fake news? Xiang Beifei asked. Over 100 times, I guess. I never counted, Yu Lei responded honestly. You know what the consequences are for creating fake news, right? Xiang Beifei asked. I know. Have you ever caused anyone's death with your fake news? Yes, I've caused the deaths of 9. 3 committed suicide after I fabricated stories that resulted in their job loss and they couldn't bear the accusations from those around them. And there was 1 person I killed to make up a story. Yu Lei confessed to all the people he had indirectly or directly caused the death of in order to create fake news. So, if you'd managed to control the grandfather and grandson pair of the original division's top scholars, what was your endgame for them? Xiang Beifei continued. When the hype around the original division's top scholar was about to die down, I planned to control the old man to commit suicide. Then I'd fabricate an article titled Elder with Asthma chooses suicide to avoid burdening his top scholar grandson to sensationalize one last wave of attention, Yu Lei answered plainly. Bang! Xiang Beifei threw another punch. This punch wasn't for anything in particular. When it's time to hit, just hit. Nothing fancy. Chapter 96. Confession. If the top scorer's grandfather really committed suicide due to life's pressure, the sensation it would cause would be incredible. All he would need to do is publish an obituary, describing in detail how he blamed himself, how he couldn't better help the grandfather and grandson, then he would garner the sympathy of countless people. Yu Lei could even become a celebrity in the media industry because of this incident. And his system income would probably skyrocket, to the point where Xiang Beifei wouldn't be surprised if Yu Lei reached the meridian opening realm within a year by harvesting headline values from the system. For the sake of system tasks, he really is unscrupulous. If Xiang Beifei hadn't been cautious from the start, he and his grandfather would have been in a very dire situation after being controlled. The world of the system isn't the same as Xiang Beifei's previous world, they possess powerful system abilities, and their methods are simple yet effective. Should greed take over, the things they're capable of are truly terrifying. Xiang Beifei really wanted to kill this guy. However, after thinking it over, he gave up the idea. Currently, the article about the top scorer from the slums is spreading all over the internet, and Xiang Beifei hasn't debunked it yet. If Yu Lei were killed, that guy would then be seen by his fans as having been murdered for speaking out of turn. Yu Lei might even be elevated to a higher status, like someone who died fighting for N-level awakener rights, or someone who crossed paths with certain vested interests. They might even build monuments in his honor and regard him as a pioneer against N-level discrimination. That would be letting him off far too easily. Xiang Beifei needed to expose this guy's true nature and ensure his utter disgrace. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Write a complete article about all the bad things you've done, the people you've killed, the rumors you've spread, how you fabricated news, your objectives, the methods you used, and any evidence you have, everything from start to finish." Okay. Yu Lei turned to retrieve his backpack that had fallen to the ground, his computer still inside, but the computer was broken. But as someone with a news system, he was never short of tools for news reporting. Xiang Beifei simply had him use system points to exchange for a new laptop. This laptop, provided by the system and linked to Yu Lei himself, could quickly compose an article reflecting Yu Lei's thoughts, an essential tool for writing news stories. And so, Yu Lei sat by the roadside, beginning to write his confession letter. Xiang Beifei stood by, watching him list all the evidence that could be investigated. The process took about an hour, and people passed by now and then. Xiang Beifei had to use a stealth talisman from Yu Lei's system to conceal them both in the shadows, preventing them from being seen. Xiang Beifei took out his phone to check the news and inadvertently discovered that the fabricated article by Yu Lei had unwittingly topped the trending search list. He turned his head towards Yu Lei's system interface. "You have successfully made the Xiang Beifei incident the top trending news on 2 media platforms, earning plus 20,000 headline values. For the first time your coverage of the Xiang Beifei incident has made the headlines on a media platform. Extra rewards, Stealth Talisman X2, Truth Telling Talisman X2, Memory Talisman X2, Control Talisman X2. Current headline value, 156,988, exchangeable for 1 Qi Raising Talisman." Yu Lei was just a minor reporter, not a big shot, and climbing to the top of the hot search list on major media platforms was no easy feat, because in this world he wasn't the only one with a system like "I want to make headlines" system. Many of his journalist peers who were awakeners even had S-level related systems, superior to his. One could say, this incident was a golden opportunity for Yu Lei to turn his fortunes around. Only he picked the wrong person to mess with. Xiang Beifei didn't hold back. After all, Yu Lei came to kill his own grandfather, so taking these items was fair game. The rewards were all accepted as listed. It was a bit regrettable that Yu Lei merely had mid-stage Qi controlling abilities, and the system items were also mid-stage spiritual Qi crystals, which couldn't help Xiang Beifei light up any star positions. But that Qi raising talisman was what Yu Lei planned to use to advance to the later stages of Qi controlling, an item from the later stage of the system worth 150,000 headline values, which he had exchanged for. "Go turn yourself in, tell the law enforcement officers all the bad things you've done. Remember, you must find someone named Liu Hong. Hand over this confession to them and identify how you destroyed the evidence also." Xiang Beifei slapped another memory talisman onto Yu Lei's back. "You did not see me tonight, you decided to confess of your own accord due to a guilty conscience and restless sleep." That was the only excuse he could find. Okay. Yu Lei's eyes became vacant, as his memory was altered according to Xiang Beifei's manipulation. "Wait." Xiang Beifei thought for a moment, then spoke again. Yu Lei looked at him, puzzled. Bang! Xiang Beifei threw another punch. He hadn't fully vented his anger yet. This guy wanted to kill his own grandfather, it was already generous not to have beaten him to death with a single punch. Wipe off the nosebleed. Yu Lei immediately did as he was told. Xiang Beifei hid in the shadows, making Yu Lei reveal himself. He had to watch Yu Lei go to the law enforcement brigade personally. As for how the law enforcement brigade would deal with Yu Lei, who came to confess without reason, Xiang Beifei wasn't too worried. Uncle Liu would cover for him. Liu Hong wasn't scheduled for the night shift tonight, he was resting at home. His wife had taken their daughter back to her mother's house, and he finally had a night of freedom. At this moment, he opened his phone's news app and saw an article being pushed out, titled "A 732-point student from the slums forsakes elite university, the heartbreaking truth behind it." Liu Hong clicked in to read it and instantly became alert. Is it Beifei? A couple of days ago, after the college entrance exam results were released, Liu's highway told Liu Hong that Xiang Beifei had the top raw score. At the time, his reaction was quite calm, others might be surprised, but he knew that the kid Xiang Beifei was extraordinary. After all, he was Xiang Tianxing's son, and he exhibited exceptional talent in all aspects. But the more he read the article, the more Liu Hong felt something was off. Nonsense! Is this journalist spreading rumors? Liu Hong had visited Xiang Beifei's home, and Xiang Qingde was in good health, and Liu's highway had even mentioned Xiang Beifei's attempt to try for Yangzhou University, which didn't match the report at all. No, this could cause Beifei to clash with Yangzhou University, and that would be bad. Liu Hong immediately became serious. Beifei was about to prepare for the entrance assessment of Yangzhou University, and this news was detrimental to him. Liu Hong decided to talk to Yu Lei, the journalist, tomorrow, telling him that spreading rumors was illegal and to honestly delete his post. But just then, his phone suddenly rang. It was Ma Figuang calling. Captain Liu, a journalist named Yu Lei has come to confess. He insists on speaking honestly only to you, Ma Figuang said urgently. Yu Lei. Liu Hong was extremely surprised. Wasn't that the guy? How could this be such a coincidence? He had just planned to seek out Yu Lei tomorrow, but Yu Lei had come forward to confess? Suddenly, the image of the honest and simple Beifei emerged in his mind. His sharp detective's intuition told him that anything related to Beifei was never simple. At least so far, Liu Hong hadn't treated Beifei as an ordinary high school student, the boy always managed to do things that impressed him. Lai Wuying was exposed by Beifei, Qin Yi lost face in front of Beifei, and now Yu Lei wrote an article attacking Beifei and then went to confess? Could this guy have been dealt with by Beifei? Liu Hong's gaze turned somewhat strange. Chapter 97. Safety Net. Liu Hong was, relatively speaking, one of the few people who knew Xiang Beifei well. Although in his eyes, Xiang Beifei was also a mysterious youth, he didn't know what system Xiang Beifei had awakened, but he was aware that the boy's abilities were extraordinary. No matter what Xiang Beifei did, he would not be too surprised. Liu Hong immediately rushed to the law enforcement brigade, sat in the interrogation room with a furrowed brow, surveyed Yu Lei, and then sent the other law enforcement officers away. He was almost certain that Beifei was behind this. The reason was nothing else but the burn scars on Yu Lei's body, which were caused by rapid flame, and Liu Hong, being a possessor of rapid flame, knew this all too well. Beifei acted too rashly. A popular journalist comes forth to confess right after publishing such an article, admitting that what he wrote about the top scholar was false. Isn't he afraid that others would suspect his connection with this scholar? Liu Hong pondered. Yu Lei was admitting all his actions in great detail and even handed over the confession he wrote to Liu Hong. He even prepared a confession in writing? Liu Hong suddenly paused, thought of something, and chuckled bitterly. Does this kid think I would come up with a reason for Yu Lei's confession? Liu Hong helplessly laughed. He had just been thinking about how to help Beifei cover up the past. Beifei had some special abilities, and before he matured, but could help cover up, he would do as much as possible, keeping a low profile, which would be better for Beifei's future. At that moment, Liu Hong's phone vibrated, and a message popped up. He glanced at it and saw that it was from Xiang Beifei, with the simple content, "Please, thank you, Uncle Liu. You still know how to thank me?" Liu Hong rubbed his forehead, feeling quite a headache. But this rascal, can he even guess my thoughts? Liu Hong picked up his phone and replied irritably, "Remember to give a heads up next time." Okay. Xiang Beifei's reply was simple, as communication between intelligent people didn't need to be complex. Liu Hong put away his phone, and his gaze towards Yu Lei suddenly became sharp. He slammed the table and barked, "Continue, confess all the bad things you've done." Yu Lei's article spread widely, and if he targeted an ordinary household, they would have no recourse. Yu Lei would directly control the person involved. Even if relatives called the police, it would be useless because the person had already been controlled and would act according to Yu Lei's wishes, thus turning the fabricated into reality. But he had hit a snag. He would never have imagined that he had messed with someone he shouldn't have, especially someone who knew the captain of the law enforcement in the Liangzhou West Administrative Region. Liu Hong now regarded Xiang Beifei as a treasure, and he would investigate seriously anything that dared to hit porcelain with Xiang Beifei. He spent 2 days investigating all the cases involving Yu Lei's confession, and when he confirmed Yu Lei's crimes, Liu Hong was quite shocked. This was actually a villain of the highest order. Liu Hong, as captain of the Liangzhou West Administrative Region Law Enforcement, quickly spread a clarification online that the top scholar grandfather and grandson were well, not as miserable as the article described. The reason for Yu Lei's confession, as explained by Liu Hong, was that he knew the grandfather and grandson and was aware of their living situation. To investigate the matter, he specifically summoned Yu Lei, and this led to uncovering even more unknown truths. The persuasive power of the captain of the Liangzhou West Administrative Region Law Enforcement was significant, and although many people still had their doubts, Liu Hong directly laid out all the evidence according to Yu Lei's confession, effectively silencing those people. Your adventure continues at MVLE Novel Bin. The matter was handled very smoothly. After Yu Lei surrendered, his crimes were publicized, all his social media accounts were cancelled, and all the fabricated articles were deleted. Afterward, Yu Lei's act of fabricating news to chase popularity caused an uproar on the internet, with the name Yu Lei firmly occupying the top of every major media outlet's trending lists. Everyone was cursing this guy for his lack of morals and extreme wickedness, exploiting people's sympathies for profit. The focus shifted from the 9 elite universities directly back to Yu Lei. Especially those in the N-level system, who had initially supported Yu Lei righteously, only to find out that they had been used as pawns by him, were indescribably angry. Yu Lei probably didn't expect that, in his desperation to fabricate fake news to get others trending, he would end up trending himself. But now, he could only receive his system rewards in prison. Serves him right. Upon seeing the news about Yu Lei's arrest, Yang Hua finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Lei had committed numerous crimes and had been ruthless in his news creation, which solidified something for Yang Hua. His lost system rewards must have been stolen by Yu Lei. This cunning guy. Unfortunately, now that he was in prison, it seemed impossible to recover those 2 rewards. He had no choice but to accept his bad luck. At the end of the day, I have to thank Beifei. It was because of his incident that Captain Liu was able to catch this guy. Yang Hua felt a rare sense of gratitude towards Beifei. If it weren't for Yu Lei reporting on Beifei, which coincidentally led Liu Hong, who knew Beifei, to investigate Yu Lei and finally capture him, he might not have had the chance to obtain justice. I need to be careful next time and not just accept interviews casually. Beifei had already completed his college application, choosing Liangzhou University. With his scores, Liangzhou University would surely be upgraded, then give him a chance for an entrance assessment. The exact date was not yet set, but it was going to be in the coming days, so he was still diligently practicing Rapid Flame. He had gradually noticed the issues with Rapid Flame and had successfully made some improvements. I should be able to give feedback tomorrow. Beifei summarized the characteristics of the Rapid Flame martial art, planning to seek feedback from Liu Hong in the next few days to help Liu Hong complete the mandatory task issued by the investigation system, aiming to obtain an advancement pill for him. It wasn't that Beifei coveted the advancement pill, having Liu Hong reach the mid-level of Meridian opening was also beneficial for Beifei. Liu Hong was very generous and genuinely kind to Beifei, much like Principal Li Nangxing. They both were willing to spend system values to aid him. If Beifei needed system rewards to activate a constellation, Liu Hong would certainly not be stingy. Thus, ensuring that Liu Hong reached the mid-level of Meridian opening, at least, secured that Beifei could obtain enough system rewards from him for activating constellations at that level. Of course, higher-level system rewards cost more system values, and Beifei did not want Liu Hong to overspend. He would certainly try to obtain system items from others first. If all else failed, then he would turn to Liu Hong for emergency help. As for who these others were, Beifei already had a target in mind. Liangzhou wanted list. Obtaining system rewards from these wanted criminals would not only be justifiable but also earn a bounty, killing two birds with one stone. Helping solve cases should also enable Uncle Lu to earn investigation value. It would be fair to him. Beifei pondered and continued to throw a punch into the air. Chapter 98. Counting Numbers. Lu Hong had been organizing Yu Lei's case files. The case had already concluded, and Yu Lei had been imprisoned in the Zhuzhu Alliance prison due to his crimes. As an R-ranked awakener, he was sentenced to life imprisonment, and once incarcerated, he would never get out again. I wonder what Beifei has been up to these past few days. It was somewhat laughable. He had been busy dealing with the issues concerning Xiang Beifei and Yu Lei over the last few days, yet he hadn't seen the main person involved, the first original party, Xiang Beifei, even once. That made him feel both amused and frustrated. Thanks to his extensive experience in case handling, Lu Hong successfully shifted the focus of netizens from Xiang Beifei to other fabricated news about Yu Lei. Consequently, people discussed Yu Lei more, and Xiang Beifei received less attention. Lu Hong nailed Yu Lei with other crimes because the victims involved in Yu Lei's case were far too numerous. In his effort to thoroughly investigate, he spent every day probing, and as a result, his investigation value increased by over 2,000. I didn't expect that last time I exchanged all 2,000 investigation points for system items for Beifei, he'd return them to me so soon. Lu Hong felt quite emotional. Last month, Beifei had his investigation system initiate a compulsory task and also gifted him 2,000 investigation points, which Lu Hong used to help Beifei. But within just a month, Beifei had captured Yu Lei and helped Lu Hong replenish the lost investigation points. That being said, ever since I met this lad, I seem to have never been at a loss. Lu Hong sat in his office, twirling a pen in his hand, lost in thought. With Beifei's help, he had solved the case of Lai Wuying and earned a large amount of investigation points. Then, the day Beifei came to learn Rapid Flame, just by taking a glance, he caught Wan Chu, who was robbing a bank, and earned another large amount. Next, Beifei had his system initiate a compulsory task, and he earned another batch, and now this one. Even though he had also spent a substantial amount of system points to protect him, in the end, Lu Hong's investigation points income had always been positive. It's just. Lu Hong stared at his system interface. Note: Rapid Flame is the host's fundamental reliance, and the host's comprehension of Rapid Flame is no less than Xiang Beifei's. To become even stronger, feedback from Xiang Beifei is essential. If Xiang Beifei is willing to provide feedback, you can receive an advanced pill. An advanced pill, hey. This could advance him from the early stage to the middle stage of meridian opening, which was incredibly important for him. I wonder if he has made any improvements to Rapid Flame. Most importantly, if Beifei had improved Rapid Flame, would he come and tell him? Lu Hong felt uneasy. Every time he was free from work and there were no criminals around, he would think about this question, and every time he pondered it, he felt so tormented he had to count. Everyone has a few quirks. His quirky habit was to count to pass the time when he had nothing else to do. He was no longer counting will Beifei come today. But will Beifei provide feedback? Since he was free today, Lu Hong started counting with his pen on a row of file folders on his desk. He will provide feedback, he will not provide feedback, he will provide feedback, he will not provide feedback. By the end, he realized the outcome was he will not provide feedback. Bad luck. Xiao Ma, bring a new file folder in here. Lu Hong shouted. The number of folders was even, he needed an odd number so that he could end up on Beifei will provide feedback. Boss, here. Ma Figuang quickly brought in a file folder from outside and handed it to Lu Hong. Lu Hong saw that Ma Figuang had actually brought two. I asked for one. Lu Hong said irately. What's the difference? Grumbled Ma Figuang. One is enough, two take up space. Without further discussion, Lu Hong threw one of the file folders back to Ma Figuang and then shoved the new folder into the stack of old ones, feeling slightly better. He propped his chin on his hand and took up his pen again to count the number of pages in a document. Thinking of always starting from Beifei will provide feedback, but the results always turned out to be frustrating. This time he decided to change it up, starting with he will not provide feedback. Then, after counting the number of pages in the document, he discovered the result was he won't give feedback. Oh boy, damn it! Lu Hong was so frustrated. Until now, he had never counted on Beifei giving feedback. Could it be that Beifei really wouldn't give feedback? Liu Hong sighed deeply. At this moment, someone knocked on the office door twice. Uncle Liu, are you free? Liu Hong, bored and counting staples, responded without looking up, no, I'm counting. Counting. The person knocking sounded puzzled. Liu Hong suddenly startled, wait, was this voice familiar? There weren't many people who called him Uncle Liu. Beifei. Liu Hong nearly leaped from his chair, his face breaking into a surprised smile. This rascal, he finally decided to show up. Liu Hong's mood instantly became excited. Uncle Liu, am I disturbing you? I heard you saying you were counting? What are you counting? Is it an unsolvable case? Do you need my help? Xiang Beifei asked curiously. Liu Hong coughed awkwardly, he certainly couldn't let Xiang Beifei help him with such mundane matters. He quickly tossed his pen aside and said, no, just counting how many cases Yulei has been involved in. Oh, I see. Xiang Beifei did not think much of it. Sit. Liu Hong forced himself to calm down. He was, after all, a precinct captain, and though he sometimes engaged in mundane activities to pass the time when free, he couldn't lose his dignity in front of his junior. About Yulei, you are too reckless. The fist wounds on him, I knew at first glance were caused by rapid flame. Did you confront him? The first time Liu Hong saw Yulei, he had noticed the injuries, which he could not overlook. Yes, thank you, Uncle Liu, Xiang Beifei said. Liu Hong was stunned for a moment, thank me for what? For covering that up for me. Are you so sure I would cover for you? Liu Hong asked. Xiang Beifei smiled politely and did not respond. Liu Hong shook his head helplessly, he indeed had covered it up right away that day. Speaking of which, Yulei has a mid-stage qi controlling ability, how did you take him down? Liu Hong remembered Xiang Beifei had only awakened 2 months ago and was busy with his college entrance exams. Logically, his abilities should only be at the initial stage of qi controlling. Xiang Beifei thought for a moment and said, as soon as I threw a punch, he went down. Liu Hong. Xiang Beifei added, Uncle Liu teaches well, rapid flame is very powerful, it was easy to hit him. Don't flatter me. Liu Hong rubbed his forehead but secretly enjoyed the praise. The kid was polite, had a good temperament, spoke pleasantly, and was strong, it seemed he had all the good traits. After a while, Liu Hong asked somewhat nervously, by the way, I thought you were preparing for Liangzhou University's assessment all this while, so I didn't look for you. What brings you here today? For the Liangzhou University assessment, Xiang Beifei said. Liu Hong's eyes showed a look of disappointment. Beifei came looking for him, not for rapid flame? Chapter 99. Exchange skills. Liu Hong sighed internally, possibly Beifei had not made any progress yet, so he would have to wait a bit longer. Tell me, how can I help you? I graduated from the Martial Arts College of Liangzhou University myself. If I can help, I definitely will, but if you ask me what the examination is about, I really don't know. I inquired last time but got no news. However, if you want to enter the Martial Arts College, I think it most likely relates to martial arts, Liu Hong still said patiently. That's exactly why I'm here. I also feel that the examination might be related to martial arts. Uncle Liu, with your extensive experience, could you spar with me? It would help me identify my weaknesses, Xiang Beifei said. Spar with you? Liu Hong pondered, he had not expected Xiang Beifei to suggest this. Yes, with guidance from Uncle Liu, I should be able to improve faster, Xiang Beifei said. Liu Hong had nothing else planned for the day, so he nodded, all right, let's go to the training room. The two left the office, and outside, Ma Figuang, seeing Xiang Beifei, his eyes lit up, it's the shadow detective. Captain Liu, what case is the shadow detective planning to crack now? Xiao Cao also asked excitedly. Get lost, it's none of your business, Liu Hong waved them off, sending these people away. Xiang Beifei asked in confusion, shadow detective. Wasn't it from that day in the detention room where you identified the abilities of Wan Chu and LV and shocked us all? Liu Hong explained with a smile, that day, you cracked the case with one glance and then turned around and left, only leaving a shadow behind. That shadow left such a deep impression on everyone, so they ended up giving you the nickname Shadow Detective. One night when Wan Chu and Lv escaped from jail, Xiang Beifei casually cracked the case, identified the suspects, and without bothering to explain, turned around and left, leaving behind a suave shadow in the corridor. That shadow continued to linger in the minds of these law enforcers, and even though Liu Hong had later explained Xiang Beifei's reasoning process to them, they were still utterly shocked by Xiang Beifei. Mainly because the entire reasoning process was too precise, fast, and flawless. That's really a strange name, Xiang Beifei said. The two arrived at the training room. Xiang Beifei put down his backpack, then clenched his fists, looking at Liu Hong and said, "Uncle Liu, don't hold back. Just point out my deficiencies." Liu Hong stretched his arms and said, "Don't worry, I'll keep my level equal to yours. Just make your move." Xiang Beifei stomped his foot on the ground, abruptly springing forward, charging at Liu Hong. Whoosh! In an instant, Xiang Beifei was in front of Liu Hong. As his fist struck, spiritual power wrapped around his hands, blasting out a flame gale. This punch, carrying a bizarre strength, rocketed towards Liu Hong's face at a tremendous speed. Well done! Liu Hong judged that Xiang Beifei's cultivation might only be in the early stages of qi controlling, so he tried to suppress his spiritual power to a similar level. However, since Liu Hong was a cultivator in the meridian opening stage, although Xiang Beifei's fist wind was fast, it still seemed slow to him. He clenched his fist, and a burst of explosive flames rose from his hand, meeting Xiang Beifei's fist. Boom! Two fist flames violently crossed in the air, giving rise to an explosive sound. Liu Hong's face suddenly changed, a powerful force transmitted from his arm. He actually couldn't catch Xiang Beifei's punch, and in a critical moment, he had to slant his body aside, diverting most of the force from Xiang Beifei's fist, but as a result, he couldn't help but step backward several steps. Your strength. Liu Hong stared at Xiang Beifei in astonishment. He thought Xiang Beifei only had the initial strength of qi controlling, so he suppressed his own spiritual power to the initial stage of qi controlling. It turned out to be a big disadvantage, and had it not been for his vast experience, that punch might have sent him flying. Qi controlling mid-stage. Xiang Beifei clenched his fist, his figure did not slow down as he charged again, his ferocious fist wind hammering towards Liu Hong. Qi controlling mid-stage? Liu Hong was stunned. How could he have reached the mid-stage of qi controlling in just 2 months since awakening? Even for them, the S-level awakeners, stepping into the mid-stage of qi controlling had taken nearly 5 to 6 months, yet Beifei had unknowingly advanced to this level? Liu Hong was genuinely shocked. He had previously speculated that the awakening system of Beifei might not be as simple as an N-level. Now, it seemed that his speculation was almost correct. If an S-level could not reach the mid-stage of qi controlling in 2 months, then N-level was even less likely. Considering this, his awakening talent must be higher, possibly even at the level of his father, Xiang Tianxing. Liu Hong finally understood what Beifei meant when he said earlier, "The moment I throw a punch, he goes down." Yu Lei was only a practitioner of the literary Dao, and his cultivation was also merely at the mid-stage of qi controlling. In front of someone with such extraordinary talent as Beifei, he was hardly worth a few punches. "Nice work, kid. I underestimated you." Liu Hong laughed loudly, once again elevating his spiritual power to another level. Just now, a confrontation had put him at a disadvantage. If he underestimated his opponent again, he might not be able to save face later. Boom! The clash between the two was without any flair, simply fist against fist, the spiritual power burning and forming fist flames exploding in the air. At first, Liu Hong was worried he might accidentally hurt Xiang Beifei, but soon he realized he was thinking too much. Xiang Beifei's strength was even higher than he had estimated. "Uncle Liu, watch this punch." At the same time, when Xiang Beifei's fist met Liu Hong's, the flame on his fist suddenly changed its circulating pattern, sweeping over to Liu Hong's fist, colliding with the intense flame Liu Hong had gathered. The way the flame swept was very bizarre. When meeting Liu Hong's flame, the two flames should have collided fiercely, the stronger fist wind prevailing. But the already burning flame of Xiang Beifei suddenly got suppressed back into spiritual power by him, and this spiritual power mixed into Liu Hong's fist flame. As Liu Hong's fist flame rampaged, it instantly ignited the spiritual power sent by Xiang Beifei. However, this was not Liu Hong's fist flame. The two flames burned simultaneously on Liu Hong's arm, Xiang Beifei's spiritual power essence instantly disrupted Liu Hong's fist flame, causing his flame to lose control, even making the spiritual power on his arm instantly become extremely chaotic. Crackle! Liu Hong's face dramatically changed, the flame he had gathered with his spiritual power couldn't be deployed. Although his fist still emitted flames, this flame no longer belonged to him, but to Xiang Beifei. That is, Xiang Beifei's flame was burning on his arm. Your next chapter is on MVLE novel bin. Most bizarrely, Xiang Beifei's flame quietly broke through the spiritual power protecting Liu Hong's arm. Liu Hong had a foreboding feeling, if this continued, his arm would be burned by Xiang Beifei. Chapter 100. Feedback. Liu Hong made a split-second decision, immediately retracting his hand while also cutting off his output of spiritual power. However, Xiang Beifei's other fist had already come smashing from the other side, hitting his arm and removing the force from his limb. For a brief moment, he found he couldn't muster any strength. In a situation where both parties were evenly matched, being a split-second slower meant suffering a significant disadvantage. Thud. 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 Liu Hong truly felt the brunt of Xiang Beifei's punch as his body stumbled backward 5 steps. You. Liu Hong looked at Xiang Beifei in shock. He wasn't shocked because Xiang Beifei had pushed him back, but because of rapid flame. This rapid flame seemed entirely different from the attacking style he understood, it wasn't even accurate to call it rapid flame. This cultivation technique stemming from Liu Hong's system, he understood the power of rapid flame better than anyone else. However, in his mind, rapid flame was never executed this way. It was beyond his comprehension. How on earth did Beifei do it? Liu Hong looked at Xiang Beifei with astonishment. But without pausing, Xiang Beifei continued, Uncle Liu, watch my next punch. Whoosh! Xiang Beifei didn't give Liu Hong a chance to rest. Once again, he closed in for an attack, but this time his fist wasn't enveloped in flames, it appeared to be an ordinary punch. Subconsciously, Liu Hong threw his fist forward to meet the blow head on his fist wrapped in flame. When it collided with what seemed to be Xiang Beifei's unremarkable punch, spiritual power on Beifei's fist took a different direction once more. The spiritual power changed its course, turning into a clever force that spiraled around Liu Hong's arm like a vortex, instantly suppressing the flames that Liu Hong had just conjured. Immediately after. Boom! Another fist flame, not his own, flared up on Liu Hong's arm. The scorching fire ignited his shirt. Liu Hong hadn't expected this turn of events, and hastily used his spiritual power to disperse the flames. But as soon as he diverted his attention, Xiang Beifei charged at him again, aiming a punch at his face. Liu Hong inhaled sharply. The punch was too fast, if it hit, his nose would undoubtedly be broken. However, as Xiang Beifei's fist neared Liu Hong's face, it deviated to the side, missing his face. By now, Liu Hong had reacted, transforming his fist into a palm, and with a burst of rapid flame, he struck at Xiang Beifei. Xiang Beifei deftly sidestepped, and with his left hand now open, he slapped out another palm wind. As their hands met with a thunderous impact, spiritual power on Beifei's palm shifted eerily once again, wrapping around Liu Hong's palm. Liu Hong felt as if the strange force from Beifei's hand was like maggots on bones, completely suppressing his style of rapid flame punching. He was utterly unable to exert force, as Beifei countered with another palm strike to his chest. Thud! 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 Liu Hong was forced back several steps again. I actually lost. Liu Hong looked at Xiang Beifei incredulously. The first retreat could have been explained away by his only using the initial strength of qi controlling, but this second pushback signified a genuine defeat. The skillful force Xiang Beifei used had drastically boosted the power of rapid flame. With Liu Hong's realm only at the mid-stage of qi controlling, he couldn't suppress Xiang Beifei's offensive. Within 7 moves, he was defeated. This gave Liu Hong a truly shocking surprise. One must know, even if he had suppressed his own realm, his combat experience and perception abilities were still at the meridian opening phase, and he even had complete confidence that he could use his experience to firmly suppress an ordinary qi-controlling late-stage master with his mid-stage strength. But this experience was completely useless against Xiang Beifei. Xiang Beifei was merely at the qi-controlling mid-stage level of strength, and using his mid-stage strength, he couldn't suppress Beifei at all. Instead, he lost miserably. I lose completely convinced, both inwardly and outwardly, Liu Hong said with a bitter smile. He was someone who could accept a loss. Even though he knew that relying solely on his mid-stage spiritual power would result in a loss to Xiang Beifei, he still did not forcibly enhance his realm and did not break the rules out of concern that losing to a young kid would be embarrassing for a district team leader. For him, rules were rules. If it was said to use mid-stage chi controlling, then mid-stage chi controlling it was. Actually, I knew that it would be very difficult for me to deal with a strong opponent like Uncle Liu using normal methods, so I used rapid flame and played a little smart while deploying spiritual power, Xiang Beifei said. Liu Hong suddenly fell into deep thought. Losing to Xiang Beifei wasn't the point was he always felt something wasn't quite right. When Xiang Beifei threw a punch, the way spiritual power was deployed appeared completely different in his eyes. It was still rapid flame, but for some reason, Liu Hong's rapid flame was completely countered by Xiang Beifei's. Liu Hong felt his rapid flame was lagging 18 streets behind Xiang Beifei's. Wait, this isn't playing smart, this is. As Liu Hong pondered Xiang Beifei's so-called playing smart, the way the spiritual power was deployed gave him a great revelation. He realized something, turned to his system interface, and then revealed a surprised expression. Detection: Xiang Beifei has improved rapid flame. The opponent's method of deploying rapid flame has been entered into the database. Current feedback progress is 5%. This is. Liu Hong became excited. Feedback. The system actively judged that Beifei was in the process of giving feedback. Liu Hong found himself holding his breath. He carefully recalled Xiang Beifei's punching technique, pondered it deeply, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. He felt like a huge rock that had been pressing on his chest for a month had finally been lifted, and he felt as if he was basking in the long-absent sunshine, making him feel refreshed. Uncle Liu, is there anything about the way I deploy rapid flame that needs improvement? Xiang Beifei asked. It's not that you need to improve, it's that I need to improve. It's me that needs to improve. Haha, Beifei, how did you come to think of deploying rapid flame like this? Liu Hong asked excitedly. Xiang Beifei thought for a moment and said, when I practiced rapid flame, I always felt that the method of deploying spiritual power was somewhat superfluous. I felt it too overbearing. Being overbearing is good, the stronger it is the better, but it consumes a lot of spiritual power, making it disadvantageous in a prolonged battle. So I considered changing the way these powers circulate, and I found it seemed to be able to overcome the original rapid flame. Sorry, maybe this isn't quite right. No need to apologize. You did exactly the right thing. No cultivation technique is perfect. Every technique has its flaws, and I never expected that you'd find the flaw of rapid flame. In this respect, you are simply a genius. Liu Hong exclaimed excitedly. Xiang Beifei smiled, looking at Liu Hong's system interface. Uncle Liu had never taken the initiative to ask him about giving feedback to rapid flame, and if Beifei brought up feedback on his own, Liu Hong might suspect how he knew about the enforced task of his system. Although Uncle Liu was trustworthy, some secrets, Xiang Beifei felt, were best kept to oneself. Therefore, he chose another way, and by sparring with Uncle Liu, he believed that with Uncle Liu's judgment, he would certainly notice the uniqueness of it. As of now, the system had judged his actions as feedback, and that was enough.